All right. Looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody?
Would you like to?
Yeah, this is going to be retarded.
Would you like to take this opportunity finally to tell the rioters to stop rioting? Yes or no?
Let me make it clear to the people on both sides of the equation, all of my brothers in Islam and all of the Christians and native people of the UK who feel like they're underrepresented. You have more in common with the people you live amongst than you do with these political elites. The people you live amongst love their children and they're struggling to pay the bills exactly like you are. What kind of powder keg are we building here through incompetent leadership in the UK? I'm a mixed race Muslim and I'm pointing out this very obvious truth.
The sheer brass neck, frankly, Andrew, of you lecturing me about the truth when you've spent the last week spewing complete fake news bullshit. You told your millions of followers, and it was seen by 15 million people, that it was an illegal migrant who had committed these crimes. Are you prepared to apologise for that lie?
Only in the UK do we have a country so insane that we have no border, we don't know who's there, crimes through the roof, nobody's safe on the streets anymore, and then when you point these things out, somehow you're some kind of racist and bad person.
No, you're posting complete disinformation.
Oh, I'm sorry,
it's not okay.
Sir. Did I get the wrong stabber? Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, you did.
Piers Morgan, of
Yeah,
course,
you
I got
did.
the wrong stabber.
Yeah, you did.
Piers, be very careful what you say.
Riots and looting have since spread to at least 16 towns and cities across the UK. Far-right thugs have sieged mosques and hotels housing asylum seekers. Groups of armed Muslim men have attacked people in the street. These appalling scenes have become a stain on Britain's global reputation. Elon Musk has commented that civil war is inevitable in the UK. Many US conservatives are amplifying the unrest as apparent evidence of failed multiculturalism. One of the influencers accused of fanning the flames is Andrew Tate, a recently converted Muslim man whose inaccurate claims in the days after the mass stabbing have been viewed tens of millions of times. And he joins me now. Andrew Tate, welcome back to Uncensored.
It's been a while.
It has, and obviously you've, as in fact I'm about to talk to you, Nigel Farage, who is now a member of Parliament in the UK and who's been saying some very inflammatory things in the last week or so about these riots, has blamed you, named you in a radio interview as for the person who spread the disinformation, which he then believed. I want to start by playing a clip of a video you posted to Instagram, I think it was, on the 29th of July, that you posted it to various social media platforms, in which was your response to what had happened.
So an undocumented migrant decided to go into a Taylor Swift dance class today and stab 6 little girls.
He was, in fact, documented. He was born in the UK. He was just fucking insane. Hey, Seymour, what's up?
Sorry, somebody arrived in the UK on a boat. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knows where he's from. The media is, of course, hiding the fact that this is a 17-year-old male. They don't want to highlight how ridiculous it is that they allow military-age males, combatants, to flood our shores. I don't see any protests in the UK.
He's not technically military age.
I don't see anybody complaining. Nobody's outside of the school. Nobody's outside the police station. The soul of the Western man is so broken that when the invaders slaughter your daughters, you do absolutely fucking nothing.
Now that video has been viewed 15.1 million times. X limited the post's visibility because of its rules on hateful conduct. But the bottom line, Andrew, is that almost everything you said in that video was completely untrue. And yet it was apparently seized upon online, spread wide and far, and made people believe what you were saying. So my question for you off the top here is, why did you race to spread such woeful disinformation, given the massive following you have, and encourage people to take action against a caricature and description of who had perpetrated this, which was simply untrue?
Well, firstly, I'll start by saying I didn't know Nigel Farage said those things about me, which is a shame because I'm actually a fan of him. I think he's trying to do the right thing. I also understand in his political sphere, sometimes he has to hang other people out to dry to save himself because he's getting heat also. Secondly, I'll argue with you about the fact that everything I said was untrue. I think...
Skip to 20 seconds because when it comes to Israel you have the attention span of a retard. Do you condemn this? Richard? I wonder which side is Hitler.
New footage of Israelis raping Palestinian inside prison. I'm obviously not going to play it on stream.
תיר מעשיהם במגינים. הצילום כולל תיעוד של העבירה מיוחסת לאנשי המילואים, מעשה סדום בנסיבות אינוס. שעות אחר כך פונה המחבל לבית החולים מדמם.
Okay, well, they have it on camera. By the way, the guy is being criminally prosecuted. So, what are you fucking talking about? Obviously, I condemn rape. You're an idiot. Like, if you have such a problem with how military combatants or prisoners of war are treated, then you should be in support of Israel. You think Palestine treats its political prisoners well? No, they're all raped, tortured, and executed. You fucking dumbass.
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, my bro and I just can't get enough of all the vegan restaurants after moving away from our dad and into Nashville. Lol, would you consider this Mario character based?
Home. In an insane world, it is the saint who is called crazy. Time, like hope, is an illusion. There's no escape. The only hope is the sweet relief of death. Life is sad, prison is sad. Life in prison is very, very sad. Ooh, fresh meat for the grinder. There's no sunshine, only darkness. Finally, mercy.
That's a pretty base character. Thanks for the donation, Ben. And glad you're enjoying some of those vegan restaurants.
The only thing I said that was untrue is that perhaps he was undocumented. It was a 17-year-old male. It was a migrant. He did kill little girls. And advocating for people to stand outside and make it clear that they're unhappy with what happened is not a dangerous ideology. We live in a democracy where we have the right to protest and the right to make it clear when our voices are not heard. I recently protested against the Olympic ceremony outside the French embassy. I'm not sure if you saw it, complaining about how they depicted Jesus Christ, because I was unhappy with what I saw. And I think that when people feel like they have a voice, they're not likely to get violent. And the problem we have now is that people do not have a voice, which is why we're seeing rioting, which is why we're seeing looting, because people do not feel like there's a political solution any longer. And what I was trying to do is encourage people to stand up and make their voice heard.
Andrew Tate does actually have a point there. Like, people have been complaining about issues with immigration for quite a long time now. And there doesn't seem to be any actual political avenue into, doing anything about it.
A peaceful way to avoid violence. Because when people feel like they're not heard, violence is always the end result.
Yeah, but you've actually had the complete opposite effect, and you know the massive following that you have and the influence that you can wield. And by spreading, again, you've repeated the fact this kid who has obviously now been charged with very serious crimes, including killing these 3 girls, was a migrant. He wasn't a migrant. He was born in Wales. His parents were legal immigrants from Rwanda. So he's not a migrant. He's somebody born in Wales, born in the United Kingdom.
Well, first things first, it's unfair for you to say that I've had an opposite effect. What I did was point out the facts of the situation that a 17-year-old male killed little girls. If I point out the facts of the situation that the sky is blue, and then people go and decide to riot because I've said those things, it does not mean those things are not true. That's the first thing. Secondly, here's where we have the dichotomy of the UK, and I actually think this conversation is going to be one of the most important and potent conversations of modern times, especially as this issue is not going to be solved anytime soon, Piers. The problem we have now in the UK is that we have a certain subsect of the population who believe because he was born in Cardiff, he is a Welsh man. And we have another subsect of the population who believe that even if he was born in Cardiff, he is not Welsh. I'm currently in Romania. I'm an American and British citizen. The woman who I have a child with is Italian. The child was born in Romania. The Romanians do not consider that child Romanian, not by their view of the world. If I had a child in China, they would not consider that kid Chinese. They would look at the face shape of the child and say that's not a Chinese child. If I had a black child in Russia, they would not consider that child Russian. In the West, in the democracies, we do. But we have a problem because you have a dichotomy of ideas. You have 2 different camps. And the camp that believe that this person perhaps isn't even Welsh in the first place are also the camp.
So that is completely and utterly false. Russia is a massive territory with several ethnic groups. There's a mix of like Chinese and Middle Eastern people living in Russia, and they are considered Russian. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Which are being suppressed and not allowed to speak and are being smeared and labeled as far right for having genuine concerns. And that is why things are getting exasperated and out of control. What we need is conversation. What we need is dialect. You cannot have a multicultural democracy and ignore the concerns of one particular subsect of that culture, especially when it's the native culture, and expect everything to be fine forever. There's a lot of people who have a point of view. They didn't feel like they had a political solution anymore. And this is what's happening. The reason this dichotomy exists, Piers, please understand. If they are sitting there and they're accepting that this is a Welsh man, but now they're starting to get concerned for the safety of their children, and they don't feel like there's any kind of political solution, well, then they're going to come to the very simple and obvious conclusion that they'd rather not have anyone from anywhere else in their country to avoid these things happening again, because they don't feel like there's any other political solution. This is a fail of the politicians. This is a failure of the leaders. It's a job of a leader to inspire all of the people to have trust in him, not just some of the people, not just the people he likes, not just the people on his party or the people he wants. It is his job as a leader to have every single person in the country believe that he cares about the issue and he's doing something actively to fix it. Instead, what Keir did was stand up and do the absolute opposite. Shut down any legitimate concerns, tell people they don't have a voice, tell people nothing's going to change, it's going to stay exactly the way it is. Let me tell you something. I want to make this very clear. There's a lot of people in the world who would rather go to jail and have a warm bed and 3 square meals a day than watch their children die. There's a lot of people who would rather go to jail than watch their society collapse in real time around them. There's a lot of people who would really rather go.
Incels say women won't fuck them because they have small dicks.
Roberto
Lol.
Labrera is the man with the longest male sex organs in the world. Because of his condition, no woman wants to have sex with him, let alone marry him. Roberto says his organ is heavy and it makes walking difficult for him. People have advised Roberto to go for penis reduction, but he says he wants it like this. Roberto's dream is to go to the US and work in the porn industry. Roberto
Well, there is such thing as too small, and there is such thing as too big. It's a bit of a happy middle ground. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Go to jail than feel unsafe to walk the street at night ever again. These are people who've lived in the same place for a very long time. They have a vested interest in this geographical location. And without political...
The whole discussion on this topic so far has been kind of stupid. Look, the reason this protest happened isn't just because there's a bunch of fucking white people who hate any kind of immigrants or non-whites. It's because there has been a fucking issue in the Muslim community in the UK for a long time. There have been quite a few fucking terrorists that have come out of the Muslim community in the UK. That bombing of the Ariana Grande concert is a great example of that. There have been a number of failed terrorist attacks that have, been stopped before they actually happened, thankfully. There's that fucking guy Chowdhury that just got arrested for fucking supporting a domestic Muslim terrorist group in the fucking UK. They harass people who aren't Muslim. They've made gangs, sex trafficking gangs, like all kinds of fucking shit. And as soon as people heard that there was a 17-year-old kid who was a Muslim migrant who stabbed a bunch of kids, they had enough. If they had heard there was a Chinese guy who stabbed a bunch of kids, nobody would have said anything. They'd have been like, okay, well, it's just some crazy Chinaman. The reason they freaked out is because when they got the misinformation that this kid was a Muslim migrant, they've been fed up with that fucking annoying ass community. And again, the government isn't doing anything about it. They're not effectively policing the Muslim community. They're not stopping terrorist attacks like they should. They're not arresting people for fucking hate speech and terrorist activity like they should. They have dragged their feet with the Muslim sex trafficking gangs. They haven't reduced Muslim immigration. They haven't done fucking anything to solve the problem. And again, when they heard a fucking Muslim kid stabbed a bunch of other kids, they freaked the fuck out. And it turned out to be misinformation, but let's get real. Let's get real. The big problem here is the UK government just doesn't seem to give two fucking shits about Muslim radicalism. Highly Mangus donated $2. This is the best video on the internet. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoa. That's a good Hyrax. Oh. Why the hell did he do that?
Todo mundo querendo.
What are they drinking? That's a nice anteater. Wow. Dude, you know what? It'd be great if I had an anteater, because there's a lot of ants around here. Could just get an anteater and then just have them go outside and eat all the ants. Ninja Turtle. Oh my god. Whoa. He is a Ninja Turtle. He's just like Donatello. Oh my god. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Highlight Mangus. Kid Boo donated $2.
What would you do to solve U.S. homelessness?
I would reopen mental institutions, public mental institutions, and put most of them in there because that's what most of them are, is mentally ill, and they're homeless by choice. Most homeless people are homeless by choice or due to severe mental illness.
Would you also implement policies to ensure the...
So that is true. Homelessness is mostly caused by mental illness, or they have just given up on society and they want to live that way.
Continuity of care once these people were out of the mental institution?
We already had such policies, and Democrats destroyed it all. The passive-aggressive Democrats, with their bleeding hearts, decided that they were going to tear down the public mental institutions. The reason that they did it is because they sent a reporter went into one and found signs of abuse in one institution. And so they tore the entire thing down.
That sounds ahistorical.
That's why you have homeless people sitting on the sidewalks in San Francisco, and why you have them on the sidewalks in Miami, why you have needles all over the place, because these are literally mentally ill people and you can't do anything with them. Nothing.
I will say that is a very valid point.
Like, yeah, a lot of these people should just be kept in a mental institution, but I don't know what he's talking about when, well, they used to all be in mental hospitals, but now they're not because of a report. That sounds ahistorical. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
I'm sorry. If you only want to work 4 hours, it's going to be harder for you to get a house. We busted our behinds. We had to bust our...
Hi, Whoopi. I'm Freddie. I run numbers on the internet, and I got to show you something. The minimum wage in 1980 was $3.10. It is now $7.25. The average salary was $12,500. It's now $59,000. And the median household income was $22,000, and now it's only $77,000 for a 3.5 times increase. However, rent was $243 on average. Now it is $1,900 for a 7.8 times increase. The median house...
Where the fuck is he getting that number from? Bro, what house can you get for $77,000? That'll get you a rundown shack in Detroit. What is he talking about?
House price was $47,000. It is now $419,000.
Oh, so he wasn't talking about housing prices here?
And the big one, college, was $2,300. It is now $30,000, 13 times more expensive. Our median household income, to feel like they did back then, for rent should be $171,000 for the family. And for college, it'd be equivalent to our family making $286,000. And to remind everyone, the median household income is $77,000.
Oh, median household income. Okay.
So Whoopi, with all due respect.
Yeah, I think in Canada, in order to afford an average home, you have to be making $186,000 per year. So basically, you have to be a millionaire to afford a home now. It's absolutely fucked.
To give you an idea of what my brother and I used to live at when we were living with our dad, this sticker is placed on trash cans. We will only return back to collect the will from our boomer dad and never return.
Jesus. That's fucked. Well, glad you're living on your own now. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Point and laugh at this fool. Donate $2. Here is some good cope by a person that can't use simple reasoning. Get these people off the planet.
Duty to the animal kingdom does not include inserting yourself in a wild scenario.
So let me just ask you one question, and I think this will clarify everything. Hypothetical, no proposed solution. This is just snap of the finger. No proposed solution. We don't have to kill anybody. Just snap of the finger. If you could have a world where everyone is herbivorous, so there was nobody eating others, and there could be a balanced ecosystem, you wouldn't choose that?
No.
Then that's psychotic. That's completely psychotic. Then we're just gonna have a different disagreement of values. That's crazy.
Because you're a utilitarian and I'm not.
Nope, I'm not a utilitarian.
You are.
How can this guy call himself vegan and then say, I want animals to get brutally and viciously murdered by getting torn apart by just vicious animals with like sharp teeth?
Okay, so then why would you so against?
Yeah. So I'm a deontologist.
You say you're a threshold deontologist. That's just another word for it.
Nope, didn't even say threshold. Just a deontologist. Because I have a value, I have a preference against killing, against violating the rights of an individual, right? And lions violate the rights of individuals. Again, whether they are conscious of it or not doesn't matter. Just like in the case of a mentally challenged person, a mentally challenged person who doesn't know any better goes around stabbing kids.
A lion is not a mentally challenged person.
No, but that's not okay. If a mentally challenged person had the same capacity of a lion, mental capacity, which some do, right? Some mentally challenged people are mutes and literally barely understand things, right? I would say lions are even smarter than that.
A lion fulfills a niche in an ecosystem.
Okay, but
this guy is just absolutely fucktarded. Like, holy shit. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen from Sky.
Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream.
It's a shit video.
Wel, we gaan er vandaag vanuit dat dat evenementen zijn die drugs zullen kunnen doen. Oh, no. Wel.
Hi. Oh my God! I'm sorry. Sorry. We just kissed on camera, and I liked it. Well, there you go. That was great. Obviously. Hi. Oh my God! I'm sorry. What?
The hell's a cat doing? That cat fucked up. Okay. Peterson donated $2.
A recent study came out that should destroy.
Oh god.
Limitless Lindy.
I think he's talking about the
know
weird thing Menno Henselman posted.
So you guys know.
Those are the same link. Okay, we'll take a look at those links. Thanks for the donation, Peterson. Bangus donated $2.
This has been going on for about 35 minutes now.
I need another clue, please.
I don't like The Rock. Dwayne The Rock Johnson is just a fucking asshole. Like, he was not a good WWE wrestler. He then fucking started doing movies. Literally every single one of his movies just sucked ass. He's a terrible actor.
Am I getting this right and can just reading articles on stream get it taken down for copyright? Because in one of your recent streams you read a health article by a Dutch publisher called VPRO, and later I looked it up and it said unavailable for a claim by VPRO.
It's possible, but it doesn't usually happen. Usually it's videos. So, it's possible, though. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, he transitioned to acting. All of his movies fucking suck. The guy has, like, no real personality. The dude is just a tool. He will just say whatever the hell he thinks he needs to say in order to get famous and be well-liked. And for some reason, he just keeps getting movie roles. Even though he's this fucking shallow, you know, he's just shallow, has no personality, and he's a fucking tool, and he lies about being on steroids. Like, I don't know why anybody fucking likes The Rock.
Like this.
Wow. Oh my god, that's a nice cat. Whoa. Those are some good kitties. Oh my god. Those are really good kitties. Oh.
There's a baby moose that fell in the lake right there.
Help the moose. Help the baby. Why doesn't he just go up and pick the baby up? Oh, they helped the baby. There he goes. That's a good baby. That's a good baby.
So you guys know that I think a lot about my health, and I'm constantly trying to optimize.
Okay,
I was 5 minutes behind, but no way did Andrew say with a straight face that mental institutions were torn down in the US. We just stopped having federal prison-like asylums that you couldn't leave. A lot of halfway houses have mental health programs and shit now.
Yeah, I don't know how you could consider, you know, that being a good thing. Yeah, so let's just keep people permanently incarcerated even if they're reformed and shouldn't be there. It's kind of insane. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. New lolcow alert, donated $2. Here's a crazy person. How much of this will you be able to get through? Damn, this dude has some big fucking chompers.
You are contributing to a Holocaust if you're not vegan.
Well known as a raw vegan advocate, unfortunately passed away.
I became vegan, and I realized that the vast majority of you are evil. Evil people. And I don't especially care if you keep living.
It's like, I can't get out of bed. I have no energy to even move my body off of this bed. There's also times...
Yeah, so Blair White is just a liar, and we all know this. Let's see... No email, I see. That's interesting. Did he not mention me in the entire video? What a fucking retard. Yeah, no shit he doesn't mention me, because I just benched 410 pounds. Yeah, right. What a fucking idiot. I've been vegan for 13 years. I'm 6'3", 270 pounds, and I just bench pressed 410 pounds. I can tell from the guy's face and his shoulders and neck that he is not a particularly physically fit individual. Does he have, like, maybe he has an Instagram? He has a Twitch. Music channel, that might. 2 months ago. Yeah, okay, this guy's built like a pencil. You're small, weak, and built like a pencil. But here you are claiming vegans are unhealthy. Care to debate the topic? I normally host debates live on my YouTube channel. Just contact me if you're interested and you aren't. Yeah, whatever. By the way, why the fuck is vegan teacher even in this video? She's in good health for her age. Like, she should lift weights, but I wouldn't call her exactly frail. She's just, like, normal body weight for her age, and she hasn't complained about health issues. Peterson donated $2. Let me see.
I spent a lot of time studying the
how DEI sets people up for failure. I don't really care about this. I'm not going to bother reacting to that one.
Hey faggot, why did your stream the other night get banned? I wanted to watch you react to Frank. Also, Destiny is a tool who thinks Harris is better than Trump because January 6th lol. Please watch.
What's funny? I ain't got nothing to say to you, man.
Shut the car up, big guy. So you can film, just don't put it in my face, alright? That's fine. Just keep your other hand where I can see it, please, right?
Is this just a routine traffic stop?
Thank you very much.
Why is there so many of y'all?
That's just how we roll, bro. You're supposed to have your seatbelt on. Do you have
I just took it off. I don't have.
This is a routine traffic stop. And they like surround this guy with like 5 people because of a seatbelt violation.
Give me my ID. I'm not driving.
You don't have to give me your ID?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm not driving.
Whoa, he was the passenger, and they're doing this to him.
Step out of the car then?
For what?
Because I'm telling you to step out of the car.
For
You're not
what?
cooperating with my investigation.
What investigation?
Step out of the car.
What's the investigation?
Are you gonna step out of the car, sir? Or are you gonna make me?
He's the fucking passenger. He doesn't have to say shit.
What do I have to get out for?
I want to smoke you outside the car.
I don't want to get out. For my safety, I don't want to get out with all of y'all.
You're safe.
I don't want to get out with all of y'all. I'm not getting out with all of
I want
y'all.
to grab that license plate as well. So.
Go ahead, you can grab whatever you want.
Come on out.
Well, that's New York, I guess.
We alluded to the fact that Canada, let's say, is woke.
Okay, maybe we
I was
can-
just
is that a clip from when he interviewed the premier? No. Okay. Should you dare criticize Kamala Harris? Oh, here we fucking go. He's just gonna fucking claim you can't criticize her because she's black or something, or a woman.
These screenshots of people spamming the UK police text messaging service last few days, Lamau.
Did you know there's a British police text system you can just message with whatever you want? Sir, please, my neighbor is Albanian. And why is that a police matter? He is from Albania. Please help. 4chaners flooding the UK police with complaints to waste their time. Noise, much noise, rap, need Nigel. Are they doing this in their house, outside, in the garden, or street? outside on the street or in their garden outside, ? If you are reporting noisy neighbors, this is unfortunately not for the police.
Bad news, VG, climate change is getting even worse.
We'll take a look at that in a second. You will have to make contact with your local council for nuisance-related complaints. Very angry, not good. Who is very angry? Many African. Are they fighting or being noisy? Nigel Farage.
New MrBeast vid about to drop.
Yeah, I know. I already have it open. We're going to react to that soon. Thanks for the donation, N-word. $400-year record heat threat to Great Barrier Reef. Coral reef over the past decade are the highest recorded in 400 years. Extreme heat has already caused 5 mass bleaching events in the past 9 years alone. Well, yep. But we have people like Jordan Peterson who, reference private interest groups with no fucking scientific expertise that say climate change isn't real. So who cares? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Osama likes Naruto, donated $2. Oh my god.
Like to get high. They capture large red millipedes and gently bite them. This stimulates the millipedes to produce secretions, such as cyanide and benzoquinone, in self-defense. The lemurs salivate. They then rub the millipede secretions and their own infused saliva all over their fur. The lemurs receive pleasurable psychoactive effects. This is the lemur equivalent of taking a bong hit. The secretions also act as an insecticide. Both the males and the lighter-colored females enjoy getting high. By the time they've had their fill, they look a little worse for wear.
Lemurs are pretty fucking fantastic. Support the brand that supports the people, Palestine. Oh my god, dude. What a fucking... Some of the gayest shit I've ever seen. Thanks for the donation, Osama.
Canada, Paris, and Destiny are woke as fuck. Jack Abbott penis. Richard takes it up the butt.
Alright, well, thank you for that, Dwayne the Rock. Or, sorry, Dwayne the Cock Johnson. Appreciate the donation, dude. Okay, well, we'll just wait for this.
MrBeast was in the chat, lol.
Really? Oh yeah, there he is. What does he mean by 65?
That vegan teacher has a nerdy-ass phenotype, so she just looks hella weird and prob looked weird before she was vegan. She does look fit though. Hot vegans are rarely attacked. They do get hate, but by comparison people hate to acknowledge hot vegans. Cock.
Well, yeah, that fucking dipshit who made that video, vegans are unhealthy. Like, yeah, he won't mention me because I fucking train 2 to 4 hours a day. I'm fucking big as shit, strong as hell, look fucking sexy as shit. He won't fucking mention me, but he'll fucking find some random fucking clips of jackasses online saying, I'm vegan and I have health problems. Like, it's so stupid. Thanks for the donation, triple dipple fuck nutsack.
I'm hungry. I'll write jokes for food. I wish a philanthropist YouTuber would just give me 10K and not film it. Hey, what the hell happened to you? MrBeast, that's what happened to me.
What we do here is go back.
I was gonna be somebody. I was gonna be the Carl took my job. Carl took my job. It's the worst production I ever made me do. Oh, no. I didn't. No.
Okay, content cop from Temu back at it again. So just before I get into my interrogation with former MrBeast employee Jake Weddle, a lot has happened since my last video. After posting it, I got hundreds of messages from former MrBeast employees, and I had them all like send proof of former employment. You know, just people showing their support or telling their stories of you know, fake videos or unsafe practices, you know, toxic workplace, stuff like that. I'm not really gonna get into those claims because, for one, like, most people want to stay anonymous, which I understand. And also, like, I think most of that stuff's just...
Tate Cock Johnson that maybe, but at least all three of those countries take climate change seriously, unlike America.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Covered with you know, the news coming out about Beast Games and everything. And also I have like more serious allegations that I want to start covering. Also, I heard from a very credible source that MrBeast has been sitting on a response to part 1 because he was worried if he posted it, I would instantly respond with part 2, you know, like this is Kids Bop, Kendrick Lamar vs. Drake. Also, I know MrBeast's secret CEO has been practically like harassing my people on, you know, hey, what's in part 2? What does he know? So I will just tell you, James, what will be in part 3, so you don't have to harass my people. It will be about serious allegations of sexual misconduct in the company and your direct involvement in covering up those crimes. And I'll make sure to give you full credit and plaster your face all over the screen when we talk about that. So yeah, I've gotten dozens of messages from former...
Yeah, dude, MrBeast is in the chat. I think he's salty as fucking hell.
MrBeast employees of very serious allegations. So I just want to put a call to action at the start of this video that, you know, if you have a story, you can DM me. Just make sure you send proof of employment first, because I get a lot of DMs. And like, as much as I meme and joke around, like, I take anonymity very seriously. So without explicit permission, I don't go public with anything. And obviously, if it goes to court, I would hope they would censor your information from the court documents. I don't know. Oh, and former contestants too. That's another thing I heard after posting my last video is during the 100 Boys versus Girls video, I have people corroborating the same story that the camera guy who gave the girls a drone was making some girls feel uncomfortable. You know, you trap these girls in a circle and make them sleep on rough turf and get them high on paint fumes, and then you try to f them.
Okay, that seems really dark. No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Anyway, so that will be part 3. So, you know, MrBeast, do with that information what you will. I know Chucky didn't want to respond to those allegations. So anyway, my interview with Jake Weddle, I chose to interview him because I thought he was perfect because he was both on camera and behind the scenes in 2019 and 2020. And also, what people don't know is that he came back in 2021 to be the sole contestant of a MrBeast video, which never got uploaded because it went very badly. He also knows about another portable document format who was working at MrBeast while actually on the registry. And I'll get more into that story at the end of the video. So I got his DM, drove straight to New York overnight, did not sleep, just drank a bunch of caffeine, and I also only had one microphone in the interview, which he's wearing. So it's mostly just him talking. Also, like, final thing, people said my last video started slow. This video also starts slow. It you know, builds up over time, but I'll do the retention thing and say, the ending will blow your mind. It's crazy. Yeah. Okay, Jake Weddle, everybody.
I'm Jake Weddle. Most people who, if you know me from MrBeast, I'm a deep cut. I'm in a few of the videos, sometimes maybe purposefully kept to the shadows a little bit. I'm in the cutting room floor a lot of the time. But I've been in some videos. I've worked on a lot of them. I was there from 2019 to 2020, 2021-ish when I came back and did some more. I was there when they were authentic, and then I saw the transition to what I feel like is a company. He's like a TV show now. It went from YouTuber guy with a camera to Amazon. The culture around there was very unspoken, but there was a vibe. There was half the people who, if you made Jimmy happy, you were on the good half, and these people got random bonuses. And
MrBeast is like counting down.
More screen time.
3.
And then there was people who, if you had a disagreement or butt heads with Jimmy, or just you didn't like it, you know, you were the other half. And I consistently was in the half that Jimmy doesn't like me. That's fine. I don't like him either. It's okay. Oh, that feels so good to say. I don't like Jimmy. I hate you so much. He didn't want anyone to get more popular or have more of a way out necessarily. Like, oh, I'm doing my Twitch thing on the side. Don't do that because you could get famous and leave and talk about me negatively. And I could tell that the yes men were, you know, doing well. And I was, you know, disgruntled for quite some time. So I've talked to reporters, right? Like publicly. And I've always had to choose my words very, very carefully because I don't want to say anything I don't stand behind, obviously. So I used to talk to people. I used to glaze Jimmy publicly for things I do genuinely think are true. But then it's like, well, how come you didn't talk about the working conditions? Well, I wanted a career. I didn't want to, you know, speak ill of YouTube's golden boy and then I'm blacklisted forever. I tell people I was talking to you, and they go, "Don't, what are you doing? You're going to kill your career." It's like, I have to or I'll be sad. If this is the moment, we're going to talk about it. So as far as that, that's my covering up of why we didn't talk about XYZ sooner, but now you know.
What would you say is the fakest video that you worked on while you were there?
Fakest video that I worked on while I was there. This is the extent of the fakeness that I was involved to. This is admitting to my complicity. I was a writer there, and we were working on a video, crushing my friend's car with a rock or meteor or something. It was a rock or a meteor in the title of it. I can't remember, but he wanted to do a prank where, unbeknownst to the person, he takes
Debate destiny on whether or not Tommy Robinson is a force for good? He doesn't like him, I think. Ask him. And then tickle his balls. Let's go.
That's something I could debate Destiny on. I'd say overall, Tommy Robinson, at the very least, could be considered a necessary evil, but at best, he's a flawed sort of, you know, political activist or whistleblower. Thanks for the donation, Prismo.
Takes a rock, crushes their car, and they're supposed to think a rock came out of space.
We're gonna take a meteor and we're gonna put it on Weddle's car. We're gonna take another meteor and put it on Marcus's car. Both of them have no idea that we're doing this. Weddle and Marcus are probably shocked. They had no idea.
And so that was the one and only time I had to, my car? What? And on the fly, I saw him, because Marcus was in that video. So Marcus is calling his mom. Marcus genuinely had no idea. He genuinely had no idea. But so Marcus is calling his mom, and his mom's freaking out. And I'm like, oh no, they're gonna call my mom next. So I had to text my mom, who had to beg to get the title very quickly. Now I'm texting my mom, I go, "Mom, I'm about to call you about the meteor thing. You have no idea? Be surprised." And then I hit send, and then they go, "Call your mom now." And I call my mom and I tell her, and oh, she should have got the Oscar. Oh my God, on the fly, she goes, "What? I'm on vacation." Mom, my car has been destroyed.
Wait, what?
A meteor hit it.
Jacob, I'm on vacation. Do you understand?
Yeah, I did that video, and they're supposed to give me $10K to put a down payment on a new car, and they wanted me to get like a big flashy new car. $10K was supposed to be a down payment. And I can't afford a big flashy new car because I work at MrBeast. So I couldn't get anything I couldn't afford the taxes on. I couldn't get anything I couldn't afford the insurance on. So I do my part of the video, and I get a mom van that I could afford. And Jimmy was like, "Why didn't you get a cooler car?" I was like, I can't afford that, bro. Come on, what are you talking about? If I was working on a TV show in the 90s, on a show that was a quarter as successful, I could retire today. But now I make dog shit pay, making gajillionaires more money. And I just walked into the writer's room, and that's one of the reasons why I left, was because I just walked in there and asked for not necessarily a gajillion dollars, but maybe a salary that was more proportional to the work I was doing, given how much revenue that work was doing. And then, you know, I talked about that, and I talked about the Writers Guild and how this is what Writers Guild industry standard is for the
Do
streaming
you think
internet.
it's too late to stop climate change at this point, VG?
No, I don't think it's too late. I think people are going to react too late, and I don't think, given how our economy is reliant on coal and petroleum, or at least our energy is reliant on coal and petroleum, that any significant changes are going to happen anytime soon. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Content with ads, I thought that was the closest thing to YouTube, and I didn't even bring up residuals, because oh my god, if I got residuals for every video I worked on, boy howdy I could retire. But yeah, the other thing I talked about was there was another writer there, older comic, black guy, he had a kid, and I got paid more than him, and I thought that was wild because he was older than me, had a child, we're doing the exact same job, and I'm some 20-year-old fuckhead white guy, why am I getting paid more than him? I brought that up. And one of the things I didn't like about the way some of the Beast stuff shook out was
This seem overhyped. The first screenshots at worst say one camera guy was teasing girls cause he had a vape and the girls didn't, and this was seen as flirtatious. This is framed as MrBeast production crew tried to rape 100 starving girls. I'm behind though.
That's not the accusation that was being made. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
I feel really guilty about the way this like shook out. Yeah, I was talking to this other writer, like it's fucked up, you know, that's how the pay is, and I want you to get paid more, you know, because you deserve to get paid more. You know, I don't have a kid. And he didn't want to rock the boat. He desperately didn't want to rock the boat. He's just, I like my job. I like, you know, because when you grow up with, you know, nothing, not to say that he did, but I know I did, you know. You get a little something, you don't want to lose it. So he didn't want to rock the boat. But he said, hey man, if that's how you feel, you know, like if that's like, I trust you. He stood with me. He went to that meeting with me. And I said my piece and he backed me up. And I said, I need XYZ or I'm out of here. And they said, bet. And they gave me a severance check the next day. And they gave him a severance check the next day. And if I knew he was going to lose.
Oh, you're complaining about your pay? Well, goodbye. You're fired. I love that. I just fucking love that. These fucking cocksuckers who are against workers' unions because they think they're like somehow going to destroy somebody's business. They're like, well, you can just, you know, argue for, you know, higher pay on your own. You don't need a workers' union. And then, yeah, when people do that, they get fucking fired.
Lose his job too. I wouldn't have done it. Me, I was over the moon. I was like, you're gonna give me a check and I get to leave? You know, I don't get to deal with the you know, how many Orbeez can I fit up my asshole every day? You know, and I get to go home and you're gonna pay me to leave. I was over the moon. And he was devastated. He did not want. I said he just wanted to be in the room, you know? And I really regret that. But you know, me and him were really so tight, we're still good friends. Is he doing good? Yeah, he's doing good. He's a good guy. I love that guy. He's doing good. Yeah. So maybe you feel better? Honestly, best thing I could have done for him. Now that he's a very, very far removed from all this crazy shit, I guess.
Do you think Jimmy really enjoys doing good and helping people?
I think Jimmy wants to be the best YouTuber. I think he is laser focused on one goal. And I think whatever he has to do to achieve that goal, he'll do. And I think it was the smartest decision for him that he calculated, because he's very good with numbers. If I donate to charity, people can't say I'm shitty. If I give this homeless guy 10K, what do you mean I'm a bad guy? But I've always thought, if you're gonna do something nice for somebody, and you stick a camera in their face while you do it, that you didn't do a nice thing for somebody. You gained something. There was a homeless guy on the street, and you saw an opportunity for yourself and your image, and you gave one guy $10,000 who needed it to eat, and now the revenue you generated from that video is way more than what you gave. I think when he's generous on camera, it's the least authentic thing in the world. There's an element of, you know, oh, hey, you're crying. That's so good for camera. You know, I'm so glad if you're crying because you're so thankful that you got XYZ, and then you go, oh, I'm so glad he needed it that bad so I could come in and, oh, can you cry more? Oh, it's so good for the camera if you could. Oh, it made me uncomfortable that I was working there. And I didn't like it, and I vocalized it sometimes, and I think that's why I wasn't on camera as much as they said I was going to be. I was told at one point that I was going to be like fourth banana, you know, it was going to be Jimmy, Chris, Chandler, me, you know, and that never happened. I remember talking about that, like, hey, I got my contracts on XYZ, and then I got the severance checks, so, you know, whatever, how that worked.
So after your severance checks, how was your relationship with the company? I know you appeared in videos after that, right?
Right, so in videos where I was appearing in later, that's why you keep nice publicly. If you're nice in public, hey, Jake was nice in public.
Nigga, are you even paying attention? He didn't complain about pay, he verbatim said I need XYZ or I'm leaving him out. And Jimmy said I'd later bro. This isn't complaining, that's overplaying your leverage in a negotiation, and he's crying like a bitch.
He's crying that he got somebody else fired. And what are you talking about? He was complaining about being underpaid. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Let's have him back for something. You know, yeah, sure. So I was hoping they call back, you know? And I appeared in some videos after I left. I think one of them was 3 days in a maximum security prison. If I did do mini challenges in that, I got paid. I was, you know, clocked in with a rate, and I would get paid and compensated for those. But there was one video I was in, I got paid a lot for it, but it didn't come out. It didn't come out because it didn't go well. There was a video.
Somebody in the chat saying hello and can do.
It got a lot of hot water when it came out. It was the surviving like $10,000 every day you spent in solitary, or surviving solitary for whatever. It was one of those solitary confinement videos that got a lot of media attention because everybody saw the premise and thought, what? You shouldn't do that. And people don't know that was the second attempt. The first attempt was on me, and it didn't go well. I was already planning on moving to New York, and I worked at a couple of YouTube companies after Beast, and I had a little bit of change in my pocket, the most change I had in my pocket ever. You know, small potatoes, yeah, compared to Beast bullshit, but you know, I thought I had enough to move to New York or whatever. And I get a call from somebody over there, and they go, "Hey, they want you for a video." I was like, "Oh, amazing, great, cool, thank God." What's the video? And they tell me the pitch. And they try to make the pitch sound like it's gonna be like a walk in the park. The pitch is 100 days in solitary confinement, but don't worry, like you only have to last like 30. We have like a video. They're pitching like at first it's gonna be like a luxury vacation. You're gonna have like a hot tub and an ice cream machine, and like part of the video is gonna be you deciding like what items am I gonna get rid of, you know, today, and they had like the choice. They were like, it's only gonna be bad for you to last like 5 days tops when you have like nothing left. You're the first. It's gonna be like a breeze for most of it, and by the end of it, after 30 days, you're gonna get $300,000 because it's $10,000 a day. And I don't know, man. I grew up poor in North Carolina. I said, excuse me, I'll dance for you if you put that kind of money in my face, sure. They were like, you're gonna be locked in this room, and we gotta make sure you're on all the time. We're gonna have cameras on you all the time, and you're perfect for this because you never shut the fuck up. On paper, I was like, okay, I can do this. And they always cut me out of the videos. They always, because I was.
Yeah, he didn't fire him cause he was saying he's underpaid though. MrBeast's fired him because literally the guy said I need this or I can't work here anymore, and Jimmy said, well, I'm not giving you that, so gonna have to leave. That's not even getting fired.
That's not what he said. Can you just shut the fuck up? Thanks for the donation, retard.
You know, editors have told me that it's because you have too much of a personality. And so with this video I thought, this is perfect. It's a video they can't cut me out of. I'm the guy. And so I thought, well, if I have to do this, if I have to do solitary confinement in order to do the things I want to do, then I will do that. I held my tongue and I swallowed my pride and I tried to do one last ride. And I get there. And at first it's fine. And I mean, they just freshly painted the set. You could smell it, you know, which that's probably not good. You know, the smell of fresh paint in your surroundings for the next XYZ time. It looked good on the visual. Like, it looks good on camera. You know, it's movie magic bullshit. It was a terrible facility. I mean, it was in one of the studios. They had to like get like a separate like tank for, you know, septic stuff. Yeah, there was a hot tub in it. Yeah, there was an ice cream machine. Like, things were cool and funny on paper. But when you think about stuff, a hot tub is not connected to a filtration system. Give it 3 days, it's gonna stink. You know, there's not like a hot water mechanism. So the hot tub was a lukewarm tub at best, which was a silly complaint. But the shower was always cold, and you taking like a quick shower, and I had cameras 24/7 on me. And the ice cream machine. Let's talk about that for a second. The ice cream machine has 2 modes: on, and off. Reeking of smelly dairy mildew, like, so I got to choose which sense was assaulted at a time. I couldn't have all of them good. So the little things started to build up. You know, there was like the bug thing wasn't like terrible. There was a factor in. Like, at first it was fine, you know, and you're playing it up like, 'cause you know it's a video, and it got to a point where like they weren't turning the lights off. You know, I asked them, I said, can we like have like nighttime hours? You know, and they said no because it would fuck up the time lapse shots. The time lapse of what? Me sleeping? I mean, not sleeping? Yeah, I saw in other videos they did like, oh, you're gonna get XYZ hours of sunlight. Oh, great. Well, I don't know how they figured that one out. I didn't have it. You know, one of the things was you got to take away your clock, so you didn't know what time it was. Okay, I got no access to sun. I got no access to clock. I don't know, like, the lights are on me all the time. I wasn't sleeping. I could not sleep, and I have insomnia problems now. But they might have started there. I had good people looking out for me. I had a lot of good people looking out for me saying, this we gotta stop. So I just wanted to turn the lights off. And I'm vocalizing to people, I wish the lights would turn off. And I go up to my friend, my good friend. And I go, they're not turning the lights off. He goes, what?
So basically, they put him in a torture chamber where he didn't know what time it was. The lights were constantly on, so he couldn't sleep. And bombarded with noise.
That's a war crime. We're not allowed to do that to terrorists.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked.
Oh, good. 24 hours breaking the Geneva Convention, I guess, is what we're doing. So, they're giving me, melatonin, it's not helping, and then Jimmy would come in like every other day for like an hour, to check in on me because he's doing other stuff. I'm just the guy in the cage over here. He'll come back to me in a minute. And so he'd come by, he'd get the shots, he'd leave. Sometimes he'd have a note from the director over the phone. That would really piss me off. This is a note I got from the director, from Jimmy, when I'm receiving some cash. He said, Jimmy said, can you say to the camera how thankful you are that now you can pay back your student loans? You know how hard it was to do a take of that? They pretend to make it genuine. I don't want to have student loans. I don't want to be in a cage. But Jimmy's the guy with the money, and if you do what he says, he'll do what you want. You want your student loans paid off, you just be in this cage. And you have power over people. When one person doesn't have resources and the other one does, and they hold over your head, and you go, of course, yeah, I agreed to it. I needed it, of course. There's something about like having the cameras on me all the time. Like I was not having a good time, but we were filming a video, so I was trying my best to be funny. I'm a dark comic. I got bits about. I had a very traumatic life. I have my dad is in jail for sexual assault of a minor. So this kind of stuff is very near and dear to my heart. I don't fuck around with this shit. I have jokes about that in my act. I joke about it because that's what you do in traumatic experience. Abusive relationships. I get out of it. The first thing I do is I do a type line about it. So I'm in the situation where my mental health is not good. My physical health is getting worse. But we're filming, so I'm doing bits. I'm talking to the camera. And I'm being, like, hey, it's been a couple days, I'm not doing so hot, which if I'm filming a video, that's what I should be doing for the camera, but it was too real. If they're faking videos, why couldn't we fake this one? If we're allowed to let these cast members have some time off of this difficult challenge, how come we couldn't turn the lights off? How come we couldn't maybe not have some time-lapse footage for 10 seconds?
Did you try to get out?
Yes! I was starting to calculate, I don't know if I could do 30. How much can I, how can I manage to get out of here sooner and still have a video and still have some cash and get the plug, man. I did. Since we're doing time-lapse shit.
So, dude, this is really strange. Why the fuck would MrBeast literally put this guy in an isolated torture chamber for, like, what was the challenge, 30 days? When he fakes all of his other challenges. Like, it sounds to me like he just wanted to fuck this guy over.
Shots, and since they insisted on time-lapse shots, I said, all right, we'll give you time-lapse shots back. I put my YouTube on with the whiteboard they gave me. And I was like, all right, yeah, go ahead and scrub that footage. You got that whiteboard. Oh, no, either that goes in or this footage is unusable. And then, James Warren came in and erased it, don't put that, hey, we can torture him. Don't you dare let him get a plug in there, like we were playing up the joke, it's like, I'm the boy in the cage, whatever. Like, I'll play into a joke, whatever, it's fine. It's just something weird about when Jimmy jokes. I have jokes about my dad because I love jokes from my dad. I'll joke about my dad all the time. That guy's a piece of shit. I hate my dad. But I have friends that make fun of my dad. That's fine because I know their intent. I know where they're coming from. When Jimmy joked with my dad, and I said that to seem weird. I don't like it. We were doing that one of those hide and seek videos. Again, at the time they were a lot realer. So I got caught, and when you get caught, you go to the place where you get caught. And I don't know if there's footage of this. I don't know if I definitely didn't make the final cut. But he says to me, "All right, you're going to jail. Like your dad." And like, it's a joke. But when my friends do it, it's fine. And Jimmy just wasn't my friend. He was my boss, and that wasn't cool. And so now, I'm locked in a cage at his whim. And I have to do things to get the cash I need to live. And I got these cameras on me all the time. And I was unwell. I had editors coming up to me saying, "You good, bud?" And I was like, "Yeah, why? You're clearly unwell." And he goes, "Well, because the footage you're sending in is haunting. Because I'm trying to be funny, but I am mentally decaying, so I'm doing bits." Someone said there is a horror cut of a video in this. And I'm thinking, like, who's watching this? Like, who wants to see this? What is fun about this, the video? And so the thing that made me want to, I got to get out. I can't do another day in a year. Jimmy comes in and I'm asleep. I don't know what time it is. I don't know, it's like 2 or 3 or whatever. He's like, "Why is he sleeping?" "I don't know, because I can't sleep." And he comes in, he wakes me up. And he goes, "Ask me why I have 2 briefcases." And I'm like, why do you have 2 briefcases? And he goes, "Oh, because this one's for today, and this one's for the challenge." And I go, "What's the challenge today?" He goes, You're gonna run a marathon. You're gonna do the 22.6K, whatever it is. And you're gonna do it on that treadmill over there. The first challenge I did was a Rubik's Cube, and I'm dyslexic. I'm dumb. I don't know how to do a Rubik's Cube. So your first challenge, Rubik's Cube. I was like, "Oh, I don't want to do it." I was like, "On camera, I don't want to do it." He goes, "Just do it for the thing, my kid." Like there was an element of, oh, Jake will do what we want because he's in house. That's one of the reasons why they got me. Jake's he's an inside guy, so he'll do whatever. We can push him a little extra hard because we know he's good. I couldn't say no to the treadmill thing. Yeah. So I people who run marathons train forever, and it's still hard. Again, writer. Do I look like I run? I don't run, let alone a marathon, let alone that training for it. So I was in a sunlightless,
Did you try to say no? Like, did you have a choice, or?
Based on the Rubik's Cube thing and based on all the other stuff, like there was so much pressure to just do it, just do the thing, And if I refuse, it's just, oh, that's the whole video. I guess the budget's, so much money up in flames because Jake said he wouldn't want to do the thing. And so I wanted to be a good sport, and I wanted to get the boost, and I wanted the cash, and so I started running at 12. I was able to take some breaks and
trying to be as fair as possible. If at the end of it you get over $300,000, kind of puts things into perspective that, okay, is it that bad? But again, it is still like insane torture.
I asked him, "How long do I have?" He goes, "Until I get back." And I'm running until 3 a.m. When I got off the treadmill, the blisters I had on my feet were like, you wouldn't believe, just all over, just these big red. I couldn't walk. My muscles were like just the lactic acid. I got off the treadmill, and then the people that came in to like ice my feet and make sure I was good. Then that's when I was like, "I'm done. I can't. I'm done. I'm out." And that's when I get psych in and talk to psych about how I'm not well. And like I said, there was a lot of good people over there that were saying, "You got to pull him out." Yeah, I had friends that did some freelance work, and they would tell me, they'd be like, "Yeah, everyone knows you over there. Everybody loves you." They go, "Oh, Jake, well, I love that guy. Shame what happened to him." Like I'm a ghost. And I asked them, I said, "How much longer are you guys going to keep me in here?"
Dude, if somebody paid me $300,000 to do all this shit, I'd fucking do it. Like, I don't know. Maybe he's just a more sensitive type of person. But yeah, for $300K, like, bro, I'd get pounded by like fucking 80 fucking black dicks for $300K.
And the guy goes, "Realistically, like at least 7 more days?" No. And they didn't let me leave right away either. They wanted to make sure, everything was fine. So I just, slept for a while. They turned the lights off. And it's like they brought in all my friends, to make it. They brought in all the people I liked, and Jimmy. Then everybody was around me, making sure I was good, making sure I was okay. But Jimmy had he was sitting in the chair, turned around like an evil villain. Swear to God, everyone was looking at me, and he was like Lex Luthor over there. He turns around, he stands up. He does the exact same thing when he's pretending to have a human connection. When you're watching a video, and he's like, "Oh, stop, you're gonna make me cry." And he like touches his eye or whatever as if he's crying. He's just... I didn't have to pretend to do that shit. She says, as if rehearsed by his lawyers. "Yeah, your mental health's the most important thing. I just want to make sure you're okay. And last thing we want you to do is..." I can almost hear the word Sue come out of his mouth. The S, he just stopped right before I got out. I did not get the 300K. What I got, he goes, think of it this way. At least you get to keep what you earned. You know, you were in there for XYZ days. You did XYZ challenges, so you got, you know, 100,000 some change, you know, give or take. You know how much money I spent in taxes in 2021? I spent $44,000 in taxes alone. And now I spent all that money on doing stand-up.
Is there anyone that has corroborated his claim he was tortured though? Like, I get having evidence isn't likely, but come on bro, if you're going to claim MrBeast committed war crimes on you, you need something. I'm sure someone will back that up too, surely.
Well, they never released the video. So that kind of says something. He did mention there were multiple people that also saw the whole situation because it was a whole production team. So I would doubt, given that this guy could get sued into oblivion, he would lie about all this. So I doubt it. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
I bought plane tickets to go do comedy festivals. You know.
That's funny. So he didn't even get the 300K? I'm assuming the justification was he didn't finish the challenge?
My family back home, I gave them a bunch of stuff that they needed. And I haven't been back on a Beast set in any official capacity or unofficial capacity since then. And then they did the video with somebody else, and they worked out the kinks. And then I'd still gotten some hot water, and I knew it would. And I've wanted to say a lot of this for a long, long, long time. And I feel good now. I just had to get that out there.
So I just want to hop in here and show some text that Jake sent me after this interview. This is July 29, 2021, a few days after he got out of solitary. How are you feeling after a few days? Better. I still couldn't sleep, even a few days out, but I almost have my sleep cycle back on track. My legs and joints are good, but the blisters on my feet still hurt to walk on. Medical advice I got was not to lance them and just let them go away with time. I'm mentally still in.
Yeah, so it sounds like this isn't just made up. This is from July 30th, 2021. So he isn't just making up the story. If he had, like, it's incredibly unlikely. If people are texting him after the fact and he's talking about how his sleep is fucked up, blisters on his feet, has, like, mental health issues, the chances of him thinking, okay, if I lie about this now, maybe I can do this long con and, like, 5 years later, I can, I don't know, be on some YouTuber's channel and complain about it. Like, yeah, probably not.
An uneasy place, but I've gotten back on better help. My therapist is a little concerned, but we are working on things. Mind you, this is not supposed to be a traumatic life event. This is supposed to be a MrBeast video. Hey, Jake, hope you're doing okay. Meg and I just wanted to check in on you. Hey, I'm good, and I appreciate that. I'm not exactly 100%. I feel like mentally I'm still recovering a bit, but back in therapy, and my therapist is concerned. Haha, but my legs and joints feel better. Like, I can walk, but my feet are still covered on those blisters, and those hurt to walk on. But I was told the best thing to do is stay off my feet and let them heal. I'm in Raleigh with my family. Also, it'll be like a month before I get the money, and they aren't giving me all the money. They're giving me what I won up to that point in the game, which was also a slap in the face, but hey, I'm out, I'm alive. Therapist who knows and cares about you. The whole thing was so fucked, and honestly, fuck them for not giving you the money. Meg and I are wishing you the best with your recovery, and please feel free to reach out if you need anyone to talk to or need a place to crash in New York. Hope you're doing well, man. That video you uploaded is money. So good. I appreciate it. I'm doing better physically. Mentally, I'm still kind of in a place.
So assuming he was supposed to make $300,000 over the course of 30 days, I'm guessing that works out to about 10 days. Maybe longer. Maybe he lasted 2-3 weeks, but he made money doing a set of challenges in the game show, and he was going to get like a full 300,000 after I don't know how the payments really worked out.
I still can't sleep. I've slept 5 hours in the past 3 days, marathon included. I don't know what's wrong with me. Lots of thinking too much, one might say. Hope they're taking care of you where they can. I mean, I was kind of shocked they didn't pay me for the full 25, 30 days. They paid me what I made up to that point. Like, even when we have to pull the plug for my mental health, the mechanism of the game is still at play. I'm just happy to be out. I still can't walk well, but it hurts less. And like, I'm not famous enough to burn a bridge. So at the end of the day, I'm still Jimmy's bitch. Like, if I was Carl and he did that to me, I'd ruin him. And they want to do it again. That could be your leverage. If the guy breaks down also, 2 is better than 1. Yeah, right. I told them everything they did to me that they can't do again in order to make sure the other person doesn't break down as fast. But like, the way the video is meant to function is the problem. It's a bad idea, full stop. It sounds clickbaity, sounds right up Jimmy's alley, but it's morally unethical ethical like on every level. Off-camera breaks, lights off at night, visitation, take the marathon out. Marathon is a video in itself. You can't expect someone to exert themselves like that for 45 seconds of content. The challenges really made it feel dehumanizing. Felt like a parody of MrBeast. I felt like the homeless guy they could exploit. It felt like if Jeff Bezos had a GIMP. It felt like if Jeff Bezos had a GIMP. Part of me wants the footage burned, and part of me thinks that there's a great...
Yeah, bro, for 300K, I'd be able to fucking do this. I definitely would be able to do this. Like, most people are not...
Touché, that's solid evidence, nigga. I'm just being skeptical cause some of the initial allegations are totally gay and contrived, just saying.
No, you just haven't seen the evidence and the full story yet. Thanks for the donation, retard. Like, most people aren't... like, I have diagnosed antisocial personality disorder. I do, and I'm extremely antisocial. Like, I can do just fine not being around anybody for 30 days and having no human contact. I'm also fine with sleeping with lights on. I'm also in shape, so if somebody told me to run a marathon, I'd probably be in a better situation to do that than this guy. Like, so I would imagine for your average person, this would probably be hard, but if you told me to go through 30 days of torture for 300K, I could definitely do it.
Great horror cut in there. LMAO, he was so fake when he came in and said he cared about my mental health. They must have programmed the care about mental health updates. He said, we also don't want you to...
Yeah, my knees are fucked, but if you put $300,000 in front of my face, I'll fucking do it.
And I swear to our...
EDP445 made a new YouTube channel a few days ago and he already has 8,000 subscribers and is monetized. When YouTube bans you, is it only for a few years or is it for life? His new channel name is Theonk445 or Big Cheese.
So there's two different avenues in which he may have been able to get his channel back. One is he may have either gotten a multi-channel network or sued YouTube with a lawyer, and he was able to get his right to make another channel. You know, or it's not technically a right, but his privilege to get a new channel. He might have gotten it through that way. So he might have either gotten some sort of YouTube contact, like from an MCN, to argue on his behalf, or he got a lawyer, and they were able to argue with YouTube that, you know, it's okay for him to make a new channel. Second route he might have been able to get his channel back is he doesn't technically own the channel, and he's just uploading to it on behalf of another person. That's how Keemstar got his channel back after he was banned. So I'm not sure, or he just slipped through the cracks. He just made a new channel. He was able to get it monetized, and they haven't found out about it yet. That's the only way. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh, let's keep watching.
Our Lord and Savior, he stopped himself from saying sue. Also, as far as like, he could have said no, he could have left at any time. I want to show this segment from an internal document at MrBeast called How to Succeed in MrBeast Production. Specifically on page 19, there's a paragraph called No does not mean no. Already insane, because it seems to be co-opting the popular anti-slogan, which is a terrible look given the allegations that are going to be coming out very soon. It reads, when dealing with people outside MrBeast Productions, never take no at face value. If we need a store to buy everything inside of, and you can call the local Dollar Tree, and the person that answers says, no, you can't film here, that literally doesn't mean shit. Talk to other employees and see if they are fans or if any have kids that are fans. Try talking to their boss's boss. Have me DM them on Twitter and try their social team. If all avenues are exhausted and you are left with a no, that doesn't mean don't try the other Dollar Trees because the manager of those could be huge fans and willing to bend the rules. Basically what I'm trying to convey is what we call pushing through no. Don't stop because one person told you no. Stop when all conceivable options are exhausted. This is one of many tools that when combined dramatically improve your probability of success when producing here. So yeah, this idea of like pushing through no's is a big component to working on MrBeast. And the way that it manifests itself a lot of times is like a director might tell a producer, hey, we need access to 30 acres of farmland by Tuesday or we lose $500,000.
Same with me. I'm a neutron. I'm so socially disconnected that when I'm in a large public setting I feel out of place. I think a lot of it has to do with me being an outcast during my childhood. I've only had one girlfriend in the 24 years I've been alive.
I've only had one girlfriend in the 33 years I've been alive, and I'm currently married to her. So yeah, there's very few people that I like and that I'm interested in. I don't really like being all that social. But thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
$1 million. Now, if you're the producer, you obviously know that means get it done or you lose your job. So what can happen is like a producer's calling up farmers saying, hey, I need to use your land. And the farmer might be like, okay, but you know, I have animals, you can't be making really loud noises, no pyrotechnics, and you gotta clean everything up. So the producer's sort of incentivized to lie and say, or maybe the producer doesn't even actually know the total contents of the video, right? Things changed last second. So they're very like, they're financially incentivized to be manipulative and sort of, they're put in positions where it's like, oh, it's either the producer's job or a civilian's job, like where it talks about, hey, maybe the manager would be willing to bend the rules. Well, you shouldn't really be pressuring civilians to bend the rules that could get them fired, you know? I'll show you a real life example. This is unused evidence from part 1. I'd seen this Reddit post titled MrBeast leaving trash behind and debris at film site in Aden, North Carolina. Apparently he left a large boat in a pond as well as debris around the film site in the bottom of the pond weeks and weeks after the agreed time frame. This actually rendered it unsafe for campers and almost delayed the camp's opening date multiple times due to not being able to get in contact with MrBeast to get the stuff cleaned up out of the area. So I actually know that this is from a MrBeast video called Protect the Yacht, Keep It, where at the end of that video, he actually says,
If you're wondering, yes, we did ensure the lake was completely cleaned up after this video. For the love of God, subscribe so we can pass T-Series.
Yes, so he says at the end of the video that they made sure it was cleaned up. I was actually on site for part of this production. I was at this camp. So I decided to send an email out to the camp, basically saying, hey, I heard these rumors. I'm investigating similar incidents. And the camp responded, actually not denying the claims, going on to say, I am sure that there are no perfect film productions, just as there are no perfect people. I am grateful for the opportunity that we had to host the production crew, and because grace, or forgiveness, has been offered to me so freely, I will choose to offer the same. So clearly alluding to the fact that there was a wrongdoing by MrBeast production team. And that's like sort of the thing is, if you're around Greenville, you know these stories of people working with MrBeast and it being extremely unprofessional, them not doing what they say, but they sort of get by a lot on their good public image. And like, I mean, this camp offered to...
They're entitled fuckheads. That's why they didn't clean up. They're entitled, and they think they don't have to
host them completely for free. And I guarantee, like, if you went to the lake at the camp and you went magnet fishing, like, you'd find all sorts of debris that's still there to this day. Like, they didn't clean it all up. So in the case of Jake Weddle, like, I'm sure that there were producers who were in a position of, hey, if Jake gets out early, we don't have a video, and your job is at risk. So there's a tremendous amount of pressure on top of, like, him being delirious from not sleeping and everything to just manipulate him into saying, which, you know, I'm sure this isn't like technically against the Geneva Convention on torture because he wasn't technically a prisoner. Like, he could have left at any time, but because of the extreme pressure to stay in, it's not really a reasonable expectation that he could have just, you know, walked out.
Because of the implication.
I think Jimmy is a awkward kid who maybe, yeah, had it a little rough growing up. I can't speak on that, but I do have empathy for it. Because I had it rough growing up. And I think when you're hyper fixated on something, like I love stand-up, he loves YouTube, everyone, you know, fixates on a thing, you know, I think he just wanted to be the best YouTuber so bad. And because the industry's metrics, you know, rewarded some not great behavior, if you're just going on autopilot based on what the numbers say, you know, you can do some things that maybe aren't good, but reap reward. And I think Jimmy just did what the industry and maybe what the system that we have set up demanded. And he didn't care who got hurt. And I think Jimmy surrounded himself with really, really not so great people, and those people were the ones making the decisions. And I want to say, really important, there are so many good people that work at MrBeast who are damn good at their jobs. Like, when Jimmy comes in and asks for something impossible, it's these people's jobs to do it. And they shouldn't be able to make it happen, and they do. And so I don't think people wanted to talk about stuff because I didn't want my friends to lose their jobs. I don't care about my fucking job. I'll buy a whole lot of care. I don't want my friends to lose their jobs. You know? I don't want anyone's reputation to be fucked. You know? But let's just go back to my dad for a second, if I may. My dad was like a swim coach, your neighborhood swim team. Everybody loved him. Everybody loved him. Behind closed doors, he's a real piece of shit. And so when stuff started hitting the fan, what? Him? No. Surely. And then, everyone, thought my mom was the bitch, for not, But then the news broke, that he did what he did to one of the students of the team. And it's like when that comes out, you're not surprised, You just go, when I saw my dad in the news, I said, oh, you idiots. Like, I was like, no, like I was, oh, dumbass, God damn it. But I wasn't surprised. And it was just a consequence happening to somebody who was really good at avoiding them for a long time. And I don't know, everybody loves Jimmy. And behind closed doors, he is not super great. And that image is cultivated purposefully and intentionally. And it's branding, it's marketing, it's YouTube.
Okay, so I guess, just one final question on a serious note. Obviously, the Ava Chris Tyson drama, and, that's a known issue in traditional media. Did you witness or hear about any sexual misconduct at the company?
It's crazy. I probably hung out with Ava the most out of the main cast just because I was on Beast Hacks. Now Beast Reacts. I don't know if it's still out. That was a lot of fun because it was just being silly and moving in front of the camera. And Ava was the only person who was willing to film. Everybody else was too busy or didn't want to, and I was just trying to do my job. Sometimes there'd be like an offhanded joke that's a little gross. I mean, I'm a stand-up, so I'm very desensitized to that. I didn't hear anything that was like, whoa, that's crazy. Like when I saw, the reason I messaged you instead of talking to a reporter sweetly like I have been was when I saw the Discord stuff. Because when I got there, it was like 2019. So I guess if the timelines add up, that would have been like handled, for lack of a better term. And then they started bringing more people on. Maybe they thought they had that under the rug, All right, we handled that. Now let's bring in some writers, And when I saw it, all that stuff started coming out. And the potentiality, as of this moment of recording, I know this has been happening fast and stuff has been coming out so fast. Just the potential that Jimmy could have been in those Discord chats, or even the potential that he participated in those Discord chats. After the shit he did to me, if you're going to make fun of my dad, I don't care what happens to me and my career and reputation after this. I had to say some stuff. So whatever happens at this point.
Outside of Chris Tyson, did you notice any or hear about any sexual misconduct at the company?
I've heard rumors. I can't confirm or deny anything. I don't have any tangible evidence, but I've heard stuff that if it could be investigated, that'd be great. But it's like water cooler talk. But I've heard things, yes, of course. I heard, people have been let go for sexually assaulting some very young people. The idea that Jimmy didn't know, or that Jimmy was covering stuff up. He didn't want stuff to come out. He's very careful about his image. You have the tangible proof that he knew but covered it up. How do you prove that, Well, there was a known sex offender, registered sex offender, convicted sex offender on the registry and everything, who worked there. And like you can, someone pees in public, you're on the registry, you get it. You can still have a job after you're on the, that's one thing. You go to prison, you get rehabilitated, that's one thing. If you do your time, that's fine. I think we should be to rehabilitation in this country. But that guy, from what I hear, I can't confirm or deny, from what I hear, he's on the registry for doing some not great stuff to some underage people. And they knew that. He's working at a channel that has underage people on and around and is targeted to underage people. And they covered up the fact that not only did he work there, but he was like the manager when it all started. And that he knew, because he'll be in videos, he'll be in thumbnails, he'll be around. And whenever he is, he's wearing a mask. Why would you wear a mask? Why would you conceal your face? It's like, what are you concealing? That you are a registered sex offender? And that your face can be looked up on a thing? How much more can you literally cover up a sex offender with a physical mask? Like, do I have to, is it more on the nose? Or, I don't know why they let him go, because there's rumors back and forth. So I don't know why they let him go, but he didn't leave at one point. Even if that guy didn't do anything, they still knew about it and he was still around. And what if he's one of the people in the Discord servers? What if he's not? I don't know. But when I was there, they called him Delaware. So why do you call him
Thanks
Delaware?
for the membership, Lysfern.
Because he's not allowed to go back to Delaware. That's his nickname? Colloquially? Like, it's Delaware. Don't ask him why. The fuck?
Did Jimmy know about it?
The likelihood that he didn't know is astronomically low.
Okay, so finally I have a recorded phone conversation. The person on the other end of this line is a different former MrBeast employee talking about Delaware. Also, apparently before this phone conversation got recorded, the person on the other end of the line said that the MrBeast team was actually trying to expunge Delaware's record.
Agreed VG, we need to stop climate change once and for all so we can prevent the extinction of many endangered species such as this one.
A growing chorus of calls signals the arrival of a huge herd of placerias. They are making their way down from the fern scrubland for their morning drink. But now the placerias are the only ones of their kind that remain.
I'm pretty sure they're already extinct, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Off the registry, and that's what actually sparked this person to start recording. Okay, so Reed is MrBeast's former manager who was in the last video telling Jimmy, hey, don't promote gambling to children. So, I think Reed's taken 2 W's this month, don't promote gambling to children and don't have offenders on payroll. Also, yeah, just from where I'm sitting, it seems extremely unlikely that Jimmy wouldn't know, but, I know I'm sure that's the defense he'll go with, so I'll just say preemptively, if somehow Jimmy didn't know about Delaware, I think it's still such an extreme level of negligence. You're not doing background checks. Everyone at your company knows, but somehow you don't know. I think that needs more of an explanation than just saying, I didn't know. Well, how didn't you know? How did this person get into the company and a company that makes content for children and is around children? So yeah, Jimmy, I think we need an explanation from you or your lawyers and PR people and representatives and spokespersons and on how you could have not known that there was an offender at a high level in your company. And while you're responding to that, why not just respond to the allegations of rigging contest videos and selling fake signatures, running illegal lotteries, the dangerous conditions on the set of Beast games, you should address those too. So yeah, just let us know.
Okay, that was my interview with former MrBeast employee Jake Weddle. I know he will be coming out with a longer cut of this interview as well as other content, so I just wanted to shout him out. Jake Weddle, top link in the description. I've waited a long time to talk about a lot of this publicly, so thank you for doing what you're doing.
So long, goodbye. I'll see you when I see.
All right, is that it? Okay, looks like that's it. Well, that doesn't sound great for MrBeast. So basically, he's a fucking jackass.
Serve all of us. Now, this study was authored by a Lindsay Smith, I believe Tiley is how you say that, out of the University of North Carolina. She's a PhD in nutrition.
No, but they will be if we don't act soon. We will also lose the Brontosaurus and Tyrannosaurus Rex if we don't stop climate change.
Man, I wish there were still Brontosauruses that existed. That'd be great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And some of her interests are as follows, as listed in her biography on Twitter here, or X rather. This is, predicated on the belief that meat is destroying the planet and that red meat in particular is unhealthy for us. Again, this is a product of a literally awful nutrition science system where we use, just ridiculous methods, food frequency questionnaires over a long period of time, with ridiculous amounts of confounders with an inherent bias.
No, there's nothing wrong with epidemiology, and as soon as this jackass sees an epidemiological study that coincides with his viewpoint, he will cite it, he'll act like this is good information, but as soon as it doesn't coincide with his bias, he'll say, oh, well, it's just epidemiology, it's bullshit, oh, there's so many confounding variables, data collection was bad. He's full of crap. There's about a 90% concordance with prospective cohorts and randomized trials. They have a very similar level of efficacy, so he's completely and utterly full of shit.
Bias already built into it against red meat, which has gone back since the beginning of nutrition science. I've talked about this sort of ad nauseum before. But anyway, this study is showing how can we get people to stop eating red meat, by either taxation, increasing the prices, or putting warning labels on the meat. And they did this, with, I guess, they had people buy their food online and they artificially added either warning labels, increasing taxes, or both, and saw what the results were. And not surprisingly, particularly when you added warning labels and increased the prices, that the consumption of that product went down as
most participants identified as women consumed red meat 2 or more times per week, reported doing all their household's grocery shopping. The warning, tax, and combined conditions led to lower percent of red meat containing items purchased, with 39% of control participants' purchases containing red meat compared to 36% of warning participants, 34% of tax participants, and 31% of combined. It's not a huge reduction. 65 $donate. Say what you want about Shawn Baker. He was fucking jacked in this. Yeah, he was. Thanks for the donation, 65.
Would be normally expected. Now, why are they studying this? What is the point? Well, they're studying this because they are wanting to put this into policy. There are people out there that are considering this as policy to, again, restrict and limit your access to nutrition and food. Now, one of the criticisms.
No, they're trying to restrict your access to foods that cause disease.
I would have is with the beef industry, the beef checkoff, the NCBA, the people that are supposed to be promoting beef. Where's the counter study? Why don't we have a study showing the opposite? Why don't we have a study that shows the clear benefits of meat, the fact that people are using it to reverse disease, the fact that it has, high.
Why don't we see research showing beef reverses disease? Maybe that's because it can't be done. This is like saying, why don't we have studies showing cigarettes actually reduce the risk of lung cancer? Well, maybe it's because cigarettes cause lung cancer.
Highly bioavailable nutrition, the fact that it has compounds in it.
I love it when people say this, highly bioavailable nutrition. You realize any food you eat, you're going to absorb the nutrition from that food. You're stupid.
Clearly have benefits to the human health, the heart, the brain, and so on and so forth.
Red meat benefits the heart and the brain. I just love that. Buddy, if there is any indication that red meat makes you stupid, you would be the perfect subject.
They do still exit and we might lose them if we don't act. Here is proof.
That is not proof, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Carnosine, carnitine, creatine, things of that nature. Where are those studies out there? Why don't we do a counter study that shows, what's the consumption like when you teach people about the enormous benefits that meat has, So this is, again, this is part of the ongoing effort to control you, to limit your freedom of choice.
This is just so fucking retarded. He's claiming the industry around research and nutrition research is biased against consuming red meat. So his proposition is that we should make studies that are biased in favor of consuming red meat and design studies in such a way where we can determine the outcome. That's not how research is supposed to be conducted. He's literally saying we should design studies where we can control the outcome to confuse people or trick them into thinking red meat's good for you.
and ultimately to sicken you. And yes, this will be something that will make more and more people sick, which means more customers. And as you know, nutrition science is dominated. First of all, it's a very female dominant specialty. If you look at any nutrition class, it's probably 80-90% female. Not that there's anything wrong with that. However, there tends to be a sort of bias in there. Women and men tend to select different foods anyway.
Not really, no. Secondly, it doesn't matter if anybody has a personal bias. If they're conducting research properly, there's not going to be any bias in the study itself. Shawn Baker is just such a moron.
Diet still going good? I'm about to start an aggressive mini cut where I only eat 1,400 calories for the next 2 weeks because the past month I fell off and ate like crap and gained unwanted fat. Can you do aggressive cuts short term without muscle loss?
You can eat extraordinarily low-calorie diets without losing muscle, especially if you're at a higher body fat percentage, but the idea that in 2 weeks you're going to lose a significant amount of muscle, it's just not going to happen. As long as you're weight training and consuming adequate levels of protein, you're likely not going to lose any muscle, and if you do, it would be very, very minor, unnoticeable, and you'll be able to gain it back once you stop dieting in just a few weeks. So, yeah, it's fine to do something like that. My diet's still going pretty good. It's relatively easy to follow. It's not like I'm breaking down mentally or anything. I'm able to control my appetite perfectly. I never feel hungry. So yeah, it's still going good. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
And to sort of force that upon the general population, again, based on faulty beliefs. You know, again, and many of these studies have been funded by groups like the Seventh-day Adventist groups, you know, Adventist Health System, which is a multi-billion-dollar corporation that specifically is opposed to eating meat. We have other companies.
Doesn't matter. If they're publishing research with good methodology, it doesn't matter what their personal bias is. What matters is whether or not the research they're publishing has good, sound methodology.
And other organizations like the Physicians College of Lifestyle, or the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, also a multi-million-dollar operation, who are basically run by vegans. Physicians Committee for Responsible Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, basically a front for animal rights. Again, you have all these forces that have driven nutrition in a certain way, very biased. And again, this is in leading up to potential policy decisions. And again, it depends on who gets into office, if they want to implement those policies.
Where are the studies showing the positive health benefits of methamphetamine? The FDA is full of bleeding hearts and unwet whistles. They clog the system with all these trials for ketamine and psilocybin cause of their feminine bias against crystal meth.
Yeah. Yeah, really. That's literally what he's saying. It's just so insane. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Hello, Richard. This is Shawn Baker. I'm a guy, and as a guy, I know that guys such as myself make different food choices than women. As a guy, I prefer to eat blood. I like to chew the flesh of animal limbs like a real man. Silly women. I'm a faggot BTW.
Yeah, that is something Shawn Baker would say. Thanks for the donation, Shawn Baker.
Not, I mean, I'll leave it up to you guys to decide who might be best for that. But anyway, there is a war on meat. There is a war on your ability to nourish yourself and to feed your family in a way that you seem fit. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think about that. I don't want to dissuade you guys from consuming meat, but again, it's something they're going to be going after the ranchers. They're going to make it harder and harder for them to make a living through additional.
You asked why aren't there any studies supporting the idea that red meat, yeah. You asked why aren't there any studies showing red meat is good for your health and reverses disease. This is like asking why aren't there any studies showing the benefits of smoking and prevention of lung cancer. It's because it's just not good for you. Your only argument is women do nutrition research. Like, what a fucking idiot.
Requirements, whether they play with water access, whether they impose additional requirements on how they manage their livestock. This is designed not to improve anything, in my belief. It's designed to shrink that overall sector to the point where other sectors can take over and feed us cheap processed garbage, as is always the case. Every single time we have seen a reduction in animal source food.
Have you seen Wayne Young's most recent video with Natalie Fulton? If not, care to react?
No, but I saw that he posted it. We might react to that tonight. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
We have seen an equal and opposite increase in ultra processed food. Think about margarine, guys. I mean, this is exactly what this is, and the only benefit of that is to the shareholders' profits for the.
No, you moron. There's a higher profit margin with animal-based foods.
These big ultra processed, food conglomerates. All right, guys, I'm gonna have a steak.
Shawn is literally tarded, dude. Full blood work after 600 days carnivore.
She is truly a legend in the carnivore community, not just for her weight loss story, because she did lose 500 pounds after going carnivore, but also for her tenacity to stick with this lifestyle and her courage to share her journey. She's now been carnivore.
You want to bet she's going to drop dead of a heart attack in a few months?
For about 2 years, and we will go through her full panel blood work. Okay, this.
Hey man, huge fan of your videos. Was looking into some vegan books. Would you recommend Dr. Ornish's book, Undo It? Or any other suggestions?
No. For one thing, Ornish is a crazy, vindictive, manipulative liar. He's not a good person. Secondly, he's promoting this idea that you can reverse heart disease, specifically atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, on a plant-based diet. As far as I'm aware, there's no research showing that you can do that. And he's really gung-ho on defending that position because he actually gets a ton of fucking money from insurance companies based on his research where he claimed he can reverse heart disease. So he got a bunch of insurance companies on board to offer this lifestyle nutrition intervention course. He gets big money from insurance companies for that reason, because they were convinced that you can reverse heart disease on a plant-based diet. So a lot of his information is misleading. So I can't recommend any of his books, or just keep that in mind when you're reading. It's not like all of his information is bad. It's just that there's a fair number of things that he says, particularly around heart disease, that are misleading. I don't know if you're going to find any, so-called nutrition expert that doesn't say something that's a little off or incorrect or misleading here or there. Michael Greger is pretty much the same way. I've seen him say some of the stupidest, dumbest, most retarded fucking shit imaginable. He was claiming that a high-protein diet causes hypogonadism. It's just absolutely fucking stupid. He also claims there's no need to increase your protein intake as you age. Also fucking stupid. He's also suggested that the recommendation of 0.75 grams of protein per pound of body weight, if you're, like a bodybuilder, is wrong and you don't need to increase your protein intake to increase anabolism. He said some stupid shit like that. He also supports the idea that you can reverse heart disease in a plant-based diet. He's also made some weird recommendations here or there. He's recommended not taking xylitol because he thinks it increases heart attack and stroke risk, which again, there's no evidence for that. So, if you're going to read any of these books and you're a lay person, I don't know if I can really recommend them. Best thing to do is just to learn from a wide variety of sources. Don't take any one particular book as gospel. You can read these books, but you should try to find some sort of dissenting opinion within the nutrition space. So look at Danielle Belardo, MD. She's a cardiologist. Dr. Avi. Dr. Allo is great. He has great YouTube content. Nutrition Made Simple is a fantastic resource. Dr. Matthew Nigra, he's not technically a doctor. He's a doctor of naturopathy, but he's not like a retarded naturopath. So you can read these books, but also make sure you read or listen to some people who have dissenting opinions and different ideas. And because again, no one single person knows everything. And everyone is going to get some things wrong, including me. Thanks for the donation, though, Rich McGuire. Hope that helps. Son Goku donated $2. Is she obese or just thick? I don't think she would be classified as obese, and she holds a lot of fat around her thighs and buttocks, like a lot. Would definitely call her thick, and I'm actually thinking she got some sort of cosmetic enhancement. Because she has very odd proportions. Yeah, I like seeing her midsection and everything, I wouldn't classify her as obese. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku.
This is...
So, LDL, this has to be in millimoles. So, 2.9. Fuck. Why? $112, so that's still high. It's moderately high, but it is still high.
Limitless Lindy's blood work collected March 15th this year, 2024.
The doctor just went through them all and just rattled off a few numbers and
here, and those are the fats that are floating around.
This is not important. Thyroid, don't really care. Do they go over her like A1C? So HbA1c, that's at 4.8. I'm pretty sure that's normal. I think once your A1C is like above 5.2, that's when you're considered insulin resistant or a diabetic. So her markers are pretty decent, especially for still being overweight, but her LDL is still a little high.
I think a lot about my health, and I'm constantly trying to optimize this. And I wanted to do a video about cooking fats, and
He is not trying to optimize his health. He is trying to scam people. That's all he's trying to do.
favorite cooking fat, the only cooking fat that I use, my #1 cooking fat, because I think that a lot of us get this wrong. So what's the problem here? You have a stainless steel pan, hopefully, which can double as a home defense weapon. I'm not a fan of violence. I'm anti-violence, but if you needed to, this is a good home defense tool. But you can also cook in this if you so choose to do, which means you're gonna
He's not a fan of violence, but he pays for animals to be tortured and murdered, right?
heat the pan. Once the pan is hot and you're gonna cook vegetables, if you're of the persuasion of vegetables, or you're gonna cook a steak, or maybe even some liver in the pan, what kind of fat do you put in there? Olive oil? Wrong. You don't want to cook with olive oil. Olive oil may be a healthy fat if it's organic, in cold press, single source, in glass, but if you heat olive oil, you're going to lose any potential benefits. My favorite cooking...
That is not true. It just has a relatively low smoke point. So if you're cooking with olive oil, you want to cook at a lower heat, but you're not losing the benefits of olive oil by cooking it.
Cooking fat is, drumroll please, tallow. Tallow is rendered beef fat. I didn't even know what tallow was.
Yeah, so that's one of the worst things you can possibly consume. Again, you literally can't dump the shit down the sink because it'll clog the drain. So again, what do you think is happening with your arteries? It massively elevates your LDL cholesterol. Saturated fat is the most predictable factor for affecting your serum cholesterol. About 49% of your serum cholesterol is based on the amount of saturated fat you consume. So, stupid to consume a food that is pretty much just saturated fat.
Until I was probably 30 or 40 years old. Tallow is rendered beef fat, which means you take the...
Have you watched the Caped Crusader new Batman series? It's pretty decent. I saw the first episode and it's okay. Like, I guess I'll have to watch more episodes, but the original Batman animated series so far seems better.
fat from a cow, the trim, the kidney fat, which is high in stearic acid, and you put it in a kettle and you render it and you end up with tallow. Why would you want to use tallow in your pan to cook with? This is important. Pay attention. Smoke point has nothing to do with how stable an oil is in the pan. A lot of us have been misled into thinking that some seed oils or refined oils are okay to use in a pan to heat because they have a higher smoke point. This is bollocks. This is baloney. B-O-L-O-G-N-A, baloney. Smoke point means nothing when it comes to the stability of an oil in a pan when you're heating it. What you want to think about is peroxidation index. How easily will the...
So, few things to point out here. One thing, peroxidation has no predictive effect on the atherogenicity of a fat. So if you're consuming a fat source that has oxidized to a high degree, there's no indication that that increases your risk of heart disease due to your lipid molecules having a higher concentration of oxidized fats. Oxidation is part of the process of developing heart disease. When your lipid particles enter, like permeate through your artery wall, they will eventually oxidize. It doesn't matter what type of fat is contained in that lipid molecule, they just will oxidize. Any fat will oxidize. But the idea that if the fat is in your serum and it's oxidized, it doesn't make a difference. So this is probably some stupid misinformation he heard of where, oh, well, because, lipid molecules that oxidize inside your artery wall lead to heart disease, that means if you eat fats that are oxidized, it'll increase risk of heart disease. Total bullshit. Secondly, saturated fats actually make your lipid molecules more prone to peroxidation. So this whole idea of, oh, I'm eating, tallow because it oxidizes less readily than, I don't know, olive oil or something in a pan. Well, again, you can look at research on this. There's quite a few studies clearly showing that saturated fat sources like butter or lard or tallow, they make your lipid molecules more prone to peroxidation. And secondly, any kind of fat will oxidize if it's heated to a high temperature. Like ghee, for instance, ghee being clarified butter, it is highly, highly oxidized, and it's treated at high temperature. So all of this is just fucking stupid. It's just all retarded. Mike donated $2. She got a point, question mark.
That so many women can't help but be hypocritical. This is a French pole vaulter who missed out on an Olympic medal because even though he cleared the bar, he barely knocked it off with his and that moment went viral for a couple of reasons. First, because people found it funny, but second, because a lot of women had some interesting things to say about it. French diver, French swimmer, French vaulter, I see what's going on here. Can't wait for my trip to Paris in September. He lost his dream, but he's every girl's dream. I might need to date a French guy. He's still a winner in my eyes. His manhood deserves a medal. Aren't these the same women who, if the roles were reversed and a girl's tits hit the bar, would be calling the male commenters predatory, misogynistic, dehumanizing?
No, probably not. It's just stupid. I don't see women complaining about anything like that. Thanks for the donation, Mike. Callian donated $2. Because of you, smart guy, my kids went vegan and won't touch any food we cook. We are checking ways to sue you for that. Who the fuck is this? Alright, well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Callian.
Steak and butter gal's face looks fake and gay. She looks like this, dead behind the eyes bitch. Paul looks also fake and gay. He sounds gay as well. Dumb. Challenge, be less gay. Paul's response, no.
Yeah, Steak and Butter Girl does sort of look like that. Thanks for the donation, Stage 4 Cancer.
The oil that you put in a pan oxidize, basically become rusted and broken when you're heating it. That is where tallow is king, and tallow really, really shines. When it comes to cooking fats and fats in general, you want a fat with a very low peroxidation index, and tallow has a very low peroxidation index because it has very low amounts of linoleic.
Doesn't matter. Sugar-free, donate $2. At this point, I think Paul is literally watching vegan videos before he makes his videos in an effort to make content. He knows he has retarded followers that cope just like him, so I think we live rent-free in his head, and he is jealous of vegans. I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's creating retarded, dumbass, contrarian content because he knows it gets views. Like it is just a thing in the health and fitness space where if you have contrarian ideas, you're going to end up developing a niche that will buy your stupid shit.
Democrats reaching untapped levels of based.
I will take a look at that in a second, Caleb. Thanks for the donation. And thanks for the donation, sugar-free.
To end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
That's pretty hilarious. Dude, Gaza protesters are fucking stupid. Kamala's pretty fucking base, dude. I'm pretty goddamn confident she's gonna win.
You are well rested? New Frank video watch.
I am pretty well rested, thank you for asking. Made sure I got plenty of sleep last night, and I also got a lot of sleep today. Let me see, Frank Tefano. Unfortunately, our cross-eyed friend has not uploaded any new content, but thanks for the donation, James.
Donald Trump was just found guilty of fraud. 34 counts, to be exact. Hold on. You know what? Here, hold on. Here's the thing. The courts are going to handle that. We're going to beat them in November. We're going to beat them in November. Okay?
Hell yeah. If Frank was an X-Men character, what would his powers be? Maybe some sort of like stink power where he could just like, I don't know, spray like skunk fluid at you.
I grew up with in the heartland. JD studied at Yale, had his career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then wrote a bestseller trashing that community. Come on. That's not what middle America is. And I gotta tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy. That is if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So.
Yep. Trump and JD Vance are terrified of Kamala and Walz. Dodo donated $2 to people you love.
Tuition and the intellect. It's the
gut with the information. It's the idea meets the study. And that's how other people have risen to forms of power. God is the only power, and we are vessels. God is a true artist, and we're the vessels. And he's calling for me, for us to lean into these combinations. What they do is they'll do everything to keep the artists away from each other. Like when me and Dimla were next to each other, it was such a powerful combination.
Yeah, well, I wonder if she's going to invite any other Nazis onto her podcast. Wouldn't be surprised if she ends up getting Nick Fuentes or something on. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Acid, polyunsaturated fatty acids in general, very low in tallow. What does tallow contain? It's about half monounsaturated fats, things like oleic acid, which is found in olive oil, and about half, a little less than half, saturated fats, things like stearic acid, palmitic acid, this kind of stuff. And that's important because the more highly saturated the fat is, the more stable it is. It's going to be solid at room temperature. You can see the...
None of that matters. We know that saturated fat increases your serum cholesterol. Serum cholesterol is the principal risk factor for heart disease, and even if we're going to make a big deal about lipid peroxidation, saturated fats are more prone to lipid peroxidation, saturated fats are more likely to cause your serum lipid particles to peroxidize.
The amazing color of this tallow. It's like a yellow because the cows are eating grass. When a fat is solid room temperature, it means it's more saturated, which means it's more stable when you heat it. What do we know about unsaturated fats? When you heat unsaturated fats, they break down, they become oxidized, peroxidation happens. When you eat fats that are oxidized, it's hard for your body to deal with these things. It damages membranes, you get more oxidized LDL.
Nope. Totally wrong. What is this? Changes in dietary fat intake alter plasma levels of oxidized low-density lipoprotein and lipoprotein A. Saturated fat intake decreased from 28 to 20 grams and to 19 grams, and the amount of polyunsaturated fat... What? What is the study? So that's the paper. 37 healthy women were fed 2 diets. Both diets contained a reduced amount of total and saturated fat. In addition, one diet was low in vegetables and the other was high in vegetables, berries, and fruit. The dietary intake of total fat was 70 grams per day at baseline and decreased to 57 grams low-fat, low-vegetable diet, and 59 grams low-fat, high-vegetable diet. The saturated fat intake decreased from 28 to 20 grams and to 19 grams. I'm not exactly understanding what they meant. Are they saying... This is poorly written. And the amount of polyunsaturated fat intake increased from 11 grams to 13 grams and to 19 grams. What do they mean from 11 to 13 to 19? Is this across 3 different groups? Baseline, low fat, low vegetable, low fat, high vegetable, respectively. The amount of oxidized LDL in plasma was determined as the content of oxidized phospholipid per ApoB100 using a monoclonal antibody EO6. Median plasma oxidized LDL increased by 27% in response to the low-fat, low-vegetable diet, 19% in response to the low-fat, high-vegetable diet. Also, the LPA concentration was increased by 7% and 9% respectively. So, they found lipid peroxidation was higher in the low-fat group. The problem is, if their total serum cholesterol reduced, like if they lowered their ApoB, there would be fewer oxidized lipid particles anyway. And again, this just doesn't fucking matter. And he cherry-picked one study, by the way. Saturated versus unsaturated fat lipid peroxidation. Let me see. Wait, saturated fat, iron, it's probably not it. Just trying to, remember the name of the study. Saturated, let me see, chain lengths, fat chain length, oxidation in serum, something like that. That's not it. Fatty acid oxidation. That's no. Okay, I'd have to look this up. You can find a variety of studies where they have patients consume saturated fat, poly or monounsaturated fat in the form of things like corn oil, and then they inject an oxidant into their serum that's iron-based, and the people who consume more saturated fat actually had greater amount of oxidation in their serum cholesterol than those consuming poly or monounsaturated fats. Consuming more poly or monounsaturated fats does not predict higher amount of oxidation of LDL. And again, it just doesn't matter.
LDL. This has been shown in multiple randomized, controlled human trials with seed oils. If you eat seed oils versus something like tallow, you're going to have more oxidized LDL. Bad.
It wouldn't even matter because we care about health outcomes. Guess what? Notice how this guy is ignoring all the randomized trials where you reduce saturated fat, replace it with poly or monounsaturated fats, and you see lower instances of heart disease, heart attacks, strokes. So why would I consume more saturated fat knowing I increase my risk of heart disease, but oh, my lipids aren't oxidized as much? Who fucking cares?
News, guys, do not heat seed oils. Do not even heat olive oil. If you need to heat something, use a stable fat like this tallow. So tallow is rendered beef fat. And because it comes from cows, preferably cows that are eating grass, it's full of good nutrients for humans. What kind of nutrients? Tallow actually contains fat-soluble vitamins, things like vitamin A, vitamin E.
Tallow is not high in any of these vitamins. It's pure fat. So in order to get any appreciable amount of these vitamins, you're going to have to consume like 1,000 calories.
Vitamin K2, consistently associated with improved cardiovascular outcomes in trials like the Rotterdam trial.
Buddy, if you have to find, like, if you have to get vitamin K2 from fucking tallow, guess what's going to happen? You're going to have increased risk of heart disease. Vitamin K2 isn't going to stop you from getting a heart attack.
And yes, you can get a form of vitamin K2 from eating things like natto, but who is actually eating fermented soybeans?
Big Lenny Target shopping spree.
Oh, Andrew, guess what's still on the ground out there? The underwear.
No!
Oh, bullshit.
I got it on film. He showed me that there was
further down a little bit.
That there was his fucking dirty, nasty old underwear in the goddamn street for the last week. Leonard. All right, we'll meet.
Vomit.
We get there.
All right, let's do a comparison.
Almost the same size.
Let Finn in, please. Maybe he can come in later.
Well, we finally found out what's inside Lenny's stomach. It's one of the target balls.
Yeah, almost. Almost doesn't count, dipshit. What do you want?
A long, nice handle brims.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Mine's cut in half.
So you can shove it up your ass and mop your floors?
But Lenny, when you get a new one, will you throw that old piece of shit out, or is it just gonna sit there?
Oh, it's going.
Okay, good.
It's useless.
How about some disinfecting wipes? Yeah, we should just grab one of each on this aisle.
Well, some for the floor, I guess.
Yes.
Very bad. What's better value, this or this?
Out for you, the first thing out of your mouth is the price.
This shit is cheap.
It's too expensive. Oh, I don't want to spend that much
I don't
money.
want to waste the maniac's money.
It's not a waste of money.
We're getting quality.
Here, look. How you like that?
Yeah, but it's a dump of an apartment. Shakes, yeah, I'll drink a shake a day year round with oatmeal. Like Rich Piana said.
Did you like the way anything in his freezer looked, or?
No.
This is more like a wok, like for stir frying.
Yeah.
And this is more if you want non-stick.
In the bedroom, and I don't know why, 4 lamps I've knocked down when I'm sleeping.
What?
Literally.
Did you react to this?
Who would rather go?
We were reacting to it. We're going to react to it tonight. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
Trying to talk Lenny into buying a light for his pitch black bedroom.
Yeah, get one. Why don't you want one? You want to
Because he's already broken 4 and he doesn't want to break a 5th.
So don't break a 5th.
Still holding up. Everything's
like Sanford and Son of the
that. Much AJ twats.
Here you go, man.
This is why you can't go out in public. What makes you think that you could just take your fucking clothes off in the middle of the store? Oh my god. Another Jason.
No, Jason did not take his shirt off.
The new MrBeast ex-employee video is being shadow banned. The views are stuck at 27K, even though the video has 18,000 comments. It probably isn't being shadow banned, and it may just be YouTube analytics being delayed. That has happened to me sometimes. But I doubt it. Like, the other video got, what, like 7-8 million views or something?
Off in Target when we went. At least he had enough wherewithal not to do that.
We can't take you anywhere. What the fuck is the matter with you? Why don't you just leave it off? Shop with your shirt off the rest of the time. I dare you.
For the maniacs, I'll walk around naked pushing the cart for the maniacs.
Oh. You'll be by yourself. You will be by yourself if you're going to do that.
Let's see you do it, JJ. Huh?
Well, you live that way because you choose to fucking live that way.
Just because some people choose to be gay. No, I was born to be a slob. That's what you're thinking.
Yeah, exactly. You're a born pig. You need some Cheerio. You're actually like a silverback gorilla. I don't think you or Jason are fully involved yet. Tell you the truth.
Did we get the light bulbs yet?
Yes, they're in the cart.
The light bulbs are in the cart.
All right, well, that's some good mints.
And the form in animal foods is different than the form in plant foods. We're talking about MK7 versus MK4. So I strongly...
Yeah, the form of vitamin K2 that you find in plant foods is more bioavailable. So I don't know why you'd recommend consuming something like tallow when it's not going to have a very bioavailable form of K2.
I believe the form of vitamin K2 found in things like tallow and animal foods is a superior form. There's still more research to be done there, but I think it's better to get your vitamin K from animal fats, and it's in here. And tallow contains a little bit of vitamin D because it's an animal fat, and animal fats generally contain vitamin D3, etc. So
It does not have much vitamin D. If you want vitamin D, take a supplement. There is no food on the planet that has an appreciable amount of vitamin D. The RDA is 2,000 IUs per day. Some people need more. Some people need like 5,000. You're just not realistically going to get that amount of vitamin D from consuming any kind of food.
Fat-soluble vitamins in tallow. What else is in tallow? Stearic acid, 18 carbon, saturated fat, and even in human studies like this in vivo study published in Nature Communications, you see improvements in mitochondrial function with stearic acid. So I think there's a good amount of evidence to suggest that this 18 carbon saturated fat stearic acid is healthy for humans. In epidemiologic studies, it's consistently...
There's more than just stearic acid in fucking lard, you moron. You can't just say, oh, well, this food has this in it, and this is beneficial in isolation when we give it to rats. Therefore, it's good for you. This is just idiotic.
Associated with lower body mass, more leanness, and improved cardiovascular outcomes, lower rates of diabetes.
Yeah, right. Show us the randomized trials, dipshit. Show us the studies, randomized trials, where people who consume more fucking lard have lower rates of fucking diabetes and heart disease. I'd love to see that. You'll never show any research like that on screen because you know for a fact lard causes heart disease and diabetes.
Metabolic dysfunction. So stearic acid, probably one of the best sources is tallow. You can also find stearic acid in cocoa butter, but tallow is better to cook with than cocoa butter. I don't know anybody that cooks with cocoa butter. Transmethinic acid, TVA. There recently was a study published in the journal Nature showing that transmethinic acid might be anti-cancer. The last line of the abstract basically said, I'm paraphrasing, we need to study this more because it might help us fight cancer.
This is just absolutely retarded. We know that saturated fat is linked to certain cancers like breast and prostate cancer. So for him to say, oh, well, tallow might prevent your risk of cancer. Well, guess what? Foods like tallow are linked with the two most common forms of cancer, breast and prostate. What grade are you on the piano? Would you ever show your piano skills on stream? I've given up on it. I tried getting back into learning the piano, and I just don't care enough to invest the time.
Reprograms CD8 positive T cells to be anti-tumor. That's really cool. And that nutrient is only found in animal foods. Boom, like tallow. What else is found in tallow? Conjugated linoleic acid, not to be confused with regular linoleic acid. Conjugated linoleic acid found in small amounts, but effective amounts in things like beef fat is very strongly seen in the literature to be correlated with leanness and potentially ease of.
Yeah, right. So, care to show me any randomized trials where people eating tallow lost more weight? Oh, you can't. All you can do is find some mechanistic study and then make some stupid fucking inference. By the way, these are people who are given a CLA supplement. You can get vegan CLA supplements. So why would he look at fucking CLA supplement studies and claim, oh, well, because if you take CLA as a supplement, it has these benefits. Well, CLA's in tallow, it's just retarded. This guy is a delusional, lying fuckwit.
Weight loss in humans. We don't exactly understand the mechanism here. Potentially conjugated linoleic acid has some sort of a hormonal effect in humans, but conjugated linoleic acid found in animal fats like beef tallow or dairy fat, healthy for humans. Again, it's in...
Damn, this happened in the Walmart in my city a day ago. Motherfucker stabbed a 65-year-old woman cause she didn't have the key to unlock the shelves. Stay fucking
But a recently
strapped.
released parolee is charged with first-degree murder in the unprovoked stabbing attack on a Walmart employee in Lake Elsinore. Her family says the slain mother and grandmother had worked at the store for decades. KTLA's Shelby Nelson has the latest on the investigation.
That's right. This is not 29-year-old Lonnie Hinton's first run-in with the law, although this time he is facing much more serious charges. He was actually supposed to be arraigned earlier today in Marietta, but that has been rescheduled for tomorrow morning. This is a GoFundMe page for the victim of the deadly stabbing at a Lake Elsinore Walmart. The family of Jessica Morales saying they suffered an incredible loss, a woman who was a light to all around her, a light that was brutally extinguished and allegedly by this man, 29-year-old Lonnie Hinton, who is now in custody and charged with murder and lying in wait. A spokesperson with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department says that deputies were called out to the Walmart for reports of an assault with a deadly weapon. Witnesses saying Morales of Menifee, and a Walmart employee for 25 years, was stabbed multiple times and later died. By the time deputies arrived, the suspect took off, but later...
The suspect later turned himself in at the station.
Turns out Hinton has a troubling past.
He had been just released earlier this year from prison and was currently on parole.
Authorities say that was for robbery in November of 2020. In that same incident, Hinton was arrested for allegedly stabbing a restaurant employee in Paris, but the assault with a deadly weapon charge was dismissed as part
It was a plea deal?
of a plea deal, according to the Riverside.
Why would they do that? Wait, what?
Actually, vitamin K2 from natto or natto powder is more bioavailable than K2 in tallow. So, if you want a Giga Chad whole food form of K2, get it from fermented soybeans. I have a big dick problem, and the only cure is a big booty vegan bitch. Ooh-ee-ee.
Yeah. Paul's lying. He knows this. He's just making this shit up and lying. Thanks for the donation, though, Big Dick Vegan. Why in the fuck would this guy get be given a plea deal for armed robbery and stabbing somebody with a knife, and he gets the fucking stabbing charge dropped? That's the more important crime. Who fucking cares if somebody committed a robbery? If they actually fucking stabbed somebody, that means they're willing to fucking commit murder and harm people. What the hell is with the fucking criminal justice system? They literally didn't care that he fucking stabbed somebody? That is just unfucking real, dude.
Riverside County District Attorney Hinton pled guilty to felony robbery and misdemeanor petty theft charges. The victim in that incident survived. As for Monday's stabbing, authorities say the deadly attack appears to be random and that there was no interaction between Hinton and...
Dude, if you commit some kind of robbery and you stab or shoot somebody, you should be put away for a very fucking long time, if not indefinitely. You should get 20 years. That is just fucking crazy. If somebody is that unhinged, where they're willing to fucking stab or shoot somebody in a fucking robbery, they should not be a part of society.
And Morales before the stabbing. Now, according to the Riverside County District Attorney, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. He was released earlier this year. The California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation says he did receive time for credit served. In the meantime, again, he is going to be arraigned tomorrow morning.
Well, that's the criminal justice system for you. Was that in California? Wait, what?
But a recently released...
Yeah, California, of course. Yeah, this is what California does. They ignore serious violent crimes, they let these people get back onto the streets, and then they kill a bunch of people, and then whenever you try to defend yourself from the criminals they fucking release from prison, they put you in prison because they just hate the idea of anybody ever fucking defending themselves. It's insane. California is an absolute fucked state. You would, the likelihood of you seeing this in somewhere like Florida or Texas is nearly zero. I don't see any fucking, Texas or Florida prosecutors ever making a plea deal with a criminal where they drop a violent weapons charge. Where, oh, you stabbed somebody? Well, if you make a plea deal, we'll just pretend you didn't stab somebody. I don't see them ever doing that. You'll only see that in places like California.
In here. Last thing I want to tell you about tallow is the odd chain fatty acids, C15 and C17. You ready for this? Pentadecanoic acid and heptadecanoic acid. There will be a quiz later. Those are also consistently associated in terms of blood levels with improved outcomes in humans. And where are they found? Dairy fat and tallow. So many reasons.
Okay, well, that's just an endless series of bullshit and lies.
Woefully unprepared now on the classic military front, also with regard to all the new forms of warfare that are multiplying faster than people can even imagine, that we have a widespread problem of demoralization and that recruitment is not working. Okay, so, but I didn't get the sense that we did a sufficiently good job of telling Canadians that, you know, there's smoke and fire. It's like that this is a real problem. And so, like, what do you feel are the consequences, even the short-term consequences, let's say, of Canada continuing to be unprepared in this?
One more question. I recently saw the Game Changers documentary. Is meat as bad as they say? And what are your thoughts on it? Thank you so much.
Thanks for the big donation, dude. The Game Changers documentary is highly scientifically accurate. I would say like 95% of the stuff in the documentary is very accurate and unbiased. So they're not overhyping things. They're not underplaying anything. The one part of the documentary that was inaccurate was when they had Caldwell Esselstyn on to talk about reversal of heart disease. Again, so far in the literature, there's no indication that you can reverse atherosclerotic coronary artery disease on a plant-based diet. It improves patient survivability. It reduces your risk of a future heart attack or stroke. It increases your lifespan, things like that. But as far as reversal of the disease itself, there's nothing in the literature that suggests that. Otherwise, yes, The Game Changers is a very good documentary, and it did accurately show the dangers of meat and dairy consumption. So yeah, meat is quite bad for you. And you should be eating all whole plant foods. Thanks for the donation there, Richie McGuire.
This manner.
So this goes to Mike's intervention early in the conversation about this notion of a perfect storm. So at the very moment in time, that this period in time when we have the dimensions of the crisis that you've just summarized, we are incapable, therefore, of participating, contributing, and doing our fair share, for lack of a better characterization, in a global system that needs us.
Right. So we look
It's
incompetent, just at minimum.
What? So at a minimum, we look incompetent or disinterested.
Yeah.
Pick one.
Yeah.
Neither of them is a particularly good look for a G7 country.
Yeah.
Did Trudeau pledge to increase funding to the military? Canada increase military spending. Yeah, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Minister of National Defence Blair today released our North Strong and Free renewed version of Canada's defence and announced a new overall investment of $8.1 billion over 5 years and $73 billion over 20 years in defence spending. So yeah, with all the shit that's happening in Ukraine and a lot of the crap that might end up happening in China and shit, Canada is, in fact, investing more money in its military. And I think we're getting to the 2% or more GDP recommendation by NATO. I think it was at like 1.2 or 1.4%. And we're getting to the 2% or more recommendation. And they're buying a bunch of tanks, new fighter jets, crap like that. So I don't know why Jordan Peterson's saying this. The government is already addressing it.
Yeah, right.
Right? Then we have the actual practical challenges around the security issues. We look at our ability to contribute or not to the alliance. Are we doing enough? We never are doing enough.
Yeah.
We're doing what we can, but that is insufficient. And so the implication from a Canadian perspective is that Canada, that depends as much, if not more than many other countries in the world on these global systems for our way of life, is unable to make any meaningful contribution to the preservation, reinforcement, and ultimately protection of all of these systems.
Right.
So this is fairly misleading. Canada has one of the best special forces in the world. We have some of the most advanced training for not only our special forces, but just military in general. Devin Larratt was actually in Canadian Special Forces. Yeah. Yeah, the world champion arm wrestler Devin Larratt, he is Canadian. He was in the Canadian Special Forces.
Top 10 greatest special force in the world.
That's surprising they didn't mention Canada, but yeah, anyway.
Right.
And so, but that's a hard sell. And I get why it's a hard sell, which is why, and this is a very personal plea, I do not believe, notwithstanding the need for Canadians to understand this, that this should be an interest of, or this should be an issue of public interest or public opinion. And I have told political leaders who will listen to me that if you are following public opinion on these issues, you are not leading. And this is an issue of
my suspicion
leadership.
too is that if the public was informed, as we're attempting to do now, that the discovery would be that far more Canadians, especially of the conservative and classic liberal bent, would be behind intelligent policy related to the military.
I can only, 100% support what Mark's saying. If a government wants to govern for Canada, for all Canadians, and this is the right thing to do, to have armed forces that can protect Canadians, but also intervene in internationally wherever we want. You need to be able to spend the money. Some social programs are going to have to be lessened, in terms of how much we spend on them. But
here we fucking go. Austerity measures. Typical conservatives.
But it's always, guns, butter. You can have both. And right now we don't have enough guns, frankly. That's where we are today.
Or people holding.
I would agree. We don't have enough guns. I would wholeheartedly agree with that.
Guns.
Or people
butter.
holding it.
Or butter.
Or butter.
Or butter, yeah. But the
No, there's quite enough butter. Too much, in fact.
point is, and I agree with you 100% as well, that if a government decided that, then it's a matter of going out and telling Canadians. It has to start at the top, though. Again, I say the Prime Minister, of our country, doesn't matter what persuasion he is, doesn't even talk about it. When he talks about the defense policy update, it's going to be good. It's going to get closer to 2%. No one cares about that. For the moment, we need somebody who cares about service to our country, who's going to make service an honorable thing for people to do, who's going to fund the military, who's going to improve morale and so on. And I think if you explain it to Canadians, they will understand.
Yeah, I think
and
so
we
too.
need the leaders themselves. The ones in uniform are going to have to buck up a little bit. Can I say that? I was going to say something else, but I'll say grow up there, but I'm not going to say that.
Okay,
But
fair enough. Okay,
because
so why? All right.
Yes.
Now, we talked at the beginning a little bit about the fact that, look, I know that the military personnel, the leadership in particular, are fundamentally supposed to shut the hell up about political matters. And they are in a very strict chain of command. And by and large, they should stay there. But you three, who should know, have indicated that we have something on our hands in the order of a crisis. And I don't imagine you're like Chicken Little, sky is falling sort of people. And so at some point, it becomes incumbent on people who are attempting to serve the country to bring such things to the attention of Canadians. And so why is that not happening as much as it might in your...
Well, I think that, again, I you know, not political, but I think that our military, like I watch on television in the last few years where there's an announcement about the military and Wayne Eyre's not even there. Our chief of defense staff is not, it's Anita Nan that's making the announcement. The minister's making the announcement beside the prime minister. What the hell? Like, you know, you look at the Americans and there's the Joint Chiefs, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, he's there beside him.
So what do you think that indicates?
So I think that, I don't know, maybe the generals are going to need to say, okay, like, you know, no, this is still my ship, my armed forces, and I need to have more of a say. And I don't know.
Justin Trudeau is well known for this. He tries to take control of all of these different public sector jobs and uses them to leverage his like campaign. So the like when there was that shooting in Nova Scotia, he ended up getting the RCMP to just make statements on his behalf so that he could push this stupid anti-gun narrative. He's probably doing that also with the military, where he's basically getting them to shut up, tell them whatever he wants to say, and then he says it for them. That's just Trudeau. He's a dickhead.
Oh, I think the next government, that's going to be more likely, because this government just seemed to find the idea of a uniform somehow unsavory and hid it away. I mean, when was the last time that
Depends
we
on
had...
the uniform, I might say.
But when was the last time you...
Going Andrews donated $2. Ouch. That looks like it might hurt. Ew. That person has a very interesting style sense. Haha.
From stun to kill. I've set my laser from stun to kill.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Going Anders.
You saw a Rick Hillier, for example, up there calling them scumbags and whatever else, and him saying, yeah, well, you know, you can talk to the... You know, and people listening, Canadians, were enamored of that. And you need a hero. Everybody loves a hero. And we're not producing enough. We're not showing, we have heroes, but we're not showing them enough.
Well, then on that front too, like you talked about three gentlemen whose careers were demolished, the three senior officers.
Art McDonald, Danny Fortin, and Steve Whalen.
Right, in the name of culture change. And so my suspicions are that that sort of action is also quite likely to dissuade people from having something to say.
I'm
not sure about that.
Okay,
I mean, we have an example, and I'll talk about, you know, Vice Admiral Octorloni and Vice Admiral Topshee, two senior, you know, three-star admirals. Topshee commands the Navy currently. And he made a video about, I want to say about a year ago, maybe 9 months ago, where he talked about the challenges of the Navy. Now, as a leader, that's what you want to do. You want to inform your troops. You want to make sure you communicate with them that, okay, things are tough, boys and girls, but, you know, there's stuff coming down the pipe. And, you know, he did what a good leader would do. I'm sure the government was very unhappy with him releasing that video. If you haven't seen it, you need to see it. The other guy is Octorloni. So
what's the video?
The video is the Royal Canadian Navy commander makes a video about the state of the Navy today. And it's,
how long is that video?
Oh, I think,
you know, 6 minutes, maybe.
6 minutes.
Yeah, but it's excellent. It's
okay, will
really
you send me the link to that?
I
Because
can.
maybe we'll put it on this.
Funny how you justify the IDF raping Palestinian terrorists because you said they're criminals, but if cops raped black people in jail you would cry injustice and your soy liberal comes out, but because they're brown you justify taping them. Sick rights vi.
I have no idea if you're trolling or if you're genuinely retarded. I never justified the IDF raping a Palestinian terrorist. I condemned the action. I said the people involved are rightfully getting prosecuted. You're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Show.
Sure, I can.
If that would be useful.
Sure, I can do it.
Okay. Okay.
The other guy is Bob Octroloni. So he commands the Canadian Joint Operations Command. He commands all the military operations outside and inside the country. He's kind of the Mr. Operator. He does that on behalf of the Chief of Defense Staff. So he was in an interview, I don't know with whom, but he talked about, the world today. And he talked about, because he's the guy who gets all the intelligence, and he talked about the dangers, the threats to our country, and so on and so forth. And he was very open, and he said, Canadians don't realize how dangerous the world is today.
And that was another video, or
that is it's an
mainstream media interview.
Yeah,
in one of the papers, I believe.
Okay, yeah.
But the notion being that there are little pockets
of people who are speaking,
speaking out. And
yeah.
I was always told, I don't know if it's the same with you, but when the media would come around and they would say, "Can we talk to your soldiers?" The soldiers knew they could talk about what they were doing, exactly what you couldn't talk about. Oh, I hate the policy of the government on this. You know? And frankly, when I look at what Topsy did and I look at what Octroloni did, they talked about their job. They talked, my job is the operator, and my job is to know what's going on in the world. And I don't think people understand that this is going on. The other guy, Topsy, he said, "Well, what's going on in my command? Oh, I'm telling you, troops." And I'm sure he did it for his sailors.
He did. It was,
and it was a really good.
So your point is that there is a way for military leaders to speak out.
There is.
To inform the population and their own men and women about what's going on without stepping outside of the chain of command, without becoming politically disloyal.
Loyalty is the key here.
Right.
However, the government sometimes says no. You're not allowed.
Well, the government can also be pushed back when they're out of their bailiwick. So, but your sense is that there is a place there where public pronouncements are appropriate and possible, and that you've seen some of them.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Okay. Watching a congressman from the U.S. today claiming that the critics of Biden after the last debate are ableist.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean,
well, I don't even...
No one is saying that.
I know what to think about that. It's like, I see. So now, here's your theory. Your theory is that it doesn't matter whether the President of the United States is able, because all discrimination between being able and unable is a form of prejudice. And that even applies with regards to the President of the United States. And so that means that all the people who are concerned that there might be something astray with him cognitively that we're being lied to about at a level that's almost inconceivable are now equivalent to like KKK racists from the 1940s. And that's your argument.
And by the way, in relation to the same critique of his vice president, should you dare to criticize Kamala Harris, you are de facto a racist.
Yes, Gavin Newsom said.
No one is saying that. Not even Gavin Newsom. The criticisms of her have been racist. They've been claiming she's unfit for the job and she's just a DEI hire. They're literally claiming the only reason she has the job is because she's black. Trump is fucking claiming, oh, she's not even black. She's making that up. She's just saying that so that you vote for her. Like, yes, the criticisms against her have been racist, but criticizing her is not inherently racist. Nobody is saying that, and they're making the shit up.
The only reason that you would feel the need to criticize this black woman who's vice president is not that she's been completely incompetent in her job, which any impartial observer would conclude.
She is black. She is Indian and black, dude.
But it has to be because of her skin color and her gender. And
even though that's why she was put in the damn position to begin with.
Joe Biden said publicly, I want a black woman, right? And then he gets a black woman who is massively underperformed, which hasn't helped him at all. But
massively underperformed. Well, she's leading in the polls against Donald Trump. So, yeah. These people are just fucking delusional.
No one's allowed to criticize her, because if you do, you'll be called a racist. And I find that one of the laziest tropes out there in modern society. It's a way of, I think we've discussed it before, but it's a way of stifling honest debate. It's a way of censoring legitimate criticism.
It's a way of asserting moral superiority that's unearned. That's
and actually, none of them really mean it. I mean, it is the genuine epitome of virtue signaling.
Dude, this is so hard to watch.
For example, I remember when the George Floyd murder happened. It was a horrific incident, of course. But I remember that soon after that, there was a Black Square Day announced on Instagram, where everybody had to signal their virtue about this by doing a black square. Now, I'd spent the entire morning on Good Morning Britain hosting debates about the George Floyd killing and showing enormous empathy and support for Black Lives Matter and what had happened. This is very early stages, before a lot of stuff came out about the organization Black Lives Matter, which put a rather different gloss on them. But the principle that, this had been a terrible killing, that this man should never have been killed, that it was possibly racially motivated, all that kind of stuff. I was debating this with an absolutely open mind and being very empathetic to all these arguments. But I didn't do my black square on Instagram. And my sons got in touch with me and said, Dad, you got to do your black square. I went, why? We're getting criticized because you haven't done it. And I actually had posted a picture of a bottle of rosé wine because I was having one in my local square. And I hadn't given any thought to the rule that I had to signal my virtue about this thing. And I then got absolutely annihilated by people saying, how dare you do this? Where is your black square? And I remember thinking, but all of you are going to go right back tomorrow morning to posting inane, self-aggrandizing photographs of yourselves on beaches or in nightclubs or in Ferraris or whatever. None of this means anything to you. Whereas tomorrow morning, I'll be back on air doing another 3 hours of debate about this to try and get the society in the world in relation to this issue back to a place of better racial justice. Now, which one is going to have a better effect on influencing people's minds?
There you go, be an ableist again.
Right, and that's the point, is that I found it such a trite and kind of pointless example.
So I agree with Piers on this. I've never done any of these stupid Instagram campaigns where you post a black square or RIP George Floyd or what the fuck ever. It doesn't do anything and it's fucking meaningless. Nobody should be pressured into doing some stupid fucking social media fad.
Of
It's
this,
worse.
this
It's
cult
worse.
of virtue signaling.
It's worse than that. So I just finished a book, which is going to be published in November, and I walked through a sequence of biblical stories trying to explain what they meant psychologically. And I spent some time on the book of Exodus for obvious reasons. And there's a commandment in there that people misapprehend. So I think it's the third commandment. Don't use God's name. Thou shalt not use the Lord's name in vain. And people think that means don't swear or curse. And it sort of means that. There's a peripheral meaning that is associated with that casual use of the sacred, let's say. But that isn't what it means. It means don't claim divine virtue when you're working for your own purposes. And the same thing happens in the gospel account, say, because the Pharisees, who are Christ's primary enemy, are the people he accuses of utilizing the sacred, the deepest, so you could say compassion even, given its proper place, for their own self-aggrandizement. They're praying in public. They're trying to occupy the best seats in the marketplace. They want the best seats in the synagogues, etc. That's the accusation. And so that virtue signaling, it's not merely, it's an expression of an unbelievably deep and ignorant narcissism, right? It's part of the victim-victimizer narrative, first of all, which explains all of history with no cognitive effort. And then it's these performative gestures that make you morally virtuous, right? And one of the consequences of that, too, is as soon as you're morally virtuous like that, you get to specify the victimizer who's your enemy and tear them into shreds, and that's actually a moral act. And I mean, you saw a bit of that, you said, with the black square. But it's an unbelievably pathological...
But it was fascinating to me that my own children, all in their 20s at the time, that they were being contacted by friends saying, why has your dad done this picture of a bottle of wine? Where's his black square? And they were kind of damned by association. And were keen for me to rectify this problem. And I had to say,
there's a tribal signaling there too.
And I said, guys, I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to feel bullied into doing something that I think actually is pointless and trite, and that all the people doing it don't really care much about this cause and will be very quickly back to their normal work on Instagram, which is pumping themselves up and showing off and all the things people do on Instagram. I said, I'm just not going to play this game.
Well, there's no cost to doing it, right? To putting up a black square.
Right.
You can indicate
There's no
someone's
sacrifice.
commitment. That's exactly right.
There's no sacrifice. There's no hard work
Why did you
required.
use sacrifice? Is that?
Well, because I think that to really support a cause, whatever that cause may be, at some point you have to show a bit of sacrifice to that cause. You have to commit time or money or resources or whatever it may be to support reputation, put your head over the parapet. There has to be an element of risk and an element of sacrifice. Now, if all you're doing is following the hashtag trend of the day, there's no sacrifice, there's no risk taking. In fact, it's the opposite.
reverse. Yes,
it's actually more courageous to say, I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. And it's a far more tangible and effective way of trying to get racial injustice to a better place, which everybody should share that desire. And I just feel that it comes back to what you said earlier about the victimhood generation. The one common theme of the people who play that victim card all the time is they almost never show any sacrifice for anything. It's all about themselves. It's all about, how can I get pity? How can I be showered in sympathy? How can I become almost famous for failure and celebrated for it? Rather than the way I was brought up, which is you celebrated success, you drowned your sorrows with failure, and you didn't let it take you down or destroy you, and you dusted yourself down and got back on with it. But the idea of celebrating failure, the idea of celebrating coming last at the school sports day, the idea that everyone had to get a participation prize, even if they were terrible at something. No, I wasn't very good at.
You know what's funny? There's participation prizes in the military. Look at all the fucking military medals you can possibly earn just for being in a certain country for a certain period of time, you'll be given a medal. Like, all these people who are complaining about participation trophies, and this is a new woke phenomena. There are participation trophies in the fucking military, and they've existed, you know, for fucking ever. Look at the medals they gave to people in World War II. You didn't even need to fight in combat, and you're given a fucking medal just because you're in a country for a certain period of time. Like, nobody fucking cares. This participation trophy thing is just a fucking cope.
Athletics at school. I was very good at cricket. I was one of the best cricket players, age 12 in the country. And my dream was to be a professional cricketer. I never made it. My other dream was to be a journalist. I made that. But I was terrible at athletics. My two brothers were brilliant at athletics. They used to win everything. But I used to always win the non-finalist race. And I was very happy about that. Because I said to my...
What is that?
Well, so everyone who didn't win a race got put in the non-finalist race. So you were the kind of lepers with the most fingers, right? For want of a crass phrase. And the point was that you were competing against other losers, but you could still win something. And I thought, yeah, I'm going to be the best loser because I'm crap at this.
Why is that a problem, by the way? Like, if you can still motivate people to try harder by saying, look, you're not among the best, but among this group, you can still fight for, you know, something. Like, why is that a problem? How does that motivate kids to not work harder?
I can't really run or hurdle or throw javelins or anything like that, but I can beat this lot. And I was proud of that. But I never mistook it for actual glory or winning. And I think people that, you know, I see people on social media say, I'm so proud of myself. I just passed my driving test at the 11th attempt. And I'm like, why would you want anybody to know that? Why would you want anyone to know that you're so completely clueless at driving? It took you 11 attempts to pass your driving test. And what do you want me to do? Do you want me to send you champagne? Do you want to, you know, do you want to be trending #1 around the world for being the worst driver in the world? What are you celebrating here? If you pass your driving test at the 11th attempt, I'm pleased for you, but I'm not proud of you. This is not something that should instill pride in you. And I think that's where society's so warped now. We celebrate.
I like that's a weird way of looking at it, because one way of looking at it is, wow, most people can pass in their first or second try. It took you 11 tries? What a fucking loser. Another way of looking at it is, okay, well, you're not naturally good at something, but you kept trying and you persevered, and then you finally did it. So why wouldn't you be proud of somebody for that? Like, is that... If somebody keeps trying and they eventually succeed, why are you calling them a failure?
Failure.
We also celebrate pride.
And pride.
Like, I would say the true failure is if you try again, and then you give up and never do it again, and you're just done with it. Like, I would say that's true failure.
Normally.
Right, exactly. Yes. And we also... We've started to feel bad about winners. We don't really feel comfortable with winners anymore, you know, especially if they're a little bit self-confident. And yet I think they're the best possible role models out there. People that can perform in the cauldron of great sport or entertainment.
That is absolutely fucking horseshit. That is complete and utter horseshit.
Whatever it may be. You know, I watched all this sort of jealous sniping about Taylor Swift, for example, and then I went to her concert at Wembley. Absolutely mind-blowing experience. It's not because she's the best singer in the world, or the best dancer, or the best actress, or the best pianist, or the best guitarist, even though she does all those things. It's just I've never seen an audience so at one with the performer, where she gave them...
Taylor Swift isn't good. She's not a particularly good singer. She's not a particularly good performer. She can't really dance. None of her music videos are, like, great. They're just kind of simple and boring. She's just not really good at anything, and it just confuses a lot of people why she has so much success. Like, if you look at somebody like Michael Jackson, that guy was an amazing singer, incredibly fucking you know, like artistic, talented, like his music videos were fucking incredible. Amazing dancer. Like, he kind of had it all, and you can understand why he had that level of success. Like, there was just no one who is as creative and as talented as him. Taylor Swift, like, you can genuinely look at Taylor Swift and say, like, why does anybody like this? It's
what they wanted. 3.5 hours of banging hits on a massive stage with huge theatrics. Every kid there, including my 12-year-old daughter, had a fantastic time. But the sniping She doesn't sing every song live. She's this, she's that. She's written all these songs herself. She's grossing $2 billion.
Yeah, and she's not good, and people are just confused why she has that level of success. It's just not good.
On this tour. Pro Rata, the biggest tour in the history of music. Bigger than the Beatles when they played Shea Stadium. And yet the natural reaction of a lot of people is to snipe.
Bro, the Beatles are better than fucking Taylor Swift.
Airs 2.
Let me take a look.
Shakira, ¿eres tú? Wow.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Batments.
Tending, you can almost bet they all have hashtag be kind in their ex bios. In other words, I'm a really kind person. I'm a tolerant person. I'm a nice person. And I'll destroy any of you fascists who deviate from my woke worldview. But when it comes to Taylor Swift, I'm going to bitch all over her. I'm going to trash her. I'm going to be envious and resentful and jealous and all these things, which flies completely in the face of what they're pretending to be. And it's that complete double standard that I see with so many of the, well, for want of a better phrase, the woke brigade is like.
By the way, the vast majority of the people who criticize Taylor Swift are conservatives. I don't see any far left-wing woke retards like complaining about Taylor Swift. If anything, you generally see more of those people in support of Taylor Swift, but the people that you see online complaining about Taylor Swift are like far right-wing Republicans. Like Matt Walsh complained about, like he made a whole video about how he thinks Taylor Swift is a fucking idiot, her music isn't good, complained about her being a feminist.
I call them. But it is as Elon Musk has said, it's a mind virus, and they are actually leading lives and behaving in a way that is completely the opposite of what
These are two boomers who are completely disconnected from reality. Like, it's the right wing who complains about Taylor Swift, not the left.
No energy to even move my body off of this bed. There was also times where if I was getting out of bed or standing up after sitting down for not even that long amount of time, I would feel like I was going to faint.
There are so many dietary classifications that all have their own names and restrictions. You've got carnitarians who don't eat fish, vegetarians who don't eat meat.
This guy is a fucking nerdy ass twink, and he's fucking talking shit about how vegan diets are like malnourishment. Who the fuck would listen to this fucking nerd?
Meat or fish. Pescatarians, no meat. And everybody's least favorite, vegans, no brain cells. And no, that's not because vegans themselves are inherently annoying crybaby losers that won't shut up about everyone is a genocidal maniac with no morals that supports animal abuse. No, it's because the ones that bark the loudest are in fact these degenerate Looney Tunes.
Fight me in a cage, dude. Come fucking fight me. I can guarantee you this fucking pussy won't even fucking debate me because he's a fucking moron. He's bringing up a video from like fucking, what was it, like 5-6 years ago? Of this dumb bitch claiming she can't be fucking vegan? As his whole, like, oh, see, vegan diets don't work. And you see this bucktooth, skinny-ass, fucking nerdy loser talking shit, saying, vegans are fucking maniacs and Looney Tunes, and they don't even have an argument, and their diet is You won't debate me. You won't fight me. You're a weak fucking loser.
Decision to stop eating meat and other animal products. But for some reason, unlike every other dietary classification, the vegan community foods are off limits to them, and if you consume them, you're still worse than Hitler. But anyway, today we're not here to just shit on crazy vegan ideals, but instead, we're going to address some serious concerns with veganism as a whole, because the fact of the matter is, it's killing people. Alright guys, so this document in front of me is...
Oh, veganism's killing people. That's why we live the longest, right?
From the National Library of Medicine. It is titled The Impact of a Vegan Diet on Many Aspects of Health, the Overlooked Side of Veganism. The only reason I'm...
This is a author's opinion. It's not a prospective cohort. It's not any kind of study. It's just an author's opinion.
Showing you this document is to show just a little bit of a snippet of where I gather some of my research for this video. So I'm not going to read the document in depth, but I'm just going to talk about a little bit of what I've taken from it and from other similar documents.
So he just read the abstract and nothing else.
So the main takeaways for this particular document are the parts where we discuss how lack of proteins and lack of vitamin B12s affect humans. If you'd like to read the full
that has nothing to do with a vegan diet. That's just poor dietary planning. You can see some people who are not vegan who have B12 deficiencies because all they eat is fucking French fries and potato chips.
Document yourself. The link will be in the description. Vitamin B12 is an important nutrient that vegans are often lacking because it comes...
Vegans are not often lacking vitamin B12. That's a myth. Any vegan who eats fortified foods or supplements is not deficient.
Purely from animals, and it does not appear naturally in plant-based diets. So you either have to supplement it, which I believe is probably not truly vegan either, because again, it is something created by animals.
Okay, this guy doesn't even understand how B12 is created. B12 isn't synthesized by animals technically. It's synthesized by bacteria. So ruminant animals have particularly high levels of B12 because the bacteria in their gut synthesize vitamin B12 from bacteria's interaction with cobalt. So no, it's not technically an animal product like something like taurine would normally be. It's made by bacteria, and you can make tons of it in just a chemical vat.
So whatever they have to use for, I believe, are like microorganisms to produce the B12 that you can then get in a supplement. So, you know.
Yes, that's how animals produce it, with microorganisms.
Take that as you will, or you can just straight up get it from animals, which vegans are not doing. And it's really, really important vitamin because without it, there are a list of different
Yeah, so I think at this point in time, I don't think there's a statistically significant difference between vegans and omnivores when it comes to vitamin B12 deficiency, because most vegans are either supplementing or consuming fortified foods.
Bad symptoms that you can get from being B12 deficient, which includes neurological issues like memory loss, bad vision, cognitive decline, which might explain why that vegan teacher, vegan booty, vegan gains, and some of the other really no.
Oh, he mentioned me. There we go. So he's claiming I have cognitive decline. You want to fucking bet this little fucking pussy isn't going to debate me? Okay, well, if I have cognitive decline, should be fucking easy for you to debate me, right? Fucking annoying how this guy doesn't have an email. Did leave a comment anyway. Posted this 5 days ago. How often does he upload?
Here is
known vegan figures out there in the world are extremely problematic because they're probably missing this B12, and it sounds like you need it to be able.
Yeah, so I'm not missing B12. I actually have very high levels of B12. Every time I've gotten a blood test, my B12 level has been over 1400. I don't know if it's measured in like nanograms or micrograms or whatever, but it's my B12 level is at the like very, very top end of the range. It sits at around 1400.
Able to think properly and process information around you in like a normal human way, which is something that they seem to severely lack. And this is something that Miley Cyrus seemed to have been experiencing as well when she talks about her experience with veganism, which I imagine stems from lack of B12, lack of proteins. Another really serious condition.
Right. Lack of B12, lack of protein. Come fight me. Come fight me, jackass. I have a lack of protein. My brain doesn't work properly, right? Like, I'm not getting enough B12 to, like, you know, stimulate my nervous system. I'm probably uncoordinated and weak and shit from my lack of protein. Come fucking fight me, dude. Come fight me, right? You eat meat, so you're in better shape. You're smarter. Your brain works better. So come fight me.
That can occur from B12 deficiency includes stomach cancer, infertility, cardiovascular diseases, which, you know, the vegan teacher was.
Oh my god, this is fucking retarded. Vegans have a lower rate of cardiovascular disease, and they also have a lower overall risk of cancer. It varies from study to study, but cancer-specific sites vegans may not have a lower risk of specific cancers, but the overall risk of total cancers tends to be lower among vegans. So I don't know why the fuck he's saying this stupid shit. Bootycum donated $2. Let me see. Oh, this jackass. This is him. He's a weak bitch. Look at this guy's shoulders. It's like a coat hanger. He has no fucking traps. Like, bro, look at my shoulder compared to this little fucking pussy. Look at that. This guy is claiming you can't get enough protein on a vegan diet. He mentions my name specifically, and he looks like this. Come fight me. Come fucking fight me. What a loser. Dude, I can't believe that. Let's see if I can message this jackass. Hey, I recently saw your video where you claimed vegans are lacking in B12 and other nutrients, and yeah, lacking in B12, protein, and other nutrients, and their brains don't work properly. Since you have such a massive physical and cognitive advantage against me, since I'm a nutrient deficient vegan, how about we have an intellectual debate and perhaps some kind of physical challenge, like an arm wrestling match, MMA fight, or so forth. Yeah, well, how about I say arm wrestling match or MMA fight? We can debate the ethical principles of veganism and other subtopics like nutrition and health, and then you can show everyone how much bigger and stronger meat eaters are than vegans by beating me in an arm wrestling match, or if you'd prefer, fight me in a cage. I'm patiently awaiting your response. I'm sure because you eat meat, none of this will be a problem for you because you're a big, strong, super intelligent apex predator that can easily defeat a vegan in any intellectual or physical challenge. What a fucking pussy, dude. Absolute fucking pussy. Come fucking fight me. Come debate me. If you think vegans are so fucking weak and stupid and they don't have enough protein and they're lacking B12, you should have no fucking problem doing any of those things. Bootycum donated $2, his Discord link. Oh, sweet. I wonder if he's actually in Discord right now. Wait. This invite isn't working. Invite invalid. This invite may have expired or you might not have permission to join. Did you get his Discord through his Patreon? Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycum.
Literally in the hospital recently. Her heart stopped. Cardiovascular disease.
So, That vegan teacher does not have heart disease. The reason her heart stopped was because she was put under for surgery. That is a very common occurrence when you're given medication to put you under for surgery, that your heart stops. That is a risk of any surgical procedure where you have to go under the knife and you have to be put to sleep. There is no specific health condition that she has that made her heart stop. That was just from getting put under for surgery. Bootycom donated $2. His Twitch, then his Discord is on there. Okay, let me see. Where's his Discord link? Oh, there we go. Unable to accept invite. Do I have to sub to his or follow him on Discord first? Or I mean, Twitch first? Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycam.
Huh? You know, not having a very strong heart. And once again, the heart is also a muscle, so lack of proteins, lack of B12, that might be the reason that she found herself in that near-death situation.
Where's the evidence that she, like again, oh, lack of protein. Okay, come fight me. Come fight me, dude. I'm deficient in protein, clearly. Come fight me.
My heart stopped. And so it gets slowed down a lot and it stopped and I was unconscious.
Of course, she has no intention to change anything because she does not value her health and her own life, because apparently saving the animals, or her delusion of saving the...
Yeah, so again, meat eaters live shorter lives than vegans. They also have higher instances of heart disease, diabetes, stroke, high blood pressure, obesity. So yeah, again, this is just stupid. It's because you're blasting gear. I've never taken steroids, and I've been natural my entire life. Keep being a jealous, weak-ass meat eater. Every damn day obesity obsession. Oh, I know that guy. He, yeah, he's in my chat sometimes.
The animals is more important. Now, with low proteins comes its own plethora of issues. Some of them are significantly less severe, but you'll have issues with hair growth, nail growth, skin issues, muscular atrophy, weakness, and fatigue.
Yeah, so, as you can see, my skin is perfectly fucking clear. My nails grow just fine. Don't have fatigue. I train, like, again, I train 2 to 4 hours a day.
In general, which is why a lot of vegans that are on a strict vegan diet say that they're tired all the time, that they have a hard time getting out of bed, like Blair White says, which we'll see in just a moment here. And then there's the mental health aspect, which includes depressive disorder, anxiety disorder, which have been proven to be significantly higher in people on strict...
No, that's never been proven. There have only been small surveys where they found vegans had higher rates of depression and anxiety disorders. There's no causal link between a plant-based diet and depression or anxiety disorders. Again, if eating meat was a treatment for depression or anxiety, SSRIs wouldn't exist. They just tell you to eat more steak.
Vegan diets because of lack of proper nutrients and things of that nature to the brain.
So I recently stopped being vegan, and I feel like I'm a little nervous to even do this video because anytime, especially on YouTube, that you talk about veganism on the internet, it's like the floodgates are open and people have...
She was never vegan. She admitted that she never got her, like, vitamins checked. She never looked to see if there was any, like, nutritional deficiencies she had. And then when she claimed, oh, I'm just going to start eating meat for health reasons, what were the foods she was eating? She was eating fucking pepperoni pizza. Right, because pepperoni pizza is one of the most nutritious foods for you that, you know, is proven to, you know, make you have more energy, get rid of anxiety, depression, increase like muscle mass, get rid of fatigue. Like, you're a fucking idiot.
Such strong feelings about it, whether they are militant vegans or they hate vegans and think they're preachy. Any vegan subscribers that are watching, I know you're out there. I hope you know I'm not attacking veganism. I was vegan for 10 years of my life. This is just my story of why I recently stopped. I originally went vegan for ethical and health reasons. So the ethical was I didn't like factory farming. I didn't like the practices used in the killing of the animals for meat. And I also became vegan for health issues. I wanted to lose weight and it worked. I actually lost a lot of weight very quickly upon going vegan. Once I cut out cheese especially, I felt like my weight just dropped, which was great for me at the time, but I went a little too far and I got a little skinny, as you can see in this picture. Now things were great in the first few years of being vegan. I felt like
she doesn't really look too skinny. She looks normal weight to me.
I had more energy, I felt healthier, I felt like I looked better, and things were great. However,
so this guy just said veganism makes it so you have less energy, and then she admitted when she went vegan she had more energy.
Once I got a little farther into veganism, I realized that my health was actually declining a little bit. I started getting extremely, extremely pale, which I'm naturally pale and I'm spray tanned right now, but I'm talking like so pale you could see every vein in my body, and it was pretty gross. I started getting extremely lethargic, and when I say
that makes absolutely no fucking sense. That's just delusional. If you're white, you have very low amounts of melanin, and if you're white, you're going to be able to see blue veins easier. There's nothing about being pale that will make it easier to see blue veins. If you're white, you can just see veins. White skin, blue vein, you're going to be able to see blue veins, whether you're pale or not. This is all in her fucking head, and it makes absolutely no fucking sense.
say lethargic, I mean, there were times where I would tell my boyfriend, you know, I can't get out of bed. It's not even the matter of I don't want to get out of bed. I'm not even being lazy. It's like, I can't get out of bed. I have no energy to even move my body off of this bed. There's also times where if I was getting out of bed or standing up after sitting down for not even that long amount of time, I would feel like I was going to faint. Everything would get fuzzy. My body would go really weak and I'd have to sit back down because for some reason I didn't even have the energy.
Yeah, so this just sounds like she might have had anemia. Again, either eat more iron-containing foods or take an iron supplement.
The strength to get myself up. I almost passed out. I'm a young, you know, in shape.
It's either that or she just wasn't eating enough. Either one of those things.
Supposedly eating healthy, but I'm about to faint from just sitting down in the chair for 5 minutes. And hopefully it's not TMI, but I also started getting really bad digestive issues. We all know I have reproductive issues, honey, but it was digestive issues. I would get extremely bad stomach aches from almost everything I ate. I could eat some watermelon, which is, you know, almost entirely water, and I would get stomach pains, and it was almost like my body couldn't process like any amount of food.
Right, and this is why she needed to eat pepperoni pizza. Uh-huh. Cool story. This is all in her head, and it's just fucking stupid.
It was really, really scary. And so after about 6 months of the digestive issues, the looking freakishly pale, the passing out nearly when I'm standing up out of bed or off a chair.
Like, by the way, notice how these two things seem to coincide. She's claiming, I was having stomach pains, I couldn't eat anything, and then I had, like, lethargy, and I couldn't sit up in a chair without fainting and falling down. Yeah, I would imagine that would happen if you're eating absolutely nothing. Like, maybe the fucking problem was, I don't know, you got a fucking stomach infection or something happened that maybe you should have seen a doctor and fixed that problem, and that's what was making you not eat anything, and that's why you were tired. I don't know. Who am I? I'm just some random guy on the internet. I'm not a doctor, but maybe you could figure it out. If you're not eating anything, yeah, you might feel tired.
Lethargic, depression, I started saying, okay, something is wrong, something's out of balance, something's out of whack, and I have to look into it. So what I did was I went to a doctor and I got all my levels checked, and basically, lo and behold, there were several things that were extremely deficient. And keep in mind, in being vegan, I actually ate, in my mind, very, very healthy. I ate almost all fruits and vegetables. I ate a variety of fruits and vegetables, lots of beans, nuts, rice, all that type of stuff. So it's not like I was just eating junk food or something. But lo and behold, upon going to a doctor, I was deficient in so many things. In particular, B12, I was disastrously deficient. And if you don't know, B12 is something that is not present in plant-based foods.
So take a supplement, you dumb bitch? Ever heard of a fucking multivitamin?
You know, being vegan, you're going to be B12 deficient unless you take supplements. So that was the first thing I was very deficient in. There were a few others, but the other big one was vitamin D. Now, he said I was the lowest in vitamin D.
Yeah, so vitamin D deficiencies are incredibly prevalent. 84% of Americans are vitamin D deficient, with the majority of those deficiencies being among black people. The darker your skin, the more likely you are to have vitamin D deficiency. So again, take a supplement, you fucking idiot. I've never been vitamin D deficient in my life because I've always supplemented.
That he had ever seen. ever. And it's also widely known that vitamin D is not something that's easily found in plant-based foods, but a lot of
Vitamin D is not something that's easily found in any food. The RDA is 2,000 IUs per day. Try finding any food where you could realistically get a 2,000 IU RDA. The food that's highest in vitamin D is going to be wild caught fish. You have to eat like 2 entire fucking salmons to again hopefully reach a 2,000 IU RDA. It's like, do people eat 2 whole fish per day? It's kind of unusual.
A lot of vegans on YouTube will say that if you just go outside, there's vitamin D in sunlight, which is true, but I'm outside in the sun all of the time, so I didn't really understand.
Right. So does this make sense to you? I'm extremely pale. I'm like almost albino. I'm in the sun all day long. Do those two things make sense? I'm in the sun all day long, but I'm extremely pale. The two of those things can't be true at the same time. Either you can't produce much melanin, so you won't tan, and in which case, if you're in the sun all day, you're going to get sunburned, your skin is going to be blisteringly fucking red, and it's going to start peeling off. Or you're not in the sun all day, you're fucking lying, and you spend all day indoors.
And that. So basically the doctor told me, so are you vegan? I said, I'm absolutely vegan. I've been vegan for damn near a decade. And he was like, okay, so you're going to have to either take supplements to make up for all of these things you're deficient in, which would be a lot of supplements, or...
Take supplements for all these things you're deficient in. Do you have trouble counting to 2? She literally just said, I'm deficient in B12 and vitamin D. All these things I'm deficient in. Apparently she has trouble counting to 2.
You're going to have to stop being vegan. You're going to have to go back to eating, animal protein and animal-based foods, as well as plant-based foods.
Right, and you're going to cure your B12 deficiency and vitamin D deficiency by eating pepperoni pizza. Yeah, wow.
Which was honestly expected and unexpected for me because, I had been vegan for almost a decade with almost no health issues. But
by the way, if you read the Adventist Health Study, which, as far as I understand, is the only study that looked at vitamin D deficiency rates among vegans and meat eaters, vegans had lower risk of vitamin D deficiency, and that was found to be mostly due to the fact that vegans are more likely to go outside and get physical activity and get exposed to sunlight. So, yeah, right. This is checking out, right? I'm extremely pale, but I'm in the sun all day, but somehow I don't get a sunburn, and I'm also vitamin D deficient. It's just so easy to pick up on all of these lies and bullshit, but this idiot who claims to be fucking Mr. Megamind because he eats a steak and somehow meat makes you smarter, he can't pick up on any of this.
But I was like, okay, my levels are super low. These aren't things I can readily get in plant-based foods. And if I want to optimize my health, live the best life I can, maybe I shouldn't be vegan.
So Blair here makes a lot of really good points, obviously. Her recount...
Right, really good points. I'm in the sun all day and I'm pale. That makes sense to you.
Her story on why she quit being vegan due to the health problems that came from mostly being vitamin B12 deficient as well as vitamin D deficient. I think what's really interesting about the vitamin B12 deficiency is that it shows very clearly that humans were meant to be omnivorous. We've literally been omnivorous.
That is a normative claim. If you're claiming humans are meant to be omnivorous, that is a normative claim. How can you make a normative claim based on purely descriptive premises? So if he's saying omnivores require B12, humans require B12, therefore, humans were meant to be omnivorous, that is a non sequitur. You're crossing an is-ought gap. That argument makes no fucking sense and you're an idiot. Let me see.
Hot or not, the first link is a 7 feet tall girl.
She's not 7 feet tall. She makes height fetish content, where people just like to jerk off to tall women, and she lies about her height. She sets the camera up at a certain angle. She also uses a certain like setting on her camera to make her look taller. She also wears high heels to make herself look taller. She's not 7 feet tall. She's a fucking liar. She is hot, though. People think we're cute until... Whatever.
Monkeys today. Oh, you got some? Okay. Yep. Oh, your turn? Okay. One. Oh, thank you.
Those are monkeys. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
For as long as humans have existed. And the reason why I can say that comfortably, because the Homo sapiens and the Neanderthals, when they existed at the same time before the modern human that we currently have, they were already using tools, they were already making fires, they were already cooking meat.
The first tools that humans invented seem, or some of the first tools anyway, seem to be made for processing plants. You can find stone tools that date back a very long time, like over 100,000 years, that were made for crushing grains or grass seed. And you would expect that to be the case because the type of tools you would need to make to, say, kill animals or process meat, they're going to be more complicated. So things like knapping or flint, like flint knapping, that's something that's going to, like, that's a technology that's going to have to be developed over time. If you're just processing grains and all you need to do is smash them on a rock, well, you can just find any old fucking rock and smash grass seeds. If you wanted to make an arrowhead or a knife or an axe or a spear tip, that is something that requires actual technology, skill developed over time that, wouldn't be immediately accessible. So you would logically assume some of the first stone tools ever actually made were made to just process plant foods.
So by the time that humans were fully developed and became the species that we are today, we have always been consuming meat, which explains why that we've got the canine teeth, or we're not able to digest plant proteins.
We have canine teeth. Look at this motherfucker's buck-ass teeth. You think your fucking buck-tooth ass... You think your fucking buck-tooth ass mouth is designed to eat meat? Bro, you look like a fucking chipmunk. Like... This guy has a mouth like a chipmunk. And he's saying, my teeth are clearly this way so I can eat meat? What a fucking clown.
The reply you left on the reply to the comment you left on the Curl King's video is gone. He either banned you immediately or has his comments moderated, and your comment contained a word that was blocked.
I still see my comment. Usually if it's blocked, you can't see it yourself, and other people have replied. So I think you're just having trouble finding my comment, or it's just not showing up for you for some reason, but I don't think he blocked me. But yeah, it still seems like it's there. Thanks for the donation, R. Alawali gay vegan donate $2. Bro, I know you know what I know. Just read this and tell me you know like I know that you know, final boss. What the hell is the deal with this guy's face? Yeah, what is the deal with this guy's face? Does he chew like mastic gum fucking constantly all day? Why does his jaw look like that? Thanks for the donation, though, Alawali Vegan.
Neanderthals, when they existed at the same time before the modern human that we currently have, they were already using tools, they were already making fires, they were already cooking meat. So by the time that humans were fully developed and became the species that we are today, we have always been consuming meat, which explains why that we've got the canine.
He doesn't even really have any identifiable canine teeth. He's just a buck-tooth, chipmunk mouth ass motherfucker.
We're not able to digest plant proteins nearly as well as we can digest animal proteins, which is something I'm going to talk about more later, but just kind of the general idea here is that plant proteins are about 30 to 50% as efficient as animal proteins for us, so you effectively have to eat 2 to 3 times as many plant proteins to get the same effect as animal proteins, which is why it's extremely, extremely difficult for vegans to have the right amount of proteins in their diet. Another thing that I find really important is that Blair, which he talks about...
Extremely difficult for vegans to get enough protein in their diet. Okay, cool. Tell me why I'm twice your fucking size. Tell me why I have 20-inch fucking biceps. Tell me why I can bench press 410 fucking pounds and your skinny ass can't even do one fucking push-up.
Her doctor makes it very clear to her, you're going to have to start supplementing out of the wazoo to make sure you're getting all the vitamins, nutrients, all that stuff that you need for your...
Oh, right, supplementing out of the wazoo. I.e. taking a fucking multivitamin. It's too hard for her to take a single fucking multivitamin.
Body to thrive and be healthy so you're not super fatigued all the time and that you can function like a normal human every single day. And she was on this diet for 10 years before these complications started to show up. Some people, it happens way sooner than that. And
I've been on a vegan diet for 13 years. I've never been deficient in a single nutrient in my entire life. Every single blood test I have ever gotten from childhood up into adulthood, I have not been deficient in one single nutrient because my entire life I have appropriately planned my diet, I have taken multivitamins, and I have never been deficient in anything. Back when I ate meat, never deficient in anything. 13 years being vegan, never deficient in anything. That's just called appropriate dietary planning. If you're a fucking moron, you don't eat well, you don't supplement anything, no shit, you're going to be fucking deficient. Does this idiot think meat eaters are never deficient in anything? Like, buddy, look at you. I wouldn't be surprised if you took a blood test, you would be deficient in fucking something. You are built like a fucking daffodil.
It can take just this long. So the fact of the matter is, unless your body truly can handle being on a vegan diet, living a vegan lifestyle, it is probably not a healthy choice for you. And many, many, many doctors advise...
There is no known medical condition, disease, phenotypes, genetic polymorphisms that would make it impossible for anybody to be on a vegan diet. So that is a completely ascientific statement.
Advise against going on a full vegan diet because lacking these key nutrients is going to accelerate your path to death quite a bit if you're unable to match it the way you're supposed to.
But I like looking at my brain and going, okay, listen, like someone cut my brakes, right, on my brain, and I have to take all the things, omega, was vegan for a very long time, and I've
had... EPA and DHA do not seem to have any beneficial cognitive effects in adults, so... Yeah, no evidence for that whatsoever.
Introduced fish and omegas into my life because my brain wasn't functioning properly.
And don't tell that to the vegans. They'll come for you.
They're going to come for me, but that's okay. I'm used to people coming for me, and it's going to be that I calm out.
Salary.
By the way, fish do not produce EPA and DHA. The reason fish have EPA and DHA in their bodies is because they consume algae. So you can just take an algae-based DHA supplement, which has EPA and DHA. It's the same source that fish are getting their EPA and DHA from. So again, if you really wanted to get EPA and DHA, you can just take a fucking supplement.
No, but when it comes to my brain, you're not vegan.
No.
You can't be vegan and living this kind of and being this quick. But sure you can. Some people can. I cannot because it was really giving.
What did it do for your brain?
I feel that I'm much...
Slowed you down?
Now I'm so much sharper than I was. And I think that I was at one point pretty malnutrition. Like I remember going to Glastonbury.
I'm so much sharper than I was before. Also, I think I was malnutrition. Yeah, she can't even make a proper fucking sentence, and she's claiming she's more cognitively capable. Going Anders donated $2. To get meat, you had to hunt. Hunt, you need tools. How the fuck did we have the brain evolution for tools if we couldn't eat meat in the first place? These retards really need re-education. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Early hominid species, they were already very intelligent. So, they were able to make things like stone tools because they were already intelligent in the first place. Thanks for the donation, though, Going Anders.
And that was a show that I loved. I loved my performance, but I was running on empty. Like I was on.
Can I
empty.
ask you, were you doing a vegan diet like meticulous?
The strictest you've ever known.
I know it's that Pixar has gone downhill recently, but at least DreamWorks are somewhat taking their place as the kings of animation, especially with upcoming masterpieces like this one.
Yeah, you sent me the trailer for this one before. I might see that. I'm not going to watch it in theaters, but I might give that a watch. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Were you doing intelligently? Like,
I
were you
did all my
supplementing the
supplements.
right way?
I do all my protein drinks. I've watched every bodybuilder's YouTube about how they still
You can't pay attention to those
train. That's what I'm saying. All of a sudden, I'm like,
Those
all I
guys
eat is
that-
celery, and like, why are my thighs like fucking huge?
Those
Like,
vegan bodybuilder guys, they're almost all on steroids.
Bro, Joe Rogan is on steroids. He's been on fucking steroids, I think, since he was 30 years old. He's been on a TRT protocol because he said his, like, after 30, he couldn't produce enough testosterone. And then he's claiming, oh, all these vegan bodybuilders are on steroids. You're on fucking steroids. It's just so retarded.
I'm not on steroids.
So it's pretty clear that even if you do the vegan diet correctly, like you take all of your supplements, as Miley stated that she did, that even then you may still have complications. You may still experience fatigue and lack.
Cool story. This is nothing but an anecdote from an uneducated person. What the fuck do I care? I could say the exact same thing. If you eat meat, you watch your diet, you supplement, take a multivitamin, you could still have health problems. Guess what? We're fucking fleshy organisms that are complex. We're going to have health problems no matter what fucking diet we follow. If we live long enough anyway, we're going to end up having a health problem. What the fuck does a retarded anecdote from an uneducated person matter? You're going to find any fucking community people with health problems.
Of all the proteins and minerals and stuff like that that you actually need to thrive on said diet. And what I suspect is what's happened with Miley is that even though she thought she was taking the right amount of proteins, the problem is they're all plant-based proteins and they're just not nearly as efficient. She might only be getting 30%.
Yeah, so plant-based proteins are just... plant-based proteins are nearly as bioavailable as animal-based proteins. If you look at nitrogen balance studies, the slope and intercept with nitrogen balance is exactly the same between vegans and omnivores. If you look at true ileal digestibility of different plant and animal sources of protein, there's only a few percent difference. It's usually between 1 to 5%. When you look at studies directly assessing body composition changes in response to weight training, when groups are protein matched, there's no difference between vegans and omnivores. And again, you're a skinny fucking weak ass twink, and I'm a fucking 6'3", 270 pound jacked ass vegan who can bench 410 pounds. So talk all the fucking shit you want. I could fucking fold you like a pretzel. Callian donated $2. Let me see. Celebrity ex-vegan. Smokes cigarettes, drinks alcohol, takes hard drugs for a year. Also, celebrity ex-vegan. Feels a little sick, blames vegan diet, decides to start killing animals again. Well, yeah, and we know Miley Cyrus smokes. She does party drugs. She also drinks alcohol. And then she blames it all on a vegan diet. Just retarded. Thanks for that donation, Callian. Going Anders, donated $2. Do you advocate this video?
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom. You said I'm a hardest kid. Don't care if he's here or not. But now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
Yeah, I mean, your own set of choices put you in that situation.
I sorted the comments on newest first, that should show all comments. Then I only saw your op comment but not the reply. This means he blocked you after your first comment sync. You can only see your own comment if you're blocked.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure if they block you, you can't see your own first comment anymore. I don't know though. Maybe. Who knows? Thanks for the donation, R. So yeah, single moms have all put themselves in that situation, so complaining that being a single mother is hard is just stupid. Your own lifestyle choices put you in that position. You decided to have a relationship with a particular man. You decided to get pregnant. You decided to keep the pregnancy. You decided to give birth. You decided to raise a kid as a single mom, so why the fuck are you complaining? You made those choices. It's stupid. Thanks for the donation going, Anders. I gotta just go take a pee-pee. I'll be right back.
Hey, can you please easily explain to me how bodybuilding works? Specifically on diet. How does bulking and cutting work? Wouldn't you just get weak when you cut and get fat when you bulk? How do you cut fat without losing muscle mass? What's the point?
That's a very annoying question. Thank you. In order to lose weight, you have to be in a caloric deficit, and in order to gain weight, you have to be in a caloric surplus. So if you want to lose body fat, you have to intake fewer calories than you're taking in. If you want to gain body fat or gain weight, you have to be eating more calories than you're taking in. If you are dieting for a bodybuilding competition, in order to preserve muscle mass, you are going to do heavy weight training, focusing on hypertrophy, with high levels of volume, and you're also going to want to make sure that you're consuming an adequate amount of protein to preserve muscle mass. If you're bulking and you want to put on mostly muscle mass, then you're just going to want to be in a mild caloric surplus. So if you eat a fuck ton of calories and you overeat like crazy, yeah, you're mostly going to gain fat. But if you are in a mild caloric surplus, like say under 500 calories, you're over a period of time, you are likely going to put on some body fat, but you're also going to put on a lot of muscle mass, assuming your training is adequate. Hope that answers your question. Thanks for the donation, Diana Reddick.
Percent efficiency from her plant-based proteins, so she's taking what should be the right amount. It only being 30% effective means she's missing out on 70% of what she actually needs. And it makes sense because it all aligns, like all the symptoms that she was talking about having, most of them align with a lack of protein and even somewhat B12. I know she mentioned the omegas. I think it's like omega-3 or something that's pretty common in fish. So that's another protein that vegans are naturally going to be lacking. I just think
omega-3 isn't a protein, moron. So yeah, this guy's claiming to be a fucking nutrition expert, but he thinks omega-3 is a protein.
it's really important to emphasize that a vegan diet just does not work for everyone, which is something that is really important to talk about because, like, that.
He can't qualify that statement with any fucking actual evidence, research. He just finds random people on the internet who are stupid and liars and say, oh, I couldn't be on a vegan diet. I had to take a multivitamin.
Vegan teacher and vegan booty and a lot of these other crazy vegan activists saying, oh, everybody needs to be vegan.
You're not vegan, you're an animal abuser.
And this is how we save the animals. Well, the thing is, a lot of people would not thrive on this diet. In fact, there are people
can't qualify that statement with any evidence
that have died from it or have come very close to dying from it.
Can't qualify that statement with any evidence.
But we're going to get to that in just a second. I just want to show you guys one other person who I know experienced a lot of complications while being on a vegan diet.
My health has done like a complete 180 in the past couple of months, and things have improved that I never even thought could improve. Mental clarity and focus was one of my biggest things that I had an issue with when I was vegan, and now it's like so effortless. I got ulcerative colitis.
Cool story.
In, I want to say 2017, and that was probably about the 10th or 11th year that I was vegan. I started having really bad pain after I would eat. I would have a low fever almost every day.
Besides shrooms, do you have any tips on overcoming depression symptoms like trouble getting out of bed, light sensitivity, etc.? Anything you found worked well?
Well, mushrooms themselves, I don't think cured my depression. It's the kind of knowledge that I discovered on mushrooms that cured my depression. So I would recommend reading some philosophical literature on Stoicism. That would probably be the most help. You might also want to look into Buddhism and also study some philosophy on nihilism. Those three things are very helpful for depression. I would say Stoicism most of all. The idea that there just are things that you're not going to have any control over. You're going to have acceptance over the fact that there just are some things that you do not have the power to change. You cannot change the people around you. You're not going to be able to change the way they think about you. You're not going to be able to change all of your life circumstances. So if you're if you have like, I don't know, if you're paralyzed and you're in a wheelchair, that's just not something you're going to be able to do to change unless there's some new medical intervention. Like there's no exercise that you can do to make you walk again. So, there's acceptance that you're going to have that there just aren't things that you're able to change, but you are able to control your mind. That is where you have ultimate power. You can either look at things with a glass half full or a glass half empty mindset. You can say, fuck, I'm in a wheelchair, things suck, I wish I could walk, I can't go upstairs, I can't play sports, I can't do certain things with my friends, life sucks. Or you could look at things in a way that I still can move my upper body. I can still, weight train. I can still bench press. I can still go pretty much wherever I want because there's handicap accessible areas. I still have my mind. I'm not somebody who's like a vegetable who is just totally bedridden. I can still do like 90% of what everybody else can. So your mind is where you have ultimate power, and don't ever convince yourself that because of the circumstances you're in, you have to feel a certain way. Because of the way people treat you or react to you, you have to feel a certain way. You have ultimate control over what you feel and how you react to situations. All emotions originate from your mind and nowhere else. Happiness originates from your mind. Fear originates from your mind. Anger originates from your mind. So if somebody if a Karen cuts you off, in traffic, almost makes you crash, it is entirely your choice to react in a way in which you feel anger. It all originates from your mind, and because it originates from your own mind, you have ultimate control over that. Again, that's something that's something that you will learn if you read some philosophy on Stoicism. And all of these problems that we have in the world, or in our lives, like depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, fear, loneliness, heartbreak over breakups or people dying. All of these things are just the human experience. And, we kind of dread, we suffer over things. We kind of question why we're here. Why did this have to happen to me? Again, Stoicism will fix that, and nihilism will fix that. If you're asking yourself, why is this happening to me? Why do I feel this way? Why do we exist? Why do I have to suffer? You're asking the wrong question. The only reason we choose to exist is to benefit from existing. And all of these things we feel, anger, guilt, happiness, sadness, loneliness, it's all a choice that we make inside of our own mind, and your mind has ultimate power. Don't ever feel like because you lost your job or your wife broke up with you or you're in a bad circumstance that you have to feel a certain way. There are things that you're not going to be able to control in your own life, like whether you get to keep your job or whether a partner stays with you. These are all things that are going to affect your life, but one thing that none of those things can do is take away your power within your own mind. Everything is just an obstacle in front of you, and it's something that just is what life is. Life is just something that we can get positive experiences from. It's something like just think of it this way. Why do we enjoy doing difficult things? Why do we like challenging ourselves cognitively by reading certain books or going to school and studying or going to the gym and trying to lift certain weights or doing sports? These are all things that we do. We do things for the difficulty, and when we try to when we're asking these questions, why is this so difficult? Why am I doing this? Why can't it be easy? It's just a stupid question. The reason we do all of these things is because the pursuit, the actual pursuit of something, like winning in a sport, graduating school, getting a certain job, the pursuit of that thing is what gives us happiness and fulfillment. And when you start asking yourself, why is something so difficult? Why does it have to be so hard? Why am I in so much pain right now? You're doing it for that pain. You're doing it for that fucking work. And when you put yourself in the mindset of, it shouldn't be this hard, it should be easier, it's just a bad mindset to be in, because if you were in the glass half full mindset, you would realize all of these things are enjoyable. All of the fear, the anger, the happiness, pleasure, pain we go through, it is all pleasure. It is all something that gives us joy and fulfillment if you just let it. That's what life is. Life is just a set of struggles that we fight against, that we overcome. And if you just give yourself that, if you just let yourself get into that mindset of, I have full control over my mind and I am just going to be happy and I'm going to enjoy things and I'm going to do things for my benefit. All of these struggles that you're faced with, you're going to enjoy and appreciate them, and you're just going to conquer. So, I actually just saw a video recently, that was really cool. Conan, what was it? Conan the Barbarian. Fuck. Yeah, there we go.
Conan, do you fear the gods?
I would not tread on their shadow. Some gods are strong to harm, others to aid. At least so say their priests. Mitra of the Hyborians must be a strong god, because his people have builded their cities over the world. But even the Hyborians fear Set, and Bel, god of thieves, is a good god. When I was a thief in Zamora, I learned of him.
What of your own gods? I have never heard you call on them.
The chief is Crom. He dwells on a great mountain. What use to call on him? Little he cares if men live or die. Better to be silent than to call his attention to you. He will send you dooms, not fortune. He is grim and loveless, but at birth he breathes power to strive and slay into a man's soul. What else shall men ask of the gods?
But what of the worlds beyond the river of death?
There is no hope here or hereafter in the cult of my people. In this world men struggle and suffer vainly, finding pleasure only in the bright madness of battle, dying their souls into a grey, misty realm of clouds and icy winds, to wander cheerlessly throughout eternity.
Life, bad as it is better than such a destiny. What do you believe, Conan?
I have known many gods. He who denies them is as blind as he who trusts them too deeply. I seek not beyond death. It may be the blackness averred by the Numidian skeptics, or Crom's realm of ice and cloud, or the snowy plains and vaulted hall of the Norheimers' Valhalla. I know not, nor do I care. Let me live deep while I live. Let me know the rich juices of red meat and stinging wine on my palate, the harsh embrace of white arms, the mad exultation of battle when the blue blades flame and crimson, and I am content. Let teachers and priests and philosophers brood over questions of reality and illusion. I know this. If life is illusion, then I am no less an illusion, and being thus, the illusion is real to me. I live, I burn with life, I love, I slay, and am content.
So, Conan the Barbarian believes in a god named Crom, and all Crom has given to humanity is strength. Strength to fight, to overcome any obstacle, and Crom rewards those who have found true strength, and he actually punishes his followers if they call upon him for help, because if you're asking for help, you're weak. And that's the idea I'm getting at. There is no one that will help you but your own strength. I would also recommend watching the movie Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger, because that's an integral piece of the film, The Riddle of Steel. It's the question of what is true strength. And when people are like miserably depressed, like they're crying out for help, like someone get me out of this, someone, something, and they'll even pray to a god for help. And they will be sorely disappointed because they will forever be depressed. And there is no one or nothing that will ever help you out of your depression. The only thing that will ever get you out of any miserable state you are in is yourself and your own strength. And becoming more strong, both physically and mentally, is the only thing that will ever help you get out of any fucking problem you are in. The kind of despair that you're feeling while being depressed, asking, why do I feel this way? Why is life so hard? Why am I suffering? It's all a fucking mindset. And the reason you're feeling depressed is because you are mentally weak. You are asking these stupid questions about, why am I suffering? Why are things so hard? It's because you just have a weak mindset, and any fucking problem in front of you, you are just breaking rather than just getting stronger and thinking, I have the mental and physical power to crush my enemies, see them driven before me, and to hear the lamentation of their women. If you are feeling sad, depressed, miserable, and you can't get out of bed, tell yourself to go fuck yourself. I feel fucking great. There's so much to fucking live for. I can fuck bitches. I can go to the gym. I can get stronger. I can watch any fucking movie on the planet that has ever existed because I live in a world of fucking technology that no man has ever had fucking access to. I can watch fucking twin sisters eating each other's pussies out. I can see some of the best works of art ever fucking made just on my fucking phone. I have so many goddamn opportunities in front of me. I can work, I can make money, I can save, I can build a better life for myself. What is it worth to you to sit in bed and be fucking miserable and cry about just how bad you feel? Ultimately, it is a goddamn choice to feel bad. You can just be happy. Happiness is sitting right over your fucking shoulder and you don't even realize it. Everything, all you feel is coming from within. There is nothing external that is affecting you that is causing you to be miserable. It is all a mindset, and you have a weak mindset sitting in bed just miserating over your own misery. Choose to be happy and choose to be strong. Strength is the only thing that will ever fucking save you from anything. If you have the internal strength in your own mind, you can see every situation in front of you as a positive. You could ignore everything that stands in your way. Stupid fucking girlfriends that are complaining at you, trying to drag you down. Dumb fucking Karens who are cutting you off or complaining in the fucking grocery store. Stupid fucking bosses. And even these stupid little thoughts in your mind where you're thinking about, like, why do I exist? Why are things so hard? That's the human experience. Hard is something we enjoy. If we got everything we ever wanted at the snap of a fucking finger, we would be miserable. There's a Twilight Zone episode called A Good Place to Be. Or sorry, A Nice Place to Visit. It's about a guy who was a criminal, and he was shot and killed while trying to commit a robbery. He ended up going into a place that he thought was heaven, where he was in this rich mansion. Women were like all over him. He had all the women he wanted. Every time he would gamble, which was an activity that he liked to do, he would just win big. He would win millions of dollars, and he would get everything handed to him. Everything would be easy. He'd get everything he wanted at the snap of a finger. He got bored of it, and he was miserable, and he was feeling sad, and he wanted to leave, and he wanted difficulty. He wanted struggle. And then he realized that he wasn't in heaven, he was in hell. The devil was giving him everything he ever fucking wanted without any struggle. without any difficulty, and he was miserable and he was suffering for it. That's what the human experience is. We convince ourselves that we want things easily, and when we get it, we're unsatisfied. And then when we're confronted with something difficult, we feel miserable and we suffer over it, and we think it should be easy. But then when we get it, we're miserable again, and it's all a mindset. So any difficulty you face in life, it's a gift. Anything you're given to overcome, it's a gift, and you should cherish it, and you should be happy that you are given the fucking power to overcome things. And it's all a mindset. No matter how difficult something is, no matter how easy something is, it's all a mindset, whether you appreciate it or not. So the fact is, we're all going to have difficulties and challenges in life, and we all just need to have the mindset that we have. It's just part of our experiences, and any experience can be positive, and we have the fucking strength to overcome it. So don't just sit in bed miserable, complaining about how difficult life is, miserating over your own misery, feeling bad. There is a limitless fucking power inside your mind to overcome fucking anything, and you can do it. You can get out of bed. You can go to the gym, work out, do things you enjoy, and just seek strength. That is the most important thing in your life, to seek strength. There is never a situation where being weak will benefit you. Being mentally and physically strong will always benefit you. And the most important thing is work on that strength of mind. If you have a strong mind where you are resilient to adversity, you don't let silly things bother you, give you anxiety, fear, anger, and you just stay strong and you focus towards things that benefit you, having good relationships, making as much money as you need to live comfortably, and just doing things that you enjoy, whether it be working out, playing video games. That's all you fucking need. All you need is strength to follow, your own interests and the things that benefit you. So, hope that answers your question, Autist. Appreciate the donation. The Strange Mushroom donated $2. Now there's two types of anti-vegans: the I want to get views for misinformation anti-vegans, and the I want to do whatever it takes to crush veganism without sources and to cope. The second type are the people who are addicted to taste like this nut. Yeah, absolutely, that is true. He's a cunt. Thanks for the donation, the Strange Mushroom.
This movie already has one of the great set lines in all of cinema: sometimes to survive we must become more than we were programmed to be.
Let me see.
We must become more than we were programmed to be.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. The Friendly Blackie donated $2. Need your thoughts on this vid. Start at 5:48.
Losing weight is hard, and unfortunately, your body is sabotaging you every step. Your body evolved to move regularly and is fine-tuned to a certain base level of activity. If this activity is missing, it still uses almost the identical amount of energy just on stupid stuff. This is why
That doesn't make much sense. You have a basal metabolic rate, and that's largely going to go unchanged because of just thermodynamics. There's a certain energy cost to having cellular function. So that's a weird way to word it.
You burn almost the same amount of calories whether you work out or not.
That is not true.
By working out, you're not doing anything extra, you're doing what your body is literally made to do.
No, that is not true at all. Non-exercise energy expenditure especially is highly modifiable. I burn at least an additional 1,500 calories with my normal daily activity versus just staying in bed and not moving.
Working out is not a magic bullet, but it seems to restore an internal physical balance that seriously affects your body. And this is also why regular exercise is so incredibly healthy. The evidence is incredibly clear here. It reduces chronic inflammation and stress, it's good for your heart, may ease depression, and makes you live longer and better. Movement is...
This is a massive, weird oversimplification, and they're also just ignoring some benefits. Exercise does have a positive impact on energy balance. People who exercise more have lower body, have a lower BMI, so they tend to overeat less. Being overweight is probably the main risk factor for most diseases. Secondly, it also improves insulin sensitivity, it lowers serum cholesterol, it increases muscle mass and bone mineral density, it has positive effects on your brain, it prevents neurodegenerative disease. So they're not really getting this quite right.
It's not really made to burn your fat though. Why humans are so hungry. When your ancestors evolved, they had to work hard for calories. Sometimes it would be easy and they could afford to chill out quite a bit. But in hard times, they had to move quite a bit to feed themselves, walk longer to find prey, or dig longer to find tubers. If extra movement burned more calories, this would lead to a spiral of starvation. The less food you find, the more energy you need to find food, which doesn't even fill you up because you moved more. It's like taking on more debt when you're in the red. It works for a while, but then you go bankrupt and die. So, for your ancestors, being able to move a lot without burning extra calories was a matter of life and death. Okay, but this means the obesity epidemic of the modern world is not primarily caused by laziness, but by overeating. Humans evolved to be mad for calories.
That is true. Diet is the most modifiable factor for energy balance. So fundamentally, the issue is overeating if you're overweight.
Because of our extremely hungry brains and our extremely useless kids. Kids are cute, but unlike other species, human kids have to be fed and cared for by adults for years before they become even remotely useful. Because the human brain not only eats up about 20% of all our calories at rest, twice as much as our closest ape relatives, it also takes a lot of time to develop through playing, learning, and honing social skills. We became super efficient calorie harvesters. 5 hours of human hunter-gatherer foraging yields between 3,000 and 5,000 calories, while our ape relatives get no more than 1,500 in the same time. And we became so good at calorie harvesting precisely because of our big brains and years of social skill training. In a typical ancestral tribe, some members would spend the day searching for plants.
So this little image here is inaccurate. I'm assuming he is referencing the Hadza, hunter-gatherers of Africa. They're known for consuming large amounts of honey. Not every species of bee stings. I think there's actually only 3 or 4 bee species that sting. Most bee species have no stingers. So when the Hadza are harvesting honey in Africa, they don't get stung. Because the bees there don't sting. They just get to take the honey and they don't get stung.
others hunting or gathering honey, others nurturing kids. And at the end of the day, we'd share the calories so that no one would end up hungry. Being frenetic calorie harvesters seems to be deeply part of what makes us human. It's not a bug, but a feature. But today it seems as if that feature has turned on us. We can't stop overproducing food and overeating. If you want to lose fat, food is the answer. We'll cover diet in the next part. So to conclude, you'll probably not lose nearly as much quality of life for much longer. One trained to navigate our fat with thousands of hands-on knowledge to the next level. Perfect tool for to explore.
Okay, that's just an ad. Yeah, that's sort of inaccurate. They were spot on with the fact that it's mostly diet why people are overweight. Joelington donated $2. Let me see.
Can you, like, shut up?
Thanks for the donation, Joelington. Appreciate it. Alawali Gay Vegan donated $2. You called me by my incorrect pronoun earlier. That what were you thinking? Dead naming me like that. I'm going to report you. Misogynistic. Antinatalist scum. Call me by my proper name. Dude, what is with people and fucking fashion? Thanks for the donation, though, Alawali.
Overworking can give you PSD. I don't understand how you can say you will always conquer it.
It's, again, you can create your own problems, certainly. If you, like, I don't know, are an entrepreneur or you run your own business and you are going out of your way to work more when you don't need to, then just stop. If you work at a certain job and you need that job to, like, pay rent and everything, and there's, like, no other options for you or else you'll go homeless or something, you, like, again, you can conquer those problems. It's all a mindset, all right? That job might not be the ideal job that you want to do, but it's not something that you can really control, and you can always find joy and find happiness or at least contentness in whatever you're doing. Don't think that because I'm doing this job, I can't be happy and I have to be stressed out and angry. Every single day is just a problem in front of you to solve and finish and complete. And when you just look at it from that perspective, just going through this one day, it's not that hard. You can do it. So don't think that just because you're in a particular circumstance, it's too hard for you, you can't do it. You can always change the state of your own mind. You might not be able to change the state of the reality around you, but you can always change the state of your mind. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Mike donated $2. Human beings are a special kind of stupid. Fuck. You got that right. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
If you worked a full-time retail job, you wouldn't be walking on this planet, lol.
I might have killed myself earlier if I had a different job. I might have. If I had to get a retail job. If I had to get a retail job at this point, no. Thanks for the donation, Blair. Dodo donated $2. I mean, if we're being honest, bro, if you were in jail and sentenced for 20 years or burn in North Korea, you would not be saying depression is just mindset and everything's a big stupid joke and all this stuff. Maybe applies in some cases, but not all. you will find people on death row that are happy, that are content, that aren't depressed. So, no, that's not true. I'm sure there is a certain amount of physical suffering that you could cause somebody where they will be miserable regardless. Like in a North Korean death camp. But again, if there is always that mindset that you could escape, you could get free, this could end, and I just have to struggle through it. You know, you can create your own hope. Hope exists in your mind, and you can create that hope. You don't have to constantly be in despair. Even if your only way out of something is death, you can at least have solace in that no suffering will exist forever. So again, it all comes down to mindset. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Won't let myself forget that. Thank you, VG.
Well, thanks for the big donation, Autist. Hope that helped. If you have any other questions about mental health or mindset or anything, feel free to ask. Thanks for the donation again, dude. Grey Knight donated $2. This guy could use some nihilism, lol. Okay, thank you for that, Grey Knight. Seymour donated $2 to me when I look at Hexacorn with his brokey Subaru and contradictory beliefs. I mean, Subarus aren't bad cars. Especially if we're talking about a WRX STI. Like the Subaru STI, I guess the new one sucks, but yeah, the old Subaru STI, that was fucking dope, dude. Like that's a sick ass fucking rally car. Thanks for the donation though, Seymour. Also, Diana Reddick donated $2. Have you ever ridden a horse before, and do you think all vegans should be against horseback riding? Why also? Let me see. Well, I've seen this chick. First of all, she is not the world's biggest female bodybuilder. This is just Facebook clickbait. I've seen her before. She takes the Anavar. I rode on a horse when I was a pretty young kid. Maybe I was like 10. And yeah, in general, vegans should be against horseback riding. There are ethical ways to ride horses. I don't want to have to take 20 minutes explaining that again, but there are ethical ways to ride horses with consent training and shit like that. Horses do need exercise, so there are situations in which you would want to ride a horse for its own benefit. Thanks for the donation, also Diana Reddick.
There's a song called A Nice Place to Visit. I jammed it all the time as a teenager. You reminded me of it when you mentioned that Twilight Zone episode. You'll probably think it's gay. I still love you.
Yeah, it's gay. Thanks for the donation, vegan.
I thought TRT were peptides.
No. TRT, like, it's testosterone replacement therapy. Testosterone isn't a peptide. Thanks for the donation, vegan. Vegan Itishman. Aaron P donated $2. Let me see.
Hard, and I said I wasn't gonna cry, but that there's people out there right now. They don't have a jacked up truck. They don't have a cold beer in their hand. They don't have a dirt road. Right now, out there. What breaks my...
True. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
You always talk about fucking bitches, but all you do is fucking an ugly tranny that looks...
Uh-huh.
Oh, what will MAGA say now?
The other thing that's important to know, John, is that they think the Republicans they have maybe found an attack line when it comes to Minneapolis in 2020, right? And during the George Floyd uprisings, and the fact that, yes, a police precinct was burned during that time. This is obviously when Kyle Rittenhouse killed 2 people in supposed self-defense. And so they think they have an attack line. You can hear a little bit of that in this clip from Ben Shapiro, where he's trying to bring in that line. Take a look.
According to Kamala Harris, the relevant stuff about Tim Walz is not that he presided over the burning down of Minneapolis and, in his own words, abjectly failed to stop that from happening. It's not that he has praised socialism. It's that if you go back far enough, he was a high school football coach. And don't you know, he's a teacher and a high school football. He's basically Mr. Feeney, but more athletic. He's like Ed Asner, avuncular, moderate, just one of the boys. You know, a guy who can crack a beer and can shoot a rifle, but is also really, really in favor of gun control and transing the kids. That's basically the pitch in favor of Tim Walz.
Here we go.
Transing the kids. There we have big into transing the kids. There's a very unhinged Ben Shapiro trying to land an attack. And he did mention the Minneapolis burning, and Trump's also followed suit. And yet, oh boy, apparently there's a phone call where Donald Trump is praising.
I know Governor Walz is on the phone, and we spoke, and I fully agree with the way he handled it the last couple of days. I asked him to do that, and the whole world was laughing. 2 days, 3 days later, I spoke to the governor. The governor's, I think, on the call, and he's an excellent guy.
Hey, don't scroll away.
So all they have to say is he wants to make the kids gay. Okay, well, that's not a very good shot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Callion donated $2. Let me see.
I have to film you at every single stage so you can be in a YouTube video I make, which will make me look really good and generate me loads of money. Like, what else do you want to call it? That person is obviously going to say yes, aren't they? You're obviously exploiting their economic situation to basically coerce them into a video. And MrBeast has also done videos in, what he calls Africa, which takes place in places like Cameroon and South Africa, which, I've said in multiple videos, white savior going to a rural African village to give them water was outdated maybe like 15 years ago, and people realized the issues with it. But then MrBeast just repackaged it to his young audience who think he's the savior of humanity for doing this shit. I can't wait until he's president, because he's told me he'd only do the good things and never do the bad things. Really, I'm just thinking about this now. On relationship Reddit, or just general Reddit, you see the sentiment that, judge someone by how they treat the wait staff at a restaurant. Judge their real character. For MrBeast, I judge him by how he treats his workforce. And that's probably one of the most important things to me. And yeah, he's notorious for treating them badly. So am I supposed to believe a rich man doing charity work but treating those people who make him who he is badly, that makes him a good guy, and this isn't a carefully cultivated strategy to downplay any criticism of him, because whether they know it or not, the MrBeast defense squad activate and come in and start criticizing anyone like me who've criticized him for years, calling us stupid, and they have massive followings. So therefore, millions of people start calling us stupid for even having a problem with this. And yeah, this is how MrBeast has got away with everything for years and years and years, and no one has cared, because the voices criticizing him have always been massively dogpiled because of people like Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, Asmund Gold, Some Ordinary Gamers, Boogie, like basically fucking everyone, the YouTube hive mind. Now, there's one more person I want to touch on. Now, this guy hasn't been prolific in the MrBeast defense squad, but I do find him interesting. So CoffeeZilla, like...
Okay.
I want to suck QWERTY bone dry in chat. Is this possible?
I don't know. I guess ask him. Thanks for the donation, King Earth. Mike donated $2, meant to link this. I apply sunscreen every single day before summer camp, but before outdoor activities, the staff is supposed to apply to the littles. They admitted yesterday that they didn't on Wednesday because it was overcast. I need to y'all to educate yourself on UV index. I'm so fucking mad. Okay. Not shaming this mother, but the contrast of white mom problems compared to what the women of Gaza are... Oh my god. Bro. These people are insane. Thanks for the donation, Mike. Bootycom donated $2. That was not me donating that video, but I'll take it. It was funny. Also, what date is the edible stream? What's your planned milligram? Just like end of August, like maybe September 1st, something like that. Thanks for the donation though, Bootycom.
I was thinking of this when you were giving your sermon about half full / half empty mindset.
Video unavailable. For whatever reason, Key and Peele isn't available in Canada. So yeah, anybody who sends me Key and Peele stuff, it's probably going to be blocked in my region. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Callian donated $2.
To film you at every single stage so you can be in a YouTube.
You linked me this twice and I don't know why I'd watch this.
Because of the call? Do you know what I'm saying?
How does it feel to be the #2 most viral YouTuber?
And that for 2021?
And it's called MrBeast hasn't...
Thing that day. I mean, they just nailed it. So it's like...
I don't know, I'd watch that. Dylan donated $2 based. I love when you lose your shit like this.
This is a guy's word for Vladimir Putin's. He didn't work as much as publicly, because that's what you think this actually happened? Or is it editing? I know Richard can't admit that Israel has made rights BTW. Did you hear of Israelis protesting to rape Gazans?
What is this stupid shit? Don't bother sending me the stupid footage, dude. It's just horseshit. I'm not gonna respond to the rest of your comment because you send me that. Like, learn to have some fucking critical thinking skills. What the fuck do you think this is? You fucking idiot! When you see this stupid shit on fucking Twitter, where you don't see anything fucking explode, you don't get any fucking confirmed kill, you don't see the fucking tank destroyed afterwards, why the fuck do you think I want to see Hamas propaganda, you fucking idiot? Yes, based indeed. Thanks for the donation, Dylan. Layla donated $2, just found this. Looks pretty neat. Also, were you at the vegan camp out? No. Yeah, I was not at the vegan camp out. Thanks for the donation, Layla.
I would get diarrhea after I would eat just about anything, and then the worst thing was having blood in my stool, which if you're familiar with colitis, then you know that that's like the biggest part of it, is that go to the bathroom.
Ulcerative colitis seems to be mostly a genetic thing. So if you're genetically destined to get it, you'll get it eventually. Things like stress might also increase your chances of getting it, but ulcerative colitis seems to be a genetic thing, not something you can really induce with a certain diet.
And there's a ton of blood in the toilet. Sorry to be frank and, graphic, but that's obviously not good. And
Dodo donated $2. Parliament in Iraq passed a bill to lower the age of consent to marriage from 15 to 9. You think Western pedos will move there? Ugh. Yeah. That is insane. Well, this is what you get with Islam. You get this. And yeah, I'm sure a lot of pedos would love to move there. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
if that starts happening to you, you're probably going to be very concerned, which I was. But having, the vegan mindset, I thought it would get better on its own. I thought my diet would heal my colitis, and I started looking around for all these herbs that would reduce inflammation and, heal my damaged tissue in my colon. Nothing ever worked. I remember there was this one supplement that was called, it was something with a B, but I cannot remember it. It kind of...
So she'd try to take a bunch of supplements, but wouldn't go to a doctor?
did help a little bit. I'm kind of glad I don't remember the name of it because I don't want to give...
Like, by the way, there's medications for all sort of colitis. So, corticosteroids. So there's anti-inflammatory medications, there's immune suppressants. There's plenty of medications, and sometimes you can treat it with surgery. Why would you take a bunch of over-the-counter supplements when there's medications for it?
Give anybody that advice to go take that if they have this condition, because I don't think in the long run that'll actually help. But essentially, in 2017, I was hospitalized twice because of my colitis. The doctors tried to put me on...
You skipped over my donation? Which donation? Oh, Bootycom, that was not me donating that video, but I'll take it. I already answered that one. Or no, wait, that's not you. That's somebody else. $2 donation. Oh, wait, try this one.
Could be worse.
Not that bad.
For me, it's all about perspective.
It's what you make of it.
Can I tell you something? All things considered, I'm actually kind of comfortable right now. Thank God for shock.
I can be the kind of prisoner I want to be.
Still alive.
Thank you. Right? Mm-hmm. Just two injured buddies.
Yes.
You know,
yes. Mm-hmm.
Having a friendly convo while we're waiting to get tortured again.
And, there's a kind of a positive in having no options.
Yes.
Because, we're not even going to try to escape because we know we'd fail.
Yes. I'll tell you another thing. Don't miss the arm.
Really?
First of all, lefty. Okay, so this thing pretty much got in the way. Keep it, buddy.
You fools! Blathering away! Your suffering has only just begun.
Wow. That is a perfect summation of the human condition.
That's pretty based. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
On all this medication for ulcerative colitis, and I refuse to take it, thank God. I'm not saying that if you have colitis, you shouldn't take medication, but I would have just become dependent on this medication that, in the end, I wouldn't have needed, because I am now, presently, I would say almost fully healed from my colitis. I have...
So she's claiming she cured her ulcerative colitis by eating steak. Yeah, cool story.
I haven't really had symptoms since I stopped being vegan. The only thing I have really still had every once in a while, which I think is also an effect of going into ketosis, is diarrhea, but nothing else. My digestion actually is better than it's been in, a decade, I would say, honestly.
So that's just another awful example of what kind of complications you can get by being on a pure vegan diet.
So again, this guy provided no evidence that a vegan diet causes ulcerative colitis, and he provided no evidence that going off a vegan diet is a treatment for ulcerative colitis. There's no evidence that this woman even had ulcerative colitis. She said she would have to go on a bunch of medications. She tried supplements. This sounds like somebody who never even went to a doctor. So she probably never even got a diagnosis and just assumed.
She experienced a pretty disgusting disease.
Ben donated $2. Ugly Harry Potter tranny fucking retard. Thanks for that.
Disease called colitis, which is inflammation of the large intestines. While it's very unlikely to be fatal, it is very, very uncomfortable and can be extremely painful, and I imagine pretty disturbing when you see blood in the toilet after going to the bathroom. But either way, the point is that your health should definitely come before your animal-saving ideology. Because the truth is, even as somebody that's non-vegan, there are so many different ways that you can protect animals and help animals and make sure that meat and stuff like that is sourced ethically, because how we consume...
Oh, ethical murder. Okay, so tell me how we can ethically murder you.
Our meat and where we get it from truly is a big problem. It's something that the vegan movement is actually correct about. There are a lot of factory farms that don't treat animals well, that don't put them down ethically, that make them live pretty horrible, terrible lives.
All animals are killed the same way. whether an animal comes from a factory farm or from a grass-fed free-range farm, they are all killed the same way.
And that is seriously an issue. The problem comes when these vegan activists are trying to shove veganism down everybody's throat and preaching it as if it's the only solution to this kind of cruelty, when in fact, it's not. In fact, it's also...
Yes, it is the only solution, because if you keep eating meat, they're going to keep killing animals, you idiot.
Not solution at all, because realistically, most people can't thrive or live appropriately on a vegan diet if you can't...
Most people can't live on a vegan diet. Care to qualify that statement with any evidence? Chi donated $2. I was about to lose my fucking shit when I saw that lady with the rat cage boots. Holy fuck, that's fucking weird. Thank God it's fake, but still, that shit is weird. Also, why does this guy look like the Buc-ee's gas station mascot? Oh yeah, he does. He does look like the Buc-ee's gas station mascot. Thanks for the donation, Chi-Chi.
Afford the supplements out of the wazoo, so you don't get enough proteins. You can't get your hands on B12. Well, you're just gonna broke. Like, you're not gonna survive. And there's proof of this with somebody who...
B12 is the cheapest supplement on the planet. A $5 bottle will last you a year.
Definitely could afford to eat a better vegan lifestyle, but for some reason just didn't, because their beliefs...
Yeah, so vegan diets are highly affordable.
We're just so...
Callian donated $2.
In the beginning, I was nothing but angry, just raging at people. In the beginning, I would call people horrible names. That's why I loved Gary. I loved Vegan Gains for that reason, in the beginning, because he wouldn't give a shit. He would, like, a guy died, this guy called Furious Pete on YouTube got cancer, okay? Right. And he's like, fuck Furious Pete. I'm like, yeah, fuck Furious Pete. Then go to hell. Like, I don't, like, that's how I was in the beginning. Now, in my heart, I'm still a misanthrope, but I try to no longer bring my misanthropy into my activism, as I realize that that's just garnering more negativity than people actually changing. But I'm just bottling up all that anger, all that hate, sad word, hatred, anger, frustration, and channeling it in a better way. That's it. So
Got it. That's, I mean, it's
based. That guy's pretty cool. Thanks for the donation, Callian.
Skewed and incorrect, that they literally starve themselves to death on this vegan diet while the entire time they're so...
Yes, look at me starving to death. Right. Like, this guy is built like a fucking daffodil. Mike donated $2. You can't tell me cats aren't the almost off... You can't tell me cats aren't the most awesome creatures ever. Yeah, they are. I love cats. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
So convinced that they were healthy. This is the kind of delusions that can come from people that are really, really hardcore vegans, because, I mean, when you're lacking those nutrients, those vital nutrients that are meant to go to your brain, your processing becomes about as good as, like, a 1980s...
Yeah, buddy, you're stupid. You're dumb. Like, low IQ, fucktard, dumb.
Windows computer, which, let me tell you, not very good. So now we'll be addressing an influencer that died literally just a year ago now. Her name is Zana Samsonova. Some of you may have heard of her. She was...
Yeah, she was a raw vegan fucking weirdo who would never drink water. What the fuck does this have to do with veganism?
An extreme vegan that stuck very, very strict that just eating some particular set of fruits would be enough for her to thrive on, which vitamins that you need, that you could fucking die. Like, it could kill you, seriously. B12, protein, those things are not things that you should mess around with. Your heart, your blood, your brain, they need those things so bad for you to thrive. Like, let's take a look back at...
Yeah, so again, vegans have lower instances of fucking heart disease and heart-related deaths.
That vegan teacher again.
Hey, everybody. First of all, stay vegan no matter what. Second of all, so I had an operation on my eye called a vitrectomy, and when they put all the needles in to freeze it, my heart stopped.
So most of you probably already know this, but Miss Katie there was in her hospital bed after getting an eye surgery done. Now, what happened was the medication effectively caused her heart to stop, which is not supposed to happen. What that kind of tells...
Yeah, that's a side effect of the medication, you idiot. This will happen to a certain percentage of people.
I'm not a medical professional, but just from, you know, common sense and logic, it seems like her heart or whatever just simply could not handle the medication, because clearly it was in some kind of weakened state. Now, this is probably due to the lack of proteins, because she has stated herself...
Cannot qualify any of this with any fucking evidence.
that she didn't find it all that important that she got the right nutrients. As long as she was saving animals, that's all that mattered. And I definitely believe that because it seems like brain cells had completely left the chat with her. So now I think it's really important that we talk about how people can avoid ending up in this kind of situation by doing that, instead of restricting yourself to this really...
I had such low iron levels that I was anemic, that
He's referencing Nikocado Avocado. By the way, he's lying. Nikocado Avocado would post his blood test results. He wasn't deficient in anything ever. He had normal iron levels.
I had low libido, that I had brain issues. Does skinny equal healthy? Yes or no? I had a low libido.
Doesn't mean you're healthy. In fact, a lot of the times, especially on these vegan diets, it might mean that you're actually severely malnourished. I mean, if you look at Zana, who literally...
Severely malnourished. There we go.
Died from starving herself to death. That is very, very clear evidence of that. And it's a good segue into what I want to talk about right now with a comment. There's a couple comments that talk about people that were vegan for a while. One of them, not by choice, more so out of necessity, because when they were younger, their parents simply could not afford to really buy meat. So they were basically involuntarily vegan. And because of that, and them not being able to digest plant proteins very well, as with most people, they just simply were not getting enough proteins.
Yes, most people can't digest plant protein. This guy is just a fucking clown. What a loser. Alright, we're done with that idiot. Son Goku donated $2. He said, come and take it then.
No f***ing way. Give me my ball.
Yep, that gator's smart. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Let me see, did this idiot actually message me back? The fuck? Okay, this idiot messaged me back. Hi, I would be more than happy to debate the topics. However, I'm not interested in any physical challenges. I'm not much of an athlete these days, and I imagine, as someone that lifts and focuses on strength training, you would certainly have an advantage over me. That wouldn't be a matter of diet versus diet, but instead lifestyle versus lifestyle. Oh, weird. Funny how I can be bigger and stronger than you despite being protein and nutrient deficient. I didn't know exercise magically made nutrients appear in your body, but glad to hear you'll debate me, though. I'm sure you'll do well. I'm free almost, I'm free pretty much any day of the week. When do you think you'll have time for the debate? What a fucking clown.
Solutions being offered. I don't know how hubristic you must be to sit and expect anything other than what we've seen. This is a failure of leadership, and that's what's so disappointing about it.
Right, so here's my response to what you've just said. First of all Keir Starmer has said, as far as I can see, is that he is going to bring the full force of the law against people who committed acts of violence. And the violence that was perpetrated...
called them far right.
Yeah, well, there were far-right thugs who were leading this, and they were attacking mosques, they were chanting anti-Muslim chants, and they were doing this because people had put out there... Hang on, you've had your say, I'm going to have my say now. It was put out falsely on social media that the person who did this was a Muslim. Not just a Muslim, but a Muslim who came in on one of the small boats, part of the very contentious, ongoing issue of the small boat. I'm not saying you did. I'm saying this is what was put out on social media in a series of false posts, which then went viral, right? So he was supposedly a Muslim. Not true. Supposedly came in on a small boat. Not true. Supposedly on MI6 watch list as a potential terrorist. Not true. None of this was true. And so on the back of that, far-right thugs who led this went up and attacked mosques, and they went and attacked hotels with asylum seekers in there waiting to be processed, and they were trying trying to set fire to them. Those are acts of despicable violence, which were being led by far-right thugs. Now, not everybody involved in all these protests is a far-right thug. Some of them will be ordinary members of the public trying to legitimately protest peacefully. I completely accept it. But the ones who were leading it, who were committing the acts of violence and making the threats against the Muslim community, were doing so because they had been completely misled about who had done this. It was not a Muslim. It was not an illegal immigrant. It was not somebody on the MI6 watch list. It was none of those things. Now, you posted on July the 30th, the day after the killing, and I feel particularly incensed, by the way, that the deaths of these 3 young girls have been hijacked in such a reprehensible manner to attack.
Do you believe homophobia is natural? I don't know what you mean by natural. If you mean we're like, I don't know, biologically wired to be homophobic, I don't think so.
Muslims, when a Muslim had nothing to do with it, right? You put this on July the 30th, you posted a picture saying, this is the man from Cardiff. We're looking at this picture now. That murdered the little girl, straight off a boat, you said. Really? He wasn't straight off a boat, because this wasn't the person who perpetrated the crimes. You got 4.3 million views for this. And a community notes clarified, this is not the man that killed, attacked the children and adults in Southport. This image is of Kasonga Mabulu, who was arrested in Ireland in 2023 for a random knife attack at Dublin Airport. So again, 24 hours later, you're posting more.
Okay.
You're posting more. No, you're posting complete disinformation.
I'm sorry,
it's not okay.
Sir.
It's not okay.
Oh no,
it was not the man.
Did I get the wrong stabber? Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, you did.
Piers Morgan, of course, I got the wrong stabber. And he certainly looked very Welsh to me. Let me make this clear. I'm a Muslim, and I think anybody who attacked a mosque is going to have to deal with God. I'm not worried about the full force of the law. They should worry about God itself. But I also want to make something very clear to all the people at home, and clear to you, that most of the white people are very frustrated, and they're finding an enemy amongst themselves to take it out on. I think that the white people on these streets have a lot more in common with the brown people on these streets than they do with the politicians, because that's the problem we have here. Keir did not just only say they're going to face the full force of the law. He told everybody with a point of view, everybody who's concerned about the safety of their children, that they are extremists. And that's the most aggravating language you can possibly choose when people finally have had enough of not feeling safe on their own streets any longer. We have people who cannot afford to pay their bills, watching migrants arrive, who are now being held up in hotels at the taxpayers' expense for indefinite periods of time. We're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. Nobody voted for it. Nobody wants it. And everybody's struggling to pay their bills. Energy prices are through the roof. Inflation is through the roof. Now they no longer feel safe on their streets. They don't want to put their daughters outside to play. The police won't protect them. The police won't turn up for most crimes unless it's something you say bad on Facebook. And when they look for a political solution, they're ignored. What kind of powder keg are we building here through incompetent leadership in the UK? This is nothing but a leadership failure. There's not a country in the world where leadership could fail this spectacularly and see any
Andrew,
different result.
All right. But once again, Andrew, you are spouting nonsense in what you've just said. Not all of it, but some of it's nonsense. You say, for example, nobody voted for the UK to support Ukraine. We've literally just voted Keir Starmer in the United Kingdom with a landslide majority, and he made it crystal clear before that election that he would be contributing billions of our pounds to help the people of Ukraine thwart a Russian dictator. Well, you may laugh, but you just literally said the complete opposite. So we did actually vote for a leader and a party that was completely committed to dedicating billions of pounds of taxpayer money to helping people in Ukraine defeat Vladimir Putin. So that, again, is a complete untruth that you've just espoused.
I'm sure the people who are protesting up there in the north of England who can't afford to pay their bills, who are watching migrants live for free in hotels, who don't feel safe at night because the police don't have enough resources to turn up and respond to crime, are very happy that we're sending money to Ukraine. You're completely right. Yeah, the fact he only had 20% of the populist vote has nothing to do with it. And the fact that every single party will send money to Ukraine because we live in a uni-party system which is corrupt to the core in the first place. That's the reason why no matter who you vote for, the migrants keep coming, and no matter who you vote for, the money keeps getting siphoned out of the tax base and sent to Ukraine. That's the truth of it, is that most people are starting to realize and wake up from the matrix and understand.
Oh my god, this is just fucking retarded. People aren't poor because money is getting sent to Ukraine. People are poor because the UK government is completely and utterly incompetent.
And there are no political solutions because it's all a scam and it's all a lie. What we need is people to understand at home that we have to think outside the box and vote for somebody who's not part of this two-party, uni-party insanity, which is why I was a fan of Nigel Farage. Even if he sells me down the river, even if he says I'm a bad person, that's his prerogative and that's his decision to make. I still believe he's the best choice as a leader for the UK.
Well, Nigel Farage is not just... Well, hang on. Nigel Farage has literally just chucked you under a monumental bus. He's gone on LBC radio and he said the reason that he himself was promoting complete nonsense about the person who committed these heinous crimes was because of people like you. Andrew Tate, he names you. He says that you were responsible for spinning disinformation, which he was dumb enough to believe.
Well, I never said he was a Muslim. I never said he was a Syrian. I never said he was on the MI6 watch list. The only thing I could have got incorrect is that he was an undocumented migrant. And if Nigel Farage has done that, that's his decision. He'll have to live with his conscience. I'm not here to tell him how to think. I'm also man enough to be understanding that not everybody has to like me all of the time for me to agree with some of the things they say. The biggest problem we have in the world today is everybody's so emotional. Everybody's so upset all the time that somebody says something bad about them, they pretend that person's completely bad. Nobody is completely bad. Nobody is completely evil. Everybody loves their children. Everybody wants to live in peace. A lot of people talk about the idea of war, but let me promise you, Piers, I'm a person who's had a...
Congratulations, you're banned. Thanks for trying to spread misinformation about Ukraine. Yeah, tell me about how it's corrupt and you get banned.
Very varied life. When you see people with machetes outside your door threatening you and the police aren't answering the phone anymore, you don't want war. The Muslims want peace. The white natives of the UK, the Christians want peace. Everybody wants peace. But when you have a political class which refuses to listen to absolutely anybody, do whatever they want, grind everyone into poverty, irregardless.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. British police, you've made some offensive comments on Facebook and we're here to arrest you. After 3 young girls were brutally murdered, speech is the crime police focus on.
1440. The time's 20 to 3, 1440. I'm arresting you on suspicion of improper use of the electronic communications network. I'm just
what?
127 Communications Act, okay? So you do not have to say that may harm your defence if you don't mention one question, something which you later on in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. Do you understand that?
So I'm actually being arrested?
You're going to be arrested, okay?
Right.
So you got to the police station.
Right.
You, okay, this is in relation to some comments that you've made on a Facebook page. Okay?
Oh, really? Oh, it's a Facebook crime, is it?
Okay.
Right.
So we need to ask
Oh my god, the UK is a shithole.
you some questions about that.
Right.
Have you got anything in your pockets, Thomas?
I've got my keys. I got... No, that's about it, I think. Keys.
So, anyone who's been arrested, we can search them under Section 32 of the Police and Criminal Act.
Right.
That's for dangerous items.
I mean, you said I was going to be arrested under some what information? I'm going to be arrested for posting on Facebook.
Made some comments that are offensive, obscene, and people have made a complaint about that, and it's translated.
Can you?
Yeah. So the UK has no law protecting free speech. Free speech is not a part of their constitution. And on top of that, they have obscenity laws when it comes to like publishing anything. So if you publish something in a newspaper or write something on Facebook, if it's considered obscene or offensive, they can arrest you for it, even though it's not necessarily hateful or inciting violence or targeting a certain group. They can still arrest you for it if it just offends somebody. It's really retarded. The UK is just an absolute shithole. Yeah, somebody already sent me this clip. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Then you're going to have some sort of uprising. And it's unfortunate that the poor people, and I call them poor, I mean the average person, is turning on the average person as opposed to turning on the rich elites who are just plundering the country. That's the truth of what's happening.
Well, what is really...
We played it. Yeah. The only thing I had incorrect was that he was undocumented. That's the only thing you could perhaps say he was incorrect. The London stabbing, Piers. The London bridge attack, he was born in Pakistan. We want to sit here and talk about how the large contingent of the people committing terror attacks in the UK and the most heinous crimes are not natively English people. And when we need to sit here and address this without being called racist, without being called far right, I'm a mixed race Muslim and I'm pointing out this very obvious truth. If we're not going to be able to point out the truth, what do you expect besides anger?
Well, I mean, the sheer brass neck, frankly, Andrew, of you lecturing me about the truth when you've spent the last week spewing complete fake news bullshit is breathtaking, right? And also, I would say you've also been spewing stuff that is blatantly racist. On the 1st of August, you posted a cartoon saying, typical man from Cardiff. Let's look at that cartoon. This has had 11 million views.
Jesus Christ. That is so racist.
Yeah, it's a taxpayer. It's a migrant arriving on the boat with taxpayers' money, and I think a lot of people are upset about that. I want to make something clear because I'm a Muslim
Yeah, with a knife.
myself.
When you say typical man from Cardiff, when you say typical man from Cardiff, you are again telling people that in your estimation, the person that committed this came in as an illegal migrant on a boat. That is not true. None of that is true.
Well, what I'm actually doing, Piers, because you may not be aware of this because you're part of the legacy media machine, which is why you defended Israel so heavily.
I'm on YouTube.
You're not allowed to have your
I'm
own
on
opinion.
YouTube.
You're not allowed.
on legacy media.
You're part of the
My
legacy
show is
media
on
machine,
YouTube.
and you're not allowed to have your own opinion. But let me explain
Every
something to
word
you,
of this will go up, as you know.
Perfect. I understand exactly how the media machine works. The fact that they kept highlighting that he's from Cardiff and showing pictures of him as a child, as opposed to showing pictures of him as the large barbaric man he was, which stabbed those little girls, was a deliberate PR spin by the propaganda arm of the British government to try and subvert and subdue the UK populace because they knew everybody would be outraged by what they saw. That's why every picture of him is he's a kid.
Honestly,
they keep saying he's from Cardiff. This was set up on purpose. Now, the point I was making is as
he was literally born in Cardiff. The Matrix didn't pretend he was born in Cardiff. You've been posting cartoons of people coming in illegally, armed, on little boats, because you want people to think that the person that did this was that person. But he wasn't.
You cut out there, Piers. I think I understood you. I'm a Muslim myself. So
Has there been a recent photo of him released? UK stabber photos. UK Southport stabber. I've only seen this one. Apparently he's 17 years old, and this does not look like a 17-year-old. I don't know why. I'm assuming they haven't released any more recent photos of this kid because he is a minor, and legally the court system isn't able to release any photos of a suspect if they're under the age of 18. That's what I'm assuming, and these photos were just public domain, so reporters could find old photos of this kid on like social media or something. But he's drawn with like long hair and everything, so Salty Carnus Tears donated $2. Oh man, this is gonna be great. Haha, he agreed to debate you. Cannot wait to see you crush that bucktooth fool, but at the same time, something tells me he's going to weasel out of the debate and become soft. Lol. Love you, King Vegan Gains. Yeah, I have a funny feeling. Thanks for the donation, Salty Carnus Tears. Dodo donated $2. Do you think MrBeast's presidential or political ambitions are out the window now after these scandals? Yeah, I would say pretty much. I don't see him ever becoming president. He's too much of a fucktard. I don't really think so, to be honest. Also, do you think he'd be Republican or Democrat or in between because he supported his trans friend for a time, you know, and poor people? I think he would likely run. He's more likely to run as a Republican than a Democrat, but he may run, if he was going to, he may just run as an independent. Who knows? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
MrBeast expose video weirdly left out all the sex registry info about the pedo guy they worked with except the victim's age, and someone pulled up the actual doc and turns out he was 16 when he committed the crime. Still predatory, but why leave that out?
I don't know if didn't they show his they showed his like prison sheet thing, like the crime he committed, right? It doesn't really matter. If he committed some kind of sexual assault when he's 16, he still committed the sexual assault. Like, what does it fucking matter? Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated $2. Which bucktooth agreed to debate you? Blaha. No, it's some other fucking jackass. It's the dude we just watched. I don't know if he messaged me back yet. Still hasn't messaged me back, but he said he agreed. I think he's just gonna back out.
Why would you ban for calling the Ukrainian government corrupt? Their own citizens acknowledge how widespread of an issue it is. You think acknowledging that makes someone pro-Russian?
What is this stupid shit? Japan agrees to help Ukraine combat government corruption. Da-da-da, pressing issue. What is this corruption exactly? There were issues with Russian agents infiltrating their government. That's what the corruption was, really. But I don't know what you mean. People, like, this whole idea that the Ukrainian government is just as corrupt as Russia, it's just Russian disinformation being put out online. And if somebody's saying this stupid shit in chat, they're banned. What are they trying to achieve by doing this? The Ukrainian government's corrupt. They're currently in a war. They're fighting a totalitarian fascist regime. And you're going everywhere saying the Ukrainian government's corrupt. All you're trying to do is to try to stop support for Ukraine so that Russia can win. That's all you're doing. Ukraine at this moment does not have issues with government corruption. The issues with government corruption they had in the past had to do with Russian agents infiltrating their government system, undermining safe, free elections. And obviously trying to get rid of Ukrainian independence. But yeah, if you say stupid shit in chat like the Ukrainian government's corrupt, support going to Ukraine is just going into Zelensky's pockets, you're banned. Seymour donated $2. Did you know this about the Fast Furious star everyone seems to love?
You want me to ruin your childhood?
He's a badass actor.
Do you like Fast and Furious?
Yeah, I like Fast and the Furious.
I'm gonna ruin a lot of people's
Really?
Fast and Furious.
Why? What happened to Fast and Furious?
I'm gonna ruin Brian O'Connor for you.
What? No.
Yeah.
No way, Paul Walker, bro. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Right before he died.
No. Like it was, he was dating her since she was 16, and I think she was 18 or 19 when he died. But he was publicly dating her. Like it was a known little secret that everybody just didn't talk about.
What?
Yeah. But
how was that legal though? How does he not get in trouble?
No one said anything.
So, according to the law, you can date a 16-year-old, even if the legal age of consent is 18, as long as you don't have sex. There's no laws against having a romantic relationship against a minor, from as far as I know. It's kind of a situation. Like the legal age of consent in most states is between 16 and 17. Canada nationwide it's 16, so it's kind of a kind of thing. Thanks for the donation, Seymour.
So there's no reason why I want any kind of violence against Muslims. That's the first thing that's very clear. And I want to make something else very clear. I'm actually in a quite unique scenario as a Muslim revert, half black, half white. I've had both sides of this dichotomy try and recruit me, perhaps. I can't be taught to hate anybody. There's no Muslim alive who can teach me to hate anybody, and there's no white man alive who can teach me to hate anybody. There's no hate in my heart, there's only love. But when you have love, you have protectiveness. And you have to feel a protectiveness to the things you care about. And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand. We call people hateful all the time for having a point of view, especially...
Yeah, there's no hate in his heart, but he is uploading photos of immigrants with knives to the internet.
When they get out on the street because they feel like they need to express it. A lot of these people were not hateful. A lot of these people were full of love and they were full of concern.
You've literally encouraged people to feel hateful. You've encouraged people to feel hateful because you've encouraged people to believe the person that did this crime, this alleged person that did it, because it's going to court, not to let the process do its due process. But the person who's been charged with the crimes of killing these poor girls is not an illegal migrant. But you wanted to demonize illegal migrants by what you've been doing in the last week. You wanted people to believe this was one of the people who come over on a boat illegally into this country, part of the so-called invasion. And here's the interesting thing about your position with regard to your conversion to Islam and becoming a Muslim. Muslims, as you know, have been ranting about you for the last few days and utterly betraying them because you've decided to associate yourself with Tommy Robinson, who is a far-right thug, who has been spewing utter horrible Islamophobic, anti-Muslim rhetoric all week, and yet you have not distanced yourself from him. So the Muslim community in the UK now view you as part of the enemy too. You know that. How do you feel?
Okay, to say Tommy Robinson is spewing hateful anti-Muslim rhetoric, buddy, like, have you seen the people he criticizes? Like, they want to have Sharia law. They want to make it illegal for women to go to school. They think it's okay to rape your wives. Like, yeah, no shit. Good thing he's phobic.
Feel about that?
Well, I pray for my brothers, and I think the information I've seen and the replies I've seen have not been hateful from the Islamic community. Saying to Tommy Robinson that I will debate him on issues, I don't think is failing to distance myself. I debate you all the time, Piers, and we disagree on basically everything. I'm happy to argue with Tommy because we disagree on so many different points of view, and I think it's very important that we have conversation. The reason these riots are happening in the first place is because everybody's afraid to talk. I'm prepared to sit down with somebody I don't like and don't agree with.
That's complete nonsense.
Talk to Tommy.
That's nonsense. The reason the riots are happening is people like you and Tommy Robinson have been spewing utter disinformation, which has led people to...
No. The reason the riots happened is because there is an issue with the Muslim community in the UK. Again, there's a reason why putting out the disinformation that this Southport stabber was Muslim triggered the riot. If there was disinformation saying the Southport stabber was a white guy or he was Chinese, nobody would have done anything. But that specific misinformation that he was Muslim is what triggered the riots. So, in an alternate universe where the Southport stabber was in fact a Muslim, the riots still would have happened. There's a problem that people have with the Muslim community specifically that triggered the riots. Mike donated $2. Andrew Tate is a peak gaslighter. Yeah, he absolutely is. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Believe that the person that perpetrated these despicable crimes was an illegal Muslim migrant who was on the MI6 terror watch list.
Firstly,
right, I'm saying you and Tommy Robinson,
let's be
between you, okay, I'm saying between you,
but
you have
where's the
put out
logic
there
failure?
a completely false impression.
There's a logic failure of lumping me in with somebody who I don't agree with and saying, oh, you and
so
him
do you
said
denounce Tommy Robinson?
Do you denounce Tommy Robinson? I disagree on a whole bunch of issues. I think he's completely incorrect on his view of Islam. We're not playing this game of constant denouncing.
Do you denounce him for inciting the rioting?
I denounce him for everything bad he said about Islam. He's absolutely incorrect, and I cannot be his friend or support him for that reason.
For inciting and rioting by telling people it was a Muslim illegal migrant.
It's not for me. It's not for me to decide who has incited the rioting. It's not for you to decide.
Well, you can't denounce that.
A court denounce what? I'm not going to
denounce Tommy Robinson telling people he was an illegal Muslim.
My view on why the riots happened is because I believe that the native population, the Christian population of the UK, feels like their voice is not heard. I think if their voice was heard and they had correct,
no, that's not why the riots happened.
Things would not be happening.
That's not why the riots happened. The riots happened. The riots happened because people like
things are written on social media all day, every day.
No,
and
Andrew.
there's no riots.
No, Andrew.
People finally had enough after endless attacks where they felt like they did not get a voice politically. When you don't have a political avenue, you're going to choose a violent one. I think Tommy is wrong about Israel, just like you were, because you were supporting the genocide in Gaza, and I stood up against you for that. I think Tommy's wrong on a whole bunch of issues. However, he has a
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
We already know that Antarctica isn't really a unified landmass beneath the ice like it appears to us above the ice. Were all of the continent's ice sheet to melt or be removed, the Antarctic continent's true shape would be revealed to us. What we currently know as the Antarctic Peninsula, in reality, would emerge as a completely separate archipelago of mountainous islands that has sometimes been referred to as Lesser Antarctica, while most of the rest of the continent, known as Greater Antarctica, would remain above the ocean surface and be roughly the same size as Australia. Each of these two different halves of Antarctica, one archipelagic and one continental, would become this way because of their radically different geologies and histories. The area of Greater Antarctica, or the eastern side of the continent, is known to consist of more ancient igneous and metamorphic rocks, while the more archipelagic Lesser Antarctica is much younger and made up of sedimentary and volcanic rocks instead.
Okay, that's good to know.
The existence and the consequence of E equals MC squared. There is no understanding of matter and energy in the universe without that equation. Stars would not produce energy. There would have been no Big Bang. Everything we take for granted in this universe owes its foundation to E equals MC squared, the equivalence of matter and energy in the universe, because of how much it enabled us to understand. Combine that with quantum physics. Quantum physics is a theory of the small, atoms, molecules, nuclei. Coming to understand how the universe works on its smallest scale made us badass. Take the word bad in both contexts, because that empowered us to end civilization as we know it, the foundation of the nuclear arsenal. Yet it gave us our deepest understanding of how the world works, and it is the foundation to the entire information technology revolution. There is no creation, storage, or retrieval of information in the IT universe without an understanding of the quantum.
Okay.
Back in the 1970s, when the mathematics of black holes was being explored and formulated, people noticed that the equations that give you a black hole have a legitimate opposite solution to them. So let me test your 9th grade math knowledge. What's the square root of 9?
3.
So what's 3 times 3?
9.
What's -3 times -3?
Also 9.
So 9 has 2 solutions, doesn't it? Square root of 9 is -3 and +3. So some questions in science, the mathematics of them reveal that there are 2 answers that are completely authentic and legitimate. And when people were studying black holes and the mathematics of black holes, a second solution emerged that was everything a black hole is except the opposite of that. So things only ever came out of this space. So it would be white if you were to look for it in the universe. And people thought maybe quasars, which are very bright distant objects in the universe, maybe those are the white hole versions of black holes. And then they said, we have a white hole and a black hole, maybe they're connected. And this was the introduction of a wormhole. A wormhole would connect a white hole to a black hole. Everything goes in a black hole, comes out the other side. So we looked for the properties of a white hole. Quasars did not satisfy those properties, and we kind of gave up on them.
When you split some heavier atoms into lighter atoms, you get a lot of energy. So for example, an isotope of uranium is a fissile material. If you hit it with a neutron at the right speed, it will split into 2 lighter atoms, like barium-141 and krypton-92, plus 3 neutrons. These neutrons can then go on to hit other U-235 atoms, which again split into 2 lighter atoms and some extra neutrons. In this way, it can lead to a continuous chain reaction, producing more and more energy. Where does this energy come come from? Well, if we consider the mass of uranium-235 plus one neutron that hits it, we get 236.053 unified atomic mass units. But now if we add up the mass on the right side of the equation, the barium-141, krypton-92, and 3 neutrons, we get an atomic mass of only 235.867. Where did the difference in the mass go? The mass went exactly into Einstein's equation. It became energy. When you split...
Hello, friends. I bring some very serious and very...
Tate's bald head donated $2. I don't understand why don't these guys go to Israel and protest like this. Fucking losers.
Your legs are fine. Stop.
Oh my god. Students are just pathetic.
Stand back! Please stand back! Stand back! Stand back! Stand back! Stand back, sir! Stand back! Stand back! You're gonna get hurt! Stand back! Stand back! Stand back! Hold your hands up! Show me your hands! Show me your hands, please! Come over here! Come over here! Come over here! Come over here! Oh my God! Okay, come and sit down here. What are you doing? Come and sit down here. Come and sit down here. Come and sit down here. Have a seat. Have a seat. And
He knows exactly what's happening and why they're arresting him.
I am arresting you under Section 41 of the Terrorism Act 2000 as I suspect that you are a terrorist and involved in the commission, preparation and instigation of acts of terrorism. Information has been received that you belong to and are actively involved in the activities of Al Mawjaroon, which is a proscribed organisation within the United Kingdom by virtue of the Terrorism Act 2000. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later mine in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence.
Get fucked, pussy. Fucking hate that guy chattering.
Every day of the week, they bomb Israel. Every day of the week. For decades. For decades. It's Muslim.
You know what? This is racism. It's racist. Excuse me. Keep away from me. You're being. Keep away from me.
Go away, we don't like you as Muslims. Fuck off back to Muslim.
I mean, on one hand, he is being a bit racist. On the other hand, I mean, yeah, if you're gonna support Palestine, go fuck off. Go back to fucking whatever armpit of the world you fucking came from. Go practice Islam there. Like, why the fuck are you even in a country like the UK that supports Israel if you're such a big fan of Palestine?
Grave news. Our democracy is in immediate peril, and not in ways that most people are aware of. There is an insidious campaign going on to stack election officials with pro-Trump election deniers who have no respect for the actual verdict of voters, but are single-mindedly concerned with the election of their favored candidates. This goes all the way back to the response by Donald Trump and his allies to his loss in the general election of 2020. Donald Trump is the only losing presidential candidate in some 230 years of American history to impede the peaceful transfer of power. to not concede his loss and for years to lie about the results of the election. Donald Trump initially did something which was perfectly okay and perfectly legal. He went to the courts and he lost overwhelmingly. He lost almost 60 lawsuits, winning just one inconsequential lawsuit. Nearly 90 judges ruled against him, including judges appointed by Republicans and judges appointed by Donald Trump himself. That should have been the end of it. That was perfectly legal. The problem was Donald Trump and his allies would not accept that. And then, according to the findings of the January 6th Commission and the indictments in the District of Columbia, Georgia, and numerous other states, Trump and his allies resorted to illegal means to try to steal a fair election that went against them. They organized slates of fake electors whose pledged to Donald Trump contrary to the vote of the people in their states. Donald Trump pressured state officials to just find votes to make sure that he won their states or not to certify the results in their states. He tried to get the Department of Justice to make unfounded claims about voter fraud and was very narrowly deterred because the top leadership of justice said they would resign if Trump forced them to do that. And of course, he tried to pressure his vice president, Mike Pence, to violate the Constitution and the law and become a unilateral decider of the election. And of course, he incited the Capitol insurrection of January 6th, sat for 3 hours and let the violence rage, even inflame the violence by sending an incendiary tweet about Mike Pence when the crowd was shouting, "Hang Mike Pence." He ignored for 3 hours, pleased by his own allies, to stop the violence because they were carrying out what he wanted, that is, to prevent the counting of the electoral votes. Donald Trump has carried on to this day his belief that false belief, refuted by virtually every independent study that's looked at the matter, including an organization that Trump hired himself to prove the election was stolen. The group proved just the opposite. And in the debate, he said pretty clearly,
Dodo, donators, when are you going to play horror games like Dark Pictures or Still Wakes the Deep? And when is Alan Wake 2 other DLC coming out? Let's go. You are taking too long also.
The Modi government has gone ahead and banned PUBG in India.
That was very bad. Thanks for that, Dodo. And, I don't know when we're gonna play horror games. Mostly been playing Tekken 8 lately. So, not sure. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Indicated he was not willing to accept necessarily the results of a fair election if he lost. So what Trump and his allies are doing this time is trying to steal the election at the point of certification of the votes by
All right, well, that was excellent spam. Appreciate the donation, 9014.
The counties. We have a very decentralized system of election administration in this country. County officials certify the results of the votes of the people for president or president electors, more accurately, in their counties. And this is supposed to be just ministerial. Just like Mike Pence's role was just ministerial, just counting votes, not deciding what votes were valid or not. But Trump and his allies have inserted at least 70 election deniers in at least 16 counties in critical swing states like Georgia, Arizona, and Michigan, who are not necessarily committed just to ministerially validate the will of the voters, but may well be willing, like the slate of fake electors, to simply certify results for Donald Trump. This would violate the most basic precepts of our constitutional democratic republic, but it's going on right under our noses. It's therefore very important that citizens become poll watchers, carefully scrutinize what's going on at the polls, and that lawyers volunteer their services to make sure that in critical counties.
Hey VG, what's up, broken? I suck you dry while King Earth watches.
Sure. We'll do that after stream. Thanks for the donation, Bosvin.
In swing states, the law is followed and the will of the people is complied with. Thank you.
I double-checked the retarded MrBeast video. Nigga, they purposely left out the context he was 16 cause it was 2 decades ago and they don't wanna argue over whether committing a heinous crime in your teens makes you irredeemable. Don't gaslight me.
Whatever. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, retard.
A voice. Yes, you were. He has a voice, and I'm prepared to sit here and debate with him. I'm prepared to correct him on the things he's wrong about. And for you to sit and then you support a genocide, you're going to say I'm a bad person for saying that little girl shouldn't get stabbed by people who don't belong in the UK in the first place. I don't care if you're a Muslim, I don't care if you're a Christian, black or white.
Okay.
Nobody should be coming up into the country without a passport.
I'm going to
Absolutely
respond.
Nobody.
I'm going to respond by saying this. I believe the successive Labour and Conservative governments have completely lost control of immigration to our country, both legal and illegal. They all promised tens of thousands net migration. It's never happened. We now had nearly 1 million people come in last year, net 700, 800,000, whatever it is, most of them legally, a completely outrageously large number, which is unsustainable.
Once you learn how to play with Dragunov, you probably won't play Kazi again. Drag is the strongest character. Yeah, I know. Well, even just fucking around with some of his combos for 2 minutes, he's clearly got a huge advantage over a character like Kazuya. I'm kind of lazy, though. I don't know if I really want to spend the time like learning Dragunov, so I don't know.
For a country as small as the United Kingdom. We've also got a big issue with, although a much smaller issue, I would argue, with the illegal people coming in on these boats and some of them dying in the process, which is an appalling human tragedy perpetrated by evil traffickers, and this has to be dealt with. So on that, I completely agree. My issue with what's happened in the last week is that we've got Elon Musk talking about there now is going to be an inevitable civil war in the United Kingdom. And I've noticed what he hasn't done, I've called him out on this today, in his series of attacks on Keir Starmer, the new British Prime Minister, he has tried to paint a picture that there is one rule of policing the right-wing thugs who've been attacking mosques. Well, they have, as you know, and another rule for Muslims walking around armed to the teeth looking for white people to attack. I think both are completely reprehensible, and I'm easily able to say that. The problem is Elon Musk has said nothing condemnatory about the initial rioting, which has continued to go on, which has been anti-Muslim and directly targeting mosques and Muslims for something that they had nothing to do with, which was the killing of these children. And I have a massive problem with that. Yeah. And you have boxed yourself, if you don't mind me saying. Hang on. Hang on. You have boxed yourself into a position now where your own Muslim community in the UK are enraged with you because they believe you are siding with Tommy Robinson, who is leading a far-right series of attacks on Muslims and mosques and is being blatantly Islamophobic in the process. And you know that. And so what do you say to the Muslim?
There's no such thing as Islamophobia. Any sensible fucking person would be phobic of their bigoted ass, retarded, violent beliefs.
Community who believe that's what you're doing.
Well, if there's a small contingent of the Muslim community which believe that, I've yet to see so much vitriol like pretending exists. But I want to make it very clear. I'll make it very clear, Piers. I'll make it very clear here. I'll answer the question. I am an Islamic revert, and I do not want to talk scripture because there's people more qualified than I, but I'll make it clear. I lead with love in my heart. The Islam I was taught was one of peace and tolerance. There's not a single person alive who can force me to take sides or to hate anybody else. And I don't care what kind of Islamic person you are, to come along and tell me I should hate somebody else because of Islam is not the kind of Islam I prescribe to. I have half of my family which is Christian, half of my family which is Muslim. I'm half black, I'm half white. I do not want either side of my family to face any kind of violence on the streets. I'm the person who's been calling for peace. You're reading out the odd tweet here and there. Why don't you read out the 30 tweets I tweet explaining that we need peace on the streets and we need to restore some form of democratic representation to the House of Parliament? You only choose and lie by omission and try and pretend there's a problem where there's not. I love all of my Islamic brothers, and I also love every Christian, Buddhist, and Hindu. I'm a person who has no hate in his heart, and if anybody has a problem with me personally, I'm happy to speak to them about it. But all in all, I've not seen this hate that you're pretending exists.
Appreciate your stance with Ukraine. Corruption does exist in Ukraine, but it's a USSR residue. Ukraine's choice has always been democracy, and Zelensky was voted into office for the purpose of fighting corruption. All Russians know is repeat propaganda.
Yep. Thanks for the donation, Mullah.
I've actually seen huge support from the Islamic community. That's what I've seen, because they understand that in Islam we teach each other to live and love with peace. We're not sitting here trying to hurt each other. And actually,
yeah, right. That's why Islam commands you to commit jihad, kill, rape, steal from other cultures, keep them as your own personal slaves, or force them to pay a jizya.
One more thing.
Stop talking for a moment.
I will say to the Muslim brothers, I will say this. We need to show the world that we are not the hateful ideology they think we are. We need to show the world that we believe in God and we trust God.
You are a hateful ideology. Again, Islam commands you to commit jihad.
And that we're going to stand up for our beliefs and we're not going to allow ourselves to be watered down or walked all over. But we also need to understand that there's this terrible perception of us that has been painted by the Western media machine. And I like to live with love. When I tell people I'm a Muslim...
Hasn't been painted by the Western media machine. You've done it to yourselves for thousands of years. Muslims have murdered, genocided, stolen, kept slaves, sex slaves, just completely destroyed other cultures for thousands of years. They've particularly targeted Jews and Christians. They, right from the early days, Prophet Muhammad committed tribal genocide against the Jews from Medina. Since then, Muslims have been attacking and killing Jews, Christians. That's what actually sparked the Holy Crusades. To this day, Muslims are murdering Christians throughout Africa. A lot of tribal genocides being committed in Africa are Muslims attacking fucking Christians. Islam is a religion of hate, bigotry, and violence. That's just what it is. That's why in Islam there's all these wars. That's why there's all these fucking terrorist groups. He can talk about you being in favor of peace and love and all this bullshit, but that has nothing to do with Islam.
I see fear in some people's eyes. I spend a lot of time trying to talk that fear out of them. There's love in my heart. There's nothing but love in my heart for everybody.
Yeah, you keep saying there's so much love in your heart.
I will pray.
Fine. There's a lot of love in your heart, but not in appears when it comes to... Yeah, but your first response to the murders of these children was to issue a video in which you spew complete nonsense about the perpetrator being an illegal migrant to this country. That does not fill people with love. It makes them hate all illegal immigrants to this country, as well you know. On August the 4th, you retweeted the notorious white supremacist Nick Fuentes on the subject of the riots. And you said this, he said this, Fuentes, it's clear that not only are these protests being amplified and directed by Zionist plants on social media, but the mayhem will also catalyst a major crackdown on speech and persecution of political right in the UK. So it's Zionist plants are fueling this, apparently. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think the point he was trying to make, and this is the meta point, which is very important, is that fighting each other is never going to work. When you have people who live on the same street,
that wasn't the point he made. The point he made is that Zionist plants, so Jewish people, people on social media were amplifying the riots. You retweeted it, so presumably you agree with him.
Well, Tommy and you do work for the same people, so that is interesting that you want to try and bring this point up. However, let me make this clear.
You literally...
Yeah. Tate should know this by now. His gaslighting tactics won't work with Piers Morgan. He's a pretty good interviewer and a pretty decent journalist. He's trying to change the subject and gaslight him and just avoid the question, but Piers is going to pressure him.
You retweeted Nick Fuentes, who is a disgusting white supremacist who spews anti-Semitic crap morning, noon, and night. You retweeted him. Do you agree with him when he said it's clear these protests are being amplified and directed by Zionist plants on social media? Do you agree with that?
Well, the point I agree with, if you will let me finish my answer. When you have white people and brown people on the same street...
Do you agree with Zionist plants?
I'm trying to answer the question.
He's dodging. It's a yes or no question.
When you have black people, brown people, white people on the same street who are all upset with the government because the government has betrayed them, and I think everybody agrees that, and they're fighting against each other, this will only result in more government crackdowns and more power against everybody, brown people and white people, Muslims.
Yeah, so he's an anti-Semite, hates Jews.
And Christians, everybody will suffer from more totalitarianism from the government. Keir Starmer stood up and said, I'm going to be totalitarian and I'm going to use this as an excuse to take away your rights and more liberties and take away your ability to ever answer any question and have a true point of view, or to ever assemble and make it clear that you're unhappy about certain things. What Nick was right about was the result of all of this senseless violence, which is going to be a government crackdown and everyone's going to lose their rights. He was right about that, and that's why it's so important that all my Muslim brothers understand that violence is not the answer, and all of the Christians also who are upset and worried understand violence is not the answer, and that we have more in common with each other than we do these elites who are selling us out, and those are the people who are deciding that.
Yeah, and when he says elites, he means Jews. He's talking about Jews. So he's a anti-Semite.
These boats
Stop talking for a moment. I'm just going to try one more time.
The average Muslim man on the street doesn't want boats arriving of undocumented migrants either. You can't turn up in the United Arab Emirates without a passport. You can't go to Qatar without a passport.
Yeah, this is pointless. He's just going to dodge the question endlessly.
Nobody wants it without a passport. Only in the UK. Only in the UK do we have a country so insane that we have no border. We don't know who's there. Crimes through the roof. Nobody's safe on the streets anymore. And then when you point these things out, somehow you're some kind of racist and bad person. This is not anti-Islamic to say you need a passport to come to the UK.
But that's the problem.
In the United Arab Emirates, you need a passport. They have the strictest immigration in the world.
Fine, Andrew, had you just said that, that's fine. Okay, we would all agree that the small boats is a total
I did say that, but you don't read it out.
It shouldn't be happening. No, you didn't. You told your millions of followers, and it was seen by 15 million people, this video, that it was an illegal migrant who had committed these crimes. That was a lie. Are you prepared to apologize for that lie?
It was a migrant, as opposed to an illegal migrant. So I was incorrect.
It wasn't. He was born in Wales.
As opposed to an illegal migrant. Well, this is where we have the false dichotomy.
He wasn't a migrant.
He was somebody born here and was legally allowed to be in the country. Do you accept that?
This is where we have the dichotomy of views, which I explained to you earlier on. I explained to you why they exist.
Do you accept he was legally permitted to be in the country?
I'm happy to repeat myself if you don't understand. But when you don't give people a political outlet and they're trying to protect their children, they're going to go to extreme measures such as, I don't want anybody who...
Okay, I'm done with this. He's just dodging. I think I'm going to go to bed now. I am thoroughly tired. Hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should see you all tomorrow. So, sweet dreams. See you all tomorrow.